preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Let us now chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda. We welcome all the viewers to Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga session today. Nithyananda Yoga, which is the original, authentic yoga as given by Paramashiva thousands of years ago, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the modern day humanity. So let us now enter into the Nithyananda Yoga by invoking the divine presence and the blessings of our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by chanting the Sadguru Vandana. Please sit straight, keep your hands folded in the Namaskara Mudra. Nithyanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamacharam Sati Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Long breaths, bringing your awareness to your body. Let this prana flow into each and every cell of your body, rejuvenating it completely. Relax your body from your Mooladhara all the way up to your Sahasrara Chakra. Bring your awareness now to the Ananda Gandha, the space between your heart center and the navel center. This is the place where Swamiji resides in all our beings. Sit with absolute surrender and restful awareness. Let us now chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Please open your eyes. Let us now enter into the Vachana, the ritualistic cleansing process. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra and take one a purni of water and sip from the base of your palm at the end of each of the following mantras. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Please wash your hand and wipe your lips from right to left with the base of your thumb twice. Om Ha Hridayaya Namaha. Please wash your hands again and touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip with the index, middle, and the ring fingertips. Wash your hands again with your thumb and the index finger joined together. Touch the right nostril, the left nostril. Thumb and the ring fingertips joined together. Touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear, left ear. Wash your hands again. With the thumb and the little finger joined together, touch the navel center, right chest, left chest. With all the fingertips joined together, touch above the crown of your head, right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Please wash your hands. Next. Next, we'll be entering into the Sankalpa, which is the conscious declaration, the conscious resolution. Please sit straight, clasping your left hand with your right hand, keeping them on top of your right thigh. Close your eyes and consciously visualize the ultimate, that you are to withstand all the ups and downs, manifesting oneness. Visualize the ultimate that you are going to manifest in all the other dimensions, relationships with others, with yourself, work, and manifesting Swamiji's vision for all of us. Let us invoke the divine presence and blessings of Swamiji and the Guru Parampara of KAILASA and make this conscious declaration. Let us begin with the Sankalpa.
Om Mamo Bhata Samatsa Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Atya Brahmanaha Vidya Pararthe Shri Shvedavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashravimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharataparishe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakabhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsarana Madhye Vishwavatunama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmishishaya Asyam Subhaditho Shri Kailasodnatadvadashanta Shyamala Vidharudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinnaswarupa Parashiva Kumara Gurumanya Tulyapatara Sri Parvati Sanyapana Rapta Divya Jnana Vishwa Samuktamaya Chaturashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinha Kahaladi Samasta Virada Palyalamprata Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Satyo Nirvana Diksha Varga Varsha Vishranaji Muta Paramatakalapakesari Shaiva Siddhanta Savanacharya Vikshana Narhara Trajochedana Purvaka Shri Vishavatvajathapaka Shaiva Samaya Katra Sarvajna Vidaruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshikar Swami Bhagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swamina Avatarabhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Panarantrada Shambhala Pita Sarvajna Pita Pranavadyuttara Dvishatama Guru Mahasannidhana Karunagiri Yogishwara Parampara Srimchaduttara Dvishatama Guru Mahasannidhana Nityotava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rachita Kailasa Parampara Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita Katra Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Parampara Vaivasvatamanu Ikshvaku Harichandra Bhagirath Sri Ramachandra Surasena Ityadi Anavachinna Sarvabhauva Chakravarti Parampara Kata Chaturshakti Yogini Mandita Chaturshakti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Suramvi Samrajya Bhuta Visikta Chudamani साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरुपुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमत् जगद्गुरु श्री लक्ष्मी भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मलाभार्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र योगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Please wash your hands with plenty of water. Om Upasprishya. You can now keep your Panchapata on the side and let's now enter into the Nithyananda Yoga with the warm up of the body. Please come to the standing position. Maintaining a few feet of distance from your adjacent yogis, your partners. So let us now start with the rotation of your head in the clockwise direction. First, start gently. Increase the amount of stretch. Raise full circles with your head, fully stretching the neck. And now anti-clockwise direction. Rotate in the opposite direction. Come back. Now, keeping your back straight, bend your head forward, looking down towards your feet. Press gently with the hand, any hand. Fully stretch your neck forward. And now, bend your head backwards, looking up, pressing your chin up with the hand. Back. Now, bend your head sideways to the left. Again, taking support of a hand. Without twisting your back, just your neck. And now, bend to the right. Please come back. Now, start rotating your shoulders. Your fingertips on the shoulders and start rotating the clockwise direction. Again, tracing large circles. Your elbows touching each other and going all the way back. Fully. Warming up your shoulders. You can even go faster. But make sure the movement is complete. Fully opening up your shoulder in the joint. Now, opposite direction.
Relax. Now, bring your entire arm in the clockwise direction. Your arm straight and rotates fully from the shoulder. Keep going, keep going. Now opposite direction. Anti-clockwise. Again, take long breaths as you're doing these stretches. Keep your awareness inside your body. Completely be in the body. Come back. Now, your feet a little wide apart. Start rotating the hips from your hip. Start rotating in the clockwise direction. Warm up your lower back nicely. Make sure it is stretching properly, fully. Now in the anti-clockwise direction. Releasing any stress in your lower back. Please come back. And now keeping your lower body stable, start swinging your upper body left and right. Stretching all the way back fully on each side. And then the spine has fully twist. Releasing any tension, any stress. Okay, come back. Now, interlacing your fingers, palms facing up, stretch up towards the sky, stretch and stand on your toes and stretch up further. Squeezing your entire spine. Come back. Now interlace your fingers behind your back, arms facing outwards. Open your chest, inhale, and bend your back backward from the lower back. Pressing your shoulders towards the back. You can even bounce and stretch further and further. Come back and forward from the lower back. You're just touching your thigh, upper thigh, and forehead touching the knee. Keeping your knees straight. You can bounce and stretch more and more with each rep. Exhale as you bend down. Next, come back up. Now raise your right arm and bend your back towards the left. You can bounce. Come back. Left arm raised up. Inhale. And bend towards the right as you exhale. Yes. Now keeping your feet wider apart. Bend down, your palms touching the ground.
And second motion going all the way back and repeating. Start. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Continue. Keep your knees straight. Bend more and more with each repetition. Make sure you're bending from the lower back. Opening your lower back more. Bend further. Keep going. Now cross bends. The right hand touching the left and other way. Start. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Continue. Again, your knees have to be straight. Yes, come back up. Now, let's start jumping, straight jumps from wherever you are standing. Start jumping as high as you can. Higher. The jumping jacks. Back. Let's do straight squats. 10 reps. Start. Go all the way down and come up. Once finished, let's do burpees, 10 reps. In one fluid motion, all 10 repetitions. Squat, push up position, push up, squat, full jump, again squat. Repeat. Keep going, don't stop. Keep going. No question of giving up. Keep doing 8 lengths. Don't stop. Complete the 10 reps. Keep going, keep going. Very good. Relax. Those who have not finished can finish. Don't stop. Others, take a few steps forward and back. Relax your breathing. You can bend your back, hanging your arms. Breathe with your nostrils. Calming down your breath. Yes. Let us now enter into the skeleton dance. Close your eyes. And consciously visualize your body as nothing but the bones, only the skeleton. No face, no muscles, no tissues, no organs, nothing. Only the pure skeletal structure, completely hollow inside. Visualize fully from the skull, the neck, the spinal column, rib cage, arms, hip bones, legs, feet. Have a strong visualization and with random movements. Start shaking. Shake your hands, shake your legs, head, the skull. Remember, it's just the bones. You are nothing more than the bones. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Movements. Go out all the non-integrity from your system. All the negative self-talk, all the toxins. Throw them out. You dance wildly with pure integrity. With comedy. Shake. Increase the intensity. Shake, shake, shake harder. Last 10 seconds. Be completely intense and authentic. Pure oneness. Relax. Relax your breath. Breathing with your nostrils. Settle down as we now enter into the asana sequence for today.
So today we will begin with the Hali Pavasana. So now bring the soles of your feet together. Clasp your hands behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize palms in your inner space and bend down. You have to you need to bend from your lower back. Okay, so in this asana, we'll be performing the Samana Kumbhaka, which is inhaling. As you're holding your breath, visualize a fire rising from your navel center, rising through the spine. We'll be engaging the Mahamudra Bandha, meaning the perineal lock, abdominal lock, and then tucking your chin to the chest. The japa that we'll perform in this asana is Soham. First, get into the posture by pushing our lower back. So here we see we can push the lower back and then help the partner go further down. Let us now practice this asana.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
पूरव विधियाहु में जानो उभय पगथली संपुट ठानो विष्टु पछेदो कर ल्यावो दक्षिण कर सो वाम गहावो। Next is the now you'll bring your hands forward in a cupped position. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as the snake. We'll be continuing to engage the Mahamudra Bandha here. So inhale. As you're holding your breath, visualize the flame rising up your spine. Forcefully exhale and then engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Continuously perform the japa of the Mahavakya in your inner space. Again, you can take your partner's help to help you bend and get into the asana mode. Let us practice this asana now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Let us now chant the pramana of the Nagi Bhavasana. पूर्व विधि परि आगाने नीचो होवी कहोनी फणास्यो लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजोली करे. Next will be performing the Balalingasana. Then as you stand firmly onto your left foot, gaze, like fix your gaze to a small point in front of you. Raise your right knee up and then bring your hands into the Sarvavashankari Mudra, meaning interlacing your hand by your fingers inwards and then holding the knee. Bring the knee close to your chest. This is the Balalingasana. As you perform the Balalingasana, visualize holding a baby. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. So you inhale, hold your breath, visualize the flame rising from your navel through your spine. We'll be engaging the Mahamudra Bandha. So as you forcefully exhale, perineal lock, the abdominal lock, and then tuck your chin to. So now bring your foot from the back close to your butt and then pull your feet as close as possible to your hip. Hold your foot with both the hands. Again, we'll be performing the Samana Kumbhaka and the Mahamudra Bandha. Inhale, hold your breath, visualize the flame rising through your spine. Forcefully exhale and then engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize. संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Put your right hand, keeping your left hand in the Bindu Mudra. Lean forward as you bring your leg up and then balance in the Natarajasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Soham internally. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. I will repeat the sequence on the opposite side. So now, standing on your right foot firmly, bring your left knee to the chest. Bring your hands into the Sarvashankari Mudra. Again, perform the Samana Kumbhaka, the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself holding a baby. Continue to perform the japa. Soham internally. एकं जानो रस्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति. Now, next is the Padapidanasana. So bring your left foot close to the hip. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka and the Mahamudra Bandha. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next is the Natarajasana on the opposite side. So standing firmly on your right foot, hold your left foot, lean forward and then bring your left foot up. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Ajapa Japa of the Mahavakya Soham internally. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठ. Next, we will perform the Uttanasana. So now for the Uttanasana, we will, before we bend down, you can engage the perform the Samana Kumbhaka, engage the Mahamudra Bandha, and then bend down, trying to touch your hands to the ground. So inhale, hold your breath. Exhale and then perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Then bend down and then touch the hands to the ground. This is the Uttanasana. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya Shivoham internally. Let's take our partner's help to help us bend and get into the asana. For all of us who are not able to, if you are already able to just touch your ground with the tips of your fingers, you can bend further and try to touch the whole palm onto the ground. Let us practice this asana now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Let us now chant the pramana of the Uttanasana. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अंतर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. Next is the Bhujangasana. So now from the standing position you can come into a position where you are lying down on your chest. Keep your feet flat onto the ground behind you. And then you will raise your chest using the strength of your lower back. So your hands are just for your balance. You just raise your chest using the strength of your lower back. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Engage the Mula Bandha, the perineal lock. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Perform the Japa internally. Shivoham. Will be performing the Bhujangani Mudra. Opening your mouth and inhaling through your mouth. And exhaling through your nose. This is the Bhujangasana. Also, we can do another variation where we are pushing our chest with our hand. Means we are bringing our chest up with pushing your hands onto the ground. This is for stretching your lower back. So as you are stretching like this, you can look up and then slowly push more. Let us now chant the pramana of the Bhujangasana. अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. Next, we'll be performing the Virabhadrasana. So please come back into the standing position. So put your right leg forward and the left leg back. Bend your right knee as you slide your left leg into this position, and then the right foot is facing forward and the left foot is facing sideways. And when you bend your knee, bring it such that your leg comes into a 90-degree angle. Then raise your hands up. Visualize Lord Virabhadra in your inner space. Gaze to the third eye. Here we'll be performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka. So you inhale, hold your breath as long as possible and slowly exhale. In this asana, we will also perform the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. So as you forcefully exhale, lock your abdominal muscles into the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Continuously perform the japa of the Mahavakya, Shivoham internally. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now we'll perform the same Virabhadrasana on the opposite side. So bring your left foot forward and the right leg back. Again, bring your legs into a 90-degree angle. Raise your hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Virabhadra in your inner space. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Inhale. Hold your breath. Exhale forcefully and then engage the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Shivoham internally. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next, we'll perform the Vrikshasana. So now, standing firmly onto your left foot, raise your right foot, bringing it to the Vrikshasana. Visualize yourself as a tree. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. We'll perform the Udyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha in this asana. So inhale, hold your breath as long as possible. Forcefully exhale and then engage the Udyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत् left hip, the opposite side. Straighten out your left leg completely as a stick. Bring your hands into the Namaskar Mudra. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage only the Mula Bandhana. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Shivoham internally. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now we'll perform the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. So standing firmly onto your right foot, bring your left foot to the thigh. Bring your hands into the Anjali Mudra and raise them up. Again, we'll be engaging our Udyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha here. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now we'll perform the Garudasana. So bring the left leg to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Shivoham Garudasanamavakshye yena dhyanam sthiram bhaved sarvadoshat. Trikonasana. So again, bringing your right leg forward. Bring your hands parallel to the close to the right leg and then turn, twist your spine facing the sky. Visualize a triangle in your inner space. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda. Om Shivoham. उत्तानपादं ग्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now perform the Trikonasana on the opposite side. So now bring your left leg forward. Again bring your hands parallel to the ground. Bend forward and twist your spine. Bringing your left hand close to the left leg and then looking upwards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, engage the Mulabandha, and perform the Japa. Om Shivoham उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next is the Angushthasana. So now, coming down, being seated on your heels. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. We will now be performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka. So you inhale through your throat in such a way that while inhaling you create the sound of a female bee, and while exhaling you create the sound of a male bee. Engage the Mulabandha, perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Sadashivoham. Next is the Brahmajurankushasana, keeping your hands on the respective thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Here we will be engaging the Moola Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. So you tuck your chin to the chest and then lock the perineum. Continue to perform the japa. Sadashivoham. दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे. Next is the Suryasana. So now, again, being seated on your heels, move your knees as wide as possible. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra and then raise your hands up, looking at Bhagavan Surya through the gap between the palms. Engage the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Sadashivoham. एडी दो गुदातरियाणे फणा पानी बैठक निठाने गोड़ा जंघ अधर कर. Next, we will be performing the Mandukasana. So now, sit with your toes flat and the perineum on the heels. You will not be sitting on the heels. Instead, your feet will be on the sides of your hip. This will stretch your ankles very well. As you are seated in the Mandukasana, gaze to the third eye. We will be performing the Manduki Mudra here. So touch the tip of the tongue to the upper palate and then visualize the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara, which you are catching with your frog tongue. Visualize yourself as the frog. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa. Sadashivoham. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Next we'll be performing the Bhadrasana. So for the Bhadrasana, you can bring the soles of your feet together and then be seated onto your heels and then hold the opposite toes with your hands in the prana mudra. So as you perform the Bhadrasana, engage the Jalandhara Bandha and the Moola Bandha. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Visualize, engage the Jalandhara Bandha and the Moola Bandha. Continue to perform the Japa. Paramashivoham गुल्फौ च वर्षणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next we'll be performing the Kaka Bhusandyasana. So now coming to the being seated on your feet, you'll bring your hands around your knees. You'll have to bring your chest as much forward as possible as you're seated in this asana. Bring your hands around your knees and then clasp them behind you in the Parashamudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Engage the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Sada Shivoham. Let us spend some time and get into the asana, practice this asana well.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
में वैसक उकड़ ठाने दो हाथ पगम वीच आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या पर ल्यावे पिष्ट पछे कागसी करावे. Next we'll be performing the Kani Pavasana. So now you can come into a standing position. Place your palms flat on the ground. Bring the knees to the armpits and then lean forward and then raise both your feet as you balance in the asana. So as you perform the Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage the Mula Bandha. Continue to perform. Let us now spend some time and practice this asana.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Let us now chant the pramana of the Kani Pavasana. Asana ko guna ashi dushata hoi to achi hoi. Next, we'll perform the Kapali Asana, which is the headstand position. And take your partner's assistance now. So keeping your hands by your side. Get into the headstand position. Then take your partner's assistance to hold your leg. Hold one of your legs so you can use the other leg for balancing. Let us now practice the Kapali Asana. As you perform this asana, gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa. Paramashivoham. Let us now practice this asana now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Let us now chant the pramana of the Kapali asana. शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे पगधली आकाश दिशिसन मुशराशे दो हाथा की हथेली दो वो. Next, we'll be performing the twist onto your right hand side. Lean forward and then slowly raise your feet off the ground as you straighten your legs. This is the Paramashivoham. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize a peacock in your inner space. So as you are performing the Paramashivoham, you will perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, engage the Mula Bandha, perform the Japa. Sadashivoham. Internally. Let us now practice this asana.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Can continue practicing the Parshvamayurasana on the other side. If you have done onto the right side, you can do onto the left hand side also. Let us continue practicing the Parshvamayurasana.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let us now chant the pramana of the Parshvamayurasana. Mayuram dandavat kuryan, Mayuram dandaramagam kuryan. Do the Mahamantra meditation. Be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and start humming intensely. Relax. Let us now enter into the Shivasana. Extend your legs straight and then lay down onto the ground. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, liberating you. Srara Chakra.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Now, slowly move your fingers and toes. Bring your knees to the chest. Rock by your sides. Please be seated in a comfortable position. Bring your hands into the Namaskara mantra. Let us now conclude with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the participants, viewers, and everyone else who's with us for today's Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja. Before we begin with the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who's participating in this puja, physically here and online, to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following declarations, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer to Swamiji, Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and Atmalinga, during the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him.
Yes.
Yes. Let us now enter into the ritual of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja with the Sadguru Vandana. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Next is the Guru Parampara Vandana. The offering of our gratitude and respects to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva in the beginning, Devi Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti in the middle, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva at the end. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Next is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, life of the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loincloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. May that Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happen. Please take a few flowers in your hands, hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Lalade Tripundre Nitilakta Kasturi Tilakaha स्फुरन्मालाधार स्फुरितकटिकौपी नवसस् ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ महामृदयाय नमः। Next is the Shuklambaradharam. Please take some akshata into your right hand. Clench your hands into the Mushti Mudra. Tap the sides of the forehead 5 times with your knuckles as we chant the following mantra. Meditate on the form of Mahaganapati in your inner space, seated in the Mooladhara. The nectar that is flowing from the Sahasrara, visualize that it is flowing through all the various nadis in your body and offer the Abhishekam to Mahaganapati with the Amrita from the Sahasrara. Om Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarvavighnopashantaye. Next is the pranayama, the inhalation, retention and the exhalation of the breath. Close the right nostril with the right thumb and slowly inhale through the left nostril. Om Hum Ishanamurtaya Namo, Om Him Tattrashapaktraya Namo, Om Hum Magarhrdaya Namo, Om Him Amdukhyaya Namo, Om Hum Satyajatmurtaya Namo, Om Hamritaya Namo, Om Him Shirsaya Namo, Om Hum Shikaya Namo, Om Him Kochaya Namo, Om Him Netribhyo Namo, Om Hastraya Namaha. Close the left nostril and hold your breath. Om Hum Ishanamurtaya Namo, Om Him Tattrashapaktraya Namo, Om Hum Magarhrdaya Namo, Om Him Amdukhyaya Namo, Om Hum Satyajatmurtaya Namo, Om Hamritaya Namo, Om Him Shirsaya Namo, Om Hum Shikaya Namo, Om Him Kochaya Namo, Om Netribhyo Namo, Om Hastraya Namaha. Exhale through the right nostril. Om Hum Ishanamurtaya Namo, Om Him Tattrashapaktraya Namo, Om Hum Magarhrdaya Namo, Om Him Amdukhyaya Namo, Om Hum Satyajatmurtaya Namo, Om Hum Pradhan Om Him Shirsaya Namo, Om Hum Shikaya Namo, Om Him Kochaya Namo, Om Hum Netribhyo Namo, Om Hastraya. Please clasp your hands, placing your right hand clasped with your left hand placed onto the right thigh. Create a deep and a strong sankalpa, the intention to manifest your ultimate today, as we chant the mantras of the sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vidya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्यां लक्ष्मी वेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ वृश्चिकमासे कृष्णपक्षे चतुर्दश्यां शुभतिथौ मंगलवासरयुक्तायां स्वाति नक्षत्र सौभाग्ययोग विष्टिकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्र श्रीमद् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयाण गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्त विरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमदकलवकेसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्र सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशतं गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यर्जित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धास्त्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री
नित्यानंद परमशिव
श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये. Please wash your hand with an udanya of water. Om upasprishya. Next is the Ghantanada. Please take the bell in your left hand, hold it at the level of your heart center, and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Kvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. Next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Please take a flower in your hands. Hold your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Meditate on the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, in your inner space, seated on the lotus of your Ananda Gandha. Offer all the various upacharas, the various offerings to Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the mantras of the Manasa Puja. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, what feet can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space, the food offering? The principle of the unstuck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, and the sahasrara as the umbrella. The principle of sound as the music, the actions of the senses, and also the vagaries of the mind as the dance. All the 7 chakras along the Sushumna Nadi is to be offered along as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and enlightenment. Let us now enter into the Manasa Puja. Om Hridpadmamasanam dadyat sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam charanayor dadyat Manastu argyam nivedayet Tenamritena achamaniyam Snaniyam tena chasmritam Akashatattvam vastram syat Gandha syat gandhatatvakam Chittam prakalpayet pushpam Dhupam ratadhvanir ghanta वायुतत्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्वं च गीतकं रजं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पम् अरागं ममदं तथा अमोहकं मदं भञ्च अद्वेष अक्षोभको तथा अमात्सर्यं मलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः संपूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवम्. We'll now enter into the Upachara Puja. Which is the external worship. The first is the offering of asana, the offering of the seat. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O the one who resides inside all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers and akshatra at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasaya Sarvabhut Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Param called Shiva by the experts in mantras and the tantras. Salutations to such Shiva who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well praised as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, the one whose darshan is awaited for gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today, my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatva Sarvakatritva Bhavo Bharatikaranath Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidhisata Shiva Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaragalaya Vai Ameyatva Tanantoyam Majatva Ajapragirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Svabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya me saphalam janma jeevanam sapalakriyah Swagatam yatvaya tanme tapasam phalamagatam Om Hreem Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing Swamiji's feet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer Padyam, that is a water, for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take an uddarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Padyam Om Yadbhaktiresha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye Om Hreem Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Parashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet with the water to welcome the guest, made of durva grass, a flower, a bilba leaf, and a rice pellet, kept in a beautiful conch. Now please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Arghya Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatratham Grahanarghyam Maheshwara Om Hreem Esho Arghyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. Next is the offering of Achamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing the mouth. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam. That is the water for the mouthwash offered by me with devotion to you. Now, please take an uddarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinya Suyadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grahana Chamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वधा. Next is the offering of Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, for the destruction of all the negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now, please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer. Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurnasudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swada. Next is the offering of Gandha Tailam, the offering of the scented oil. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer with love and affection this scented oil to you. O the healer of all the worlds, you are the purest among all the worlds. Now, please take the Gandha Tailam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandhatailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an uddhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Snaniyam Om Idam Shitalam Vari Swacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratirishyataam. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Vastram, the offering of the sacred clothes. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer Vastram, the cloth offering, to the Master who removes the veil of Maya or illusion, the Master who is the true light of enlightenment, who does not have a veil of Maya and has the very space as his dress. Now please take the Vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapatachadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Abharana, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer this golden ornament to you, Master, who by very nature has a very gracefully beautiful body and who's the repository of all the powers. May you be pleased. Now, please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Abharanam Om Swabhavasundarangaya Nana Shaktyastrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I neither know what your body is, nor do I know what your actions are. Please accept and smear this sandalwood paste. Om Shariram te na janami cheshtam pushpam grihyatam idamuttamam. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Baushate. Next is the offering of the Bilvapatra, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is I offer to. Now, please. Bilva Patram Ananda Paramashivaya Baushate. Next is the offering of the Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is let this offering of Tulsi leaf be unto the Supreme Soul who has unlimited forms and who is the bestower of all the boons. Now please take the Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bahurupaya Varadamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of dhupa, the offering of the lit incense sticks. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is this incense smoke is made of sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now, please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhardyasru Manoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyata Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes the darkness from everywhere. Now, please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadipaha Sarvatasirapaha Sabhakyabhyantara Jyotirdeepoyam Pratigrisyatam Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of naivedya. These different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividam Brim Idam Tokarana Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Maniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take another dani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastareva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panarchodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of the Punarachamaniyam. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is purifies everybody. Now please take another dani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Suchirva Yasya Smaranamatratah Shuddhimapnoti Tasmai Te Punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. Next is the offering of the Ararthi, the offering of the lit Arti. Please take the lit Arti in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra. Arartrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Om Sangrahanyeshya Yajate Imam Janatagum Sangrananiti Dvadasharatni Rashana Bhavati Dvadashamasha Samvatsaraha संवत्सरमेवा वरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वे मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवा वरुन्धे चित्रा नक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरण कमलेभ्यो नमः। Next is the offering of the Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation. Guru is Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance. Guru is Maheshwara, who is the source of rejuvenation of the cosmos. Guru is directly the Param Brahma, the ultimate superconsciousness. Unto that Guru I surrender. I surrender to the Guru who is omnipresent and has given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of wisdom by applying the Jnananjana, the sacred black eye pigment, anointing the 3 letters, and awakens the all-pervasive, infinite eyes. I surrender to the Guru who, by giving the knowledge about the self, has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primordial Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Guru and Atman. I surrender unto that Sadguru who is in Nithyananda, the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the personification of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the experience of Tattvamasi, who is oneness, eternal, pure, immovable, and who is the direct witness of the beginning and source of all beings, who is beyond our emotions, and the one who is without the 3 qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Akhanda Mandala Akaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmanyana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruhu Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavadyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha Nithyanandam Paramasukadam केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ओम नित्यानंदम। Next, we'll be entering into the Paramashiva Puja, beginning with the Sakalikaranam, beginning with the Tattvachamanam. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. We'll now perform the Sakalikaranam. Om Hastraya Namaha Shaktaye Vaushate Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham SatyojataMurtaye Namaha Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha Om Hum Aghorahridaya Namaha Om Him Tattvasakraya Namaha Om Hum Ishanamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaya Namaha Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Shrisaya Namaha Om Hum Shikaye Namaha Om Him Kavachaya Namaha Hastraయ Namaha Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham SatyojataMurtaye Namaha Om Him Vamadevagukhyaya Namaha Om Hum Aghorahridayaya Namaha Om Him Tattvasakraya Namaha Om Hum Ishanamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaya Namaha Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Swaha Om Hum Shikaye Vashate Om Him Kavachaya Hum Om Hastraya Pate Om Hastraya Hum Pate Om Hastraya Pate Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Please perform the Samanya Arghya Sthapana. Om 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 Hasra Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha Lalate Tripundri Tilakritakasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spuritaganiko Marunagiri Yogi Vidayate Indoni Papanchamukhahastadashayuktam Shulaprakatakamasivajramabhayam Syat Pashavaratankushamanijwala Ravame Shvetamalasana Sadashivaswarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Parameshwaya Namaha Dhyayami Avahayami Om Ham Shivaya Namaha इत्यावाहन मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य स्थापन सन्निधान निष्ठुरमुद्रां प्रदर्श्य अस्त्राय हुंपटिति कालगंधि मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य ओम हां शिवाय नमः इति लिंग मुद्रां नमस्कार मुद्रां ओम हे कवचाय हुं इति अवगुंठन मुद्रां च प्रदर्श्य ओम हां शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः आसनं समर्पयामि Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Shivaya Swaha Om Ham Shivaya Swaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padhyajmanargyam Tattva Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Snanam Samarpayami Snananandramānam Samarpayami Om Ham Shivaya Swadha Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastra Yajñopavita Uttari Avarnartam Akshatam Samarpayami Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Gandham Dharayami Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha Bhavasya Devasya Patni Namaha ॐ शर्वाय देवाय नमः शर्वदेवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ ईशानाय देवाय नमः ईशानदेवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ पशुपते देवाय नमः पशुपते देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ उग्राय देवाय नमः उग्रस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ रुद्राय देवाय नमः रुद्रस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ भीमाय देवाय नमः भीमस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ महते देवाय नमः महतोर्देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः अष्टपुष्पपूजां समर्पयामि ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः बिल्वफूलं समर्पयामि ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः ॐ हास्त्राय नमः अथ धूपः ॐ हास्त्राय भटे ॐ हामृदयाय नमः ॐ धूरति दूर्वतं दूर्वरयोस्मान् दूर्वतिं दूर्वयं वयं दूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामधिरस्थितमं पप्रितमं दुष्टतमं मन्हितमं देवहूतममृतमतिरविर्दानं मृगुम्भस्त्वमात्वा मित्रस्य स्वाचक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माभिर्मातुं वित्तामा त्वाहिगुं दिशम् ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः धूपम् आघ्रापय ॐ हामृदयाय नमः ॐ उद्दीप्य स्वजातवेदो अग्निं निरृतिं मम पशोगश्च मह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हि जातवेदो कामत्वं पुरुषं जगते अभिधृतघ्नागहि श्रियामा परिपालय ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ हास्त्राय भटे ॐ हामृदयाय नमः ॐ मध्वातारताय ते मधुकरतिचिन्तभवः माध्वीर्न सन्तोषैः मधुनक्तमुतोषधि मधुमत्पात्रिकमृतः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुम्मस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः माधु 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 ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः ताम्बूलं समर्पयामि नीराजनम् ॐ सहस्राय पटे ॐ हामृदयाय नमः ॐ सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजासन् राज्यो वासो मे नयते देवसुवा मेधानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति य एतावदन्तो वै देवानागुं सवाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति स एनं पुनस्तुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति न तत्र सूर्यो मानिनन्द्रतारकमेमाभिद्युतो मादिगुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुवादि सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं तथा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि Please perform the Shivamula mantra, the Gayatri mantra japa.
Please perform the Gayatri Mantra Japa and the Shiva Mula Mantra Japa internally. ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। ॐ हैं कवचाय हुं। ॐ हां शिवाय औषध। ॐ यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा स्फुरतुश्रुतं तन्मे शिवपदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षक्षपय शङ्कर। शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वमिदं जगत्। शिवो यस्ति सर्वत्र यः शिवस्तोऽहमेव तु। ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः। आचम्य ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous.
Kartike Deepam. The timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever, So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Nithyananda to all of you on this another wonderful and powerful day of the Paramashivoham of this season. And as always, we started the day with the yoga, with the puja. Understand, yoga is not just stretching, yoga is not just exercise. It is preparing your body to receive that superconscious energy so that the divine itself enters into you. It is not man entering into divine, it is divine entering into you. When you prepare your body to receive that superconscious energy, it simply floods your whole system with the ultimate bliss, health. And puja is where you build the devotion consciously. So if you want to share your experience of yoga, if you want to share your experience of puja, let's take a few minutes and share. And meanwhile, also we'll be getting ready for the power manifestation. And as always, we have the power of manifesting the powers of third eye. So requesting all of you to please get ready for the power manifestation. Meanwhile, let's welcome each one of us who are here with us. We have Ma Sharmema, Nithyananda, Ma Eve, Nithyananda, Ma Nityahankara, Nithyananda, Ma Nityanartana Priya, Nithyananda. We have Ma Nesle Gunya, welcome back. Ma Akur Sarupni, Nithyananda. Yes, so let's get ready as we enter into the scripture reference for manifesting these things. So the verse goes as Kapalantarmano yasya tishthanmilitalochanaha ramena manasodharyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in fixation, but that stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the soul, Paramashiva. So with this, we'll be entering into the power manifestation. So requesting all of you, please sit with the head, neck, spine, and straight line. And please cover your eyes with a blindfold or a piece of cloth. And as you sit completely unclutched. Be totally at ease. Away from any distractions. Visualize Swamiji in your face and invoke his presence. Now, gently bring your awareness to the third eye, and through your third eye, gaze at Swamiji's third eye. And with this, let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Keep your eyes closed, and with this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation. The image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin this manifestation.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now slowly, very slowly, remove your eye bands. You can open your eyes. All right, so let's take a moment and let's start sharing. Nithyananda, is the screen okay now? Okay.
Yes, so requesting everyone to please, first of all, switch on your cameras if you haven't already done so, and be available in the camera frame. And if you have taken part in this power manifestation, then take a moment and share with us what's revealed to you in your third eye. So requesting everyone to take a moment and share. Everyone that's with us in the Zoom room, or perhaps following us on YouTube on the Paramashivoham Level 1 platform.
We have E who shares red woven monk, a red brick, lake with a ripple. John for sharing. So requesting everyone. Man Nirahankara, Man Nartanapriya, Ma Ghul Surupni, Ma Nesragunya, Ma Sharmut. Let's take a moment and let's share.
Yes, go ahead and share. So we'll just give a few moments more, chance for everyone to share the revelations. Before we move on to the verification stage where we'll share once again the image that we had displayed for you.
All right, so if you are still sharing, continue to do so. Meanwhile, we'll be projecting the image on your screen. So yes, this is the image that we have projected. So as you can see, it's nice view, a mountain view just in front. There might be a river, and you can see a nice red shining color of the sun light which is falling on the clouds, and that reflection is also reflected in the water. And you can see the small rocks just in front and two trees on the top of the rock. And of course, both sides you can see lots and lots of trees. Even the mountains are greenish. Even there are houses, lots and lots of houses. So yes, this is the overall picture. We also have Ma Nirankara, who shares golden yellow plant by the dirt road, large patches of birch, peach blossoms, green vines, and twinkling with the guardrail. Tall building, grayish black glass on the exterior walls, plants, stone paved box, road, and black fence. Yes, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
All right, so as we are already displaying the image that we had for you for this first round of power manifestation, let us have a look. So we have Ma Eve that shares red. We definitely have red Ma. So we have red that's reflected on the lake itself. And I think you mentioned the lake as well. Woman monk. So we don't actually see this, but it is very possible. Paramashiva has revealed a lot more than we can see in this two-dimensional image. Red brick. So if we have a look at the right-hand side, just on the right, there's a house that looks like some sort of a structure, and it looks very much red. So it's very much red brick. Lake with ripples, very much spot on, Ma. So we can see the lake right in front, the main feature with the rocky island right in the middle with the two trees. So very much spot on, Ma. Thank you very much for taking part, for manifesting this power. Congratulations, Ma.
And Ma Nirankara shares golden yellow plant by the dirt road. So we have lots of plants, trees. We don't see a road here, but there are houses on the right hand side, specifically. So there should be a path, and those details are not visible in this frame. So there's a huge chance that a golden yellow plant will be there, because it's filled with the plants, the trees, large patches of peach blossoms, very much possible, green vines entwining with the guardrails, tall buildings. Well, we have houses. Those are maybe for 1 or 2 story. Doesn't look like too big. Grayish black grass on the exterior walls. Quite possible, Ma. Plants, we have lots and lots of plants. Stone paved roads, black fence. Very much possible, Ma. You might have zoomed into that part of the picture where all the houses are there, Ma. Yes, thank you for sharing.
All right, so so that was the first round of the power manifestation. Let us now go on to the second round. So we're going to put on the eye bands once again for the second round of the power manifestation. So requesting everyone, let's get ready. Let's put on the eye bands. And let us bring our awareness to our Anandagandha, which is just below the heart center, just above the navel center. Let us connect deeply to Paramashiva, connect deeply to Swamiji in our Nandagandha, our inner space. So this is the inner space that Swamiji has initiated us in, to connect to him, to connect to the divine, to be in the space of oneness with the divine. So let us connect deeply with Paramashiva, connect deeply to Swamiji, and let us feel the space of oneness. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Let us be in the space of oneness with Paramashiva, existence, with everything. We are Paramashiva. So let us keep this powerful cognition in mind. Let us be our reality. We are Paramashiva. From this powerful cognition, let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting this Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Swamiji, with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. Let us begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, then take a moment and share with us while it's still fresh in your mind. What was revealed to you in your third eye? What did Swamiji reveal to you? What did Paramashiva reveal to you in your third eye? Please go ahead and share. So just while we share, let me introduce today's topic. Today's day, we have the thing itself is accumulate wealth around you with simple truths. So Swamiji will be just telling us how to have the right attitude towards wealth, the right cognitions about wealth, how to infuse intensity to attract wealth in your life. So we'll be starting off with the right attitude towards creating wealth. So that'll be right after this power manifestation, we'll be entering into that.
And understand that wealth is an extension of you. Wealth is not just money, even the relationship that you carry in your life is wealth. So shortly we'll be moving on to that, but we have the sharings. Ma Eve shares black motorcycle, white choir, yogurt, tiger, orange color. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing, Ma. Still waiting on all the other participants. If you have taken part, please take a moment and share as well. Ma Charmaine Muse, Ma Mr. Gunya, Ma Nirahankara, Ma Nartana Priya, Ma Gora Swarupini. Requesting everyone, please take a moment and share what Swamiji, what Paramashiva has revealed to you in your third eye. All right, just a few moments more. If you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us share with you the image that we had displayed just now. So yes, this is the image that we had displayed for you. As you can see, it is perhaps we'll have a city, and there's a waterway just in front of us, and on the left-hand side of the waterway, there's what seems to be a park. So right next to the building, to the city, perhaps even in the middle of the city, could be in the middle of the city. There's a park with a waterway right next to it, a canal of sorts, and we can see the buildings in the background. We can see on the side of the park itself, there's some green fence, and looks like perhaps some people walking past. On the right-hand side, we can see a railway, something that you hold on to, basically. And we can see some trees, grass. We can see the buildings, tall buildings and shorter buildings in the distance, in the far distance, including one that has a dome as such. So yes, now let us have a look at the sharings. Ma Eve shares black motorcycle. So that's very possible, Ma. So you might have zoomed in onto some detail of the city itself. In a city, you'll always find a motorcycle, Ma. White square. So we definitely have a squarish building that is very much white. Actually, quite a few buildings look very much like a square structure. Yogurt. Again, you might have zoomed into to some place inside the city itself. I'm sure there's some yogurt in there. I don't know about the tiger. We have the colors of the tiger, some yellow and black, and perhaps an orange shade of yellow as well. And orange color, yes, again, very much so. We have the orange color as well. It's also possible there's a zoo that has a tiger as well, so you never know. That might be part of the sharing as well. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting.
We also have Ma Nirahankara, who shares a spacious parking lot. Well, in the frame, we don't, it doesn't look like there's a parking lot, but it's a city. So very much possible that nearby parking lot will be there. Many silver cars of various types. So as mentioned, it's a city, so definitely the cars will be there, Ma. Blue lights. Yes, so you can see actually various blue lights. Even the sky is blue, that reflection is falling on the water body. It's reflecting as blue. Even the colors of the building, the glasses are blue. It's just filled with blue. A small island in the lake. Well, we have a small kind of pond, or you can say a lake, but there is no island here. It's a part of the city, whole city. A black boat. So a possibility is there, Ma. Plants on the shore. Well, we have the small grasses on the sides of the water body. A white walled house in distance. So we have a lots of white walled houses now. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting. So a lot of the details are there. Not exactly in that way, but a lot of the details are definitely there, Ma. So congratulations for manifesting. All right, so now let us get ready. As we've already introduced the topic, let us get ready for Swamiji to take us through this right attitude towards wealth. So requesting everyone, let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us begin this session.
The fifth chapter, Karma Sannyasa Yogam. Starts with Arjuna's question. Arjuna uvacha Sannyasam karmanam Krishna Punar yoganja samsasi Yasre yayeta yorekam Danme bruhi sunischitam. Arjuna said, "Oh Krishna, first of all you asked me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" I really feel Arjuna must be playing a game. A person who was a king can never be so dumb. Again and again, Krishna is explaining so clearly in every sloka, but Arjuna is coming back to the same point. Either both of them are playing a game so that the Gita can be delivered to the world, or there is no way Arjuna can be saved. There is no other book which is so clear, so direct. There is no other master who is so straight giving instructions. Again Arjuna asks, "Oh Krishna, first of all you asked me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" You will never be able to solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Please be very clear. You can never solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Before thinking which will be more beneficial, you should be clear of one point: with what scale you want to measure your benefits. That's a basic thing. What is the scale you are going to use to measure whether you are benefited or not, whether you are successful or not? Before thinking whether you are successful or not, before coming to the conclusion whether you are successful or not, you need to know with which scale you are going to measure your life. Before that, unless you know the scale with which you are going to measure your life, you can't jump to conclusion. Jumping to the conclusion should be done with clear intelligence. Small one-liner. What do you call falling out of an airplane without parachute? That is jumping to the conclusion. Jumping to a conclusion. If you do it without a proper scale, you are just jumping to a conclusion. You don't know where you are landing. Before understanding, before measuring your life, whether you are successful or not, you should be clear with what scale you are going to measure your life. In the end of the day, if you are going to measure your life with the scale of dollars, then you have to work only for dollars. In the end of the day, you know with which scale you are going to measure your life. So from morning till evening, you will work only for that goal. End of the day, you know, yes, this is the scale with which I am going to measure my life. You can come to a conclusion whether you are successful or failure. But by the time you reach the evening, the very scale changes. Then what to do? In our life, when we start our life, the scale is different. when we end our life, the scale with which we are measuring whether we are successful or failure, the very scale changes. I can tell one thing, fortunately the scale changes. Only for a matured person scale changes. If you learn the lessons from existence, if you learn the lesson from life, the scale with which you will measure your life, whether you are successful or not, should change. If it does not change, please be very clear, you are going to take one more life from zero. Where you left, you are going to start your life from the same point. Unless you learn the lesson, you are not going to end the game. You are going to play the same game again and again and again. If the scale changes, the scale with which you measure whether you are successful or not, if it changes, it shows you are getting mature. If it stays with the same scale, dollar, if it stays in the same scale, money, please be very clear, not only you will not be able to measure your life clearly, second thing, you will be sure failure, third thing, you will again start your whole game from day one. From day one, how you came to the planet Earth, with the same maturity, you will start your next life also. In all three ways, you will be a failure. A man whose scale has not become mature. It's a very important thing. If only dollar is your scale, if only outer world comfort is your scale, be very clear, again and again you will feel you could have done little more. You could have done little more. I could have done little more. I think I missed. Let me tell you a small story. One barber, king's barber, that guy used to live a very happy life. Every day morning, he will go and shave king's face. King will give 10 coins. He will come back to the house. He will live his life happily with the 10 gold coins. Next day, he will again go, shave the barber's face, shave the king's face, come back, have his 10 coins salary, live his life. His life was really beautiful, blissful. Nothing to bother about. There is nothing about which he is worried. He was happy. One day, when he was coming back from king's palace, suddenly he heard a voice. He heard a voice. Booming voice. Dear son, do you want pot filled with gold coins? This man said, pot filled with gold coins. But what am I going to do? I have no use for that. My expense is $10 and that is enough. My expense is just 10 gold coin. That is enough. I don't need anything more. The booming voice says, all right, I'll give you 24 hours to think. You can go to your house, you can discuss with your wife, come back tomorrow and tell me. This poor guy, he could have at least kept quiet. He went and opened his mouth to his wife. Now you know. You fool, don't you have sense? You should have brought that jar. and you never did this for me, you never did that for me. Throughout my life, I am wearing the same sari. You have never given me any jewelry. You never got this for me. You never took me here. You never took me there. What did I enjoy after marrying you? I always tell, marriage is 3-ring circus. One is engagement ring. Next is wedding ring. Third is suffering. Engagement ring, wedding ring, and suffering. She starts shouting at him. This guy says, all right, don't worry. The booming voice has given me time. Till tomorrow morning, I have time to decide. Next day morning, I will talk to him and get the pot. He goes there. Next day morning, he asks that voice, please give me that jar. Immediately, Yaksha is appearing there. Yaksha means a man who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. Who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. In India, there will be a lot of this agricultural fields. They will keep 2-3 dogs. The dogs neither they will eat nor they will allow other animals to come and eat. Same way, if you have wealth, neither you enjoy nor you share with others. You are called Yaksha. Yaksha is a person who has got wealth, neither he enjoys nor he shares with the world. I always tell people, either you do dana or you become Mahadani. If you do dana, a little bit you will share and you will also enjoy, others also will enjoy. If you don't do small danas, you will become Mahadani, means you will leave everything and go away. Once for all. Yaksha is a person who has got enough wealth, but he never enjoys and never shares with others. Somehow he appears and he says, have this jar. This jar has got 990 gold coins. Just 10 gold coins less. Just 10 gold coins less. The guy brought the gold jar back to the house. He is very happy that he can spend it for at least 990 days. He can be happy. He spends $10, at least 99 days he can spend. The moment wife got the jar, she said, what is this? The jar is not over. The jar is not overflowing. There is something missing. He said, I don't know. This is the way I got the jar. The Yaksha told me it is a little less. She started worrying. If it is full, overflowing, how nice it will be. It would have been so nice. Anyhow, next day, the barber comes back. She takes all the gold coins and puts it in that jar. She wants the jar to overflow. Again, the jar is little low. It is not full because Yaksha's jar never gets filled. Yaksha's jar means your mind. Your mind is Yaksha's jar. Yaksha's jar is made of our kapala, our head. However you may have, whatever you may get, in 10 days you will feel it is not sufficient. In 10 days your mind will take everything for granted. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Without that, as if your life will not move. That's a basic important thing for your life. Once you achieve it, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. The mind is such, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Once you achieve, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. She feels there is something missing. Next day again, she takes the money from barber and puts it into the jar. Again, it is little low. It's almost, but it is not full. Continuously 1 week, she is not giving food for barber. She is not giving anything to him. She takes away all the money and she wants only one thing, that jar should overflow. By 1 week, this fellow has become tired, dull. His face has become very dull. King started inquiring, what happened? You used to look so fresh. What happened to you? For last 1 week, you are tired. And you started thinking about something. You have started worrying. What happened to you? Did you accept Yaksha's jar? King asks him, did you accept any gold part from anybody? Suddenly, Barber is just shocked. He says, "Oh king, how do you know?" King says, "Whomsoever is suffering in this country, whomsoever is unhappy in this country, all of them have accepted Yaksha's jar." Please be very clear. Go back to your house and see, do you have a Yaksha's jar or not? If you are worrying, if you are suffering, there is every chance in your house you are having Yaksha's jar. If you have Yaksha's jar, of course, when I say Yaksha's jar, it may not be there in your house, it will be there in your head. Yaksha's jar is made out of kapala, means the head, which always makes you feel you are not enough, you are not complete, you are not full. The head which makes you think continuously you are not enough, you are not complete, is what is Yaksha's jar. When you go back to your house, check once. Do you have Yaksha's jar in your house? Be very clear. Sometimes Yakshas hand over the jar in the form of bank balance. Don't think you may have just a bar. You may have just a jar. Don't think it will be just only in the form of a jar. It may be in your mind. Man who is continuously feeling that he is not fulfilled, or man who is measuring his whole life with the scale of wealth, will never feel fulfilled. Because he has got Yaksha's jar in his house, he will have only more and more suffering. Yaksha's jar will never be fulfilled. Yaksha's jar will never be filled. First we need to understand with what scale you are going to measure your life, whether your life is beneficial or not. That itself has to be defined. Only then you can enter, you can choose the path. The end of the day, end of your life, at the end of your life, how you are going to measure your life, that whether it was successful or not. Now itself let you be very clear. What is the scale? Here Arjuna asks, Sanyasam karmanam Krishna punar yoganja samsasi Yasreya Yedayo Regam Danme Bruhi Sunischitam. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two, karma or sannyasa, which of the two is more beneficial? We are all again and again asking this question to ourselves. Man is dilemma. Please be very clear. Your mind is nothing but dilemma. Your mind will be alive as long as you are caught between the extremes. The moment you come to any single conclusion, you will be liberated. The moment you reach any conclusion, you will be liberated. You will be ignorant as long as you are moving from this extreme to that extreme. Don't say ignorance is bliss. If ignorance is bliss, why so many people are suffering in the planet Earth? Why do you think so many are suffering? Ignorance is not bliss. Innocence is bliss. That is different. Innocence means you will not carry a scale with which continuously you will be measuring your life. Ignorance means you will have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill your life according to your scale. If you neither have scale nor have a goal, then no problem. But here, you have intelligence, you have intellect, you have enough of intellect to have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill it. That is what I call ignorance. First thing we need to understand is man as such is a disease. The first and last disease is dilemma. Dilemma is the disease with which he starts his life and ends his life. I can't even say ends. He will be in a dilemma whether to end or not. It is just taken away from him. It is just taken away from him. Why do you think worry kills more people than work? Because more people worry than work. Worry is nothing but dilemma. Here, Arjuna is having a dilemma. Which is more beneficial for me? If you look into the whole life as a utility, some way of benefit, please be very clear, you are creating, you are building your own hell. Life has no separate benefit. Life itself is benefit. You cannot measure your life whether it is success or failure with a scale. If you have a scale, please be very clear. If you don't achieve, you will feel life is a failure. If you achieve, you will face the depression of success. That's all. Both the way, you are going to be in trouble. Life itself is a benefit. If you ask which of the two is more beneficial, that also more beneficial. Business mind, a pure business mind, with life you cannot do business. Whole life cannot be business. Be very clear. At some point, you need to relax from business. You need to relax from the business mentality. I always tell people, at least half an hour per day, at least 30 minutes per day, do something which will not get dollars for you. Some painting, some writing, some poetry. When you start painting yourself, don't start thinking of a big gallery. I'll make all these paintings and put gallery in New York and make money. When you start writing few poems, don't start thinking of Nobel Prize. I'll publish this and it will become like Gitanjali, then I will have Nobel Prize. No. Without thinking about any result, benefit, just do something. Go to a place like this, some temple, clean it, wipe it. Don't think, I'll become leader of volunteer batch. The moment you take the broomstick in your hand, start mopping, start cleaning the room, start cleaning the temple, you start planning how to have a volunteer batch and how to become leader of that batch. All you need to do is only one thing, a simple technique. The whole thing is now reduced to one line message. Let all your mental thoughts, let all your physical deeds be directed towards the gratitude to the divine. Don't work out of fear or greed, because whatever you achieve out of your greed, you are not going to feel fulfilled. It's like a pouring ghee into the fire. Can you quench the fire by pouring ghee into it? Never. So you will never be able to feel the fulfillment. So all your actions done out of greed will only make your senses weak and tired. Same way, all your laziness done out of fear will only make your mind restless, because you may not do anything physically, but your mind will be worrying. If you have become karma yogi out of greed, your senses will be only weakened, because how much you will run? All that running will make only your senses weak. If you become sannyasi out of fear, again, you may not do anything physically, but whole day you will be sitting and worrying. A small story, one-liner. When a man don't have money, the problem is money. When he has got money, the problem is sex. When he has got sex, the problem is comforts. When he has got comforts, when everything goes well, he starts worrying about the death. He has started bothering about the death. He has started thinking about death. Something or other will be going on in your mind. Don't think people who have become sannyasis, who are sitting in the Himalayas, they are in the bliss. They are in ecstasy. No. Unless they change the attitude, they cannot experience joy. Unless the attitude changes, they cannot experience bliss. Bliss is directly related to your attitude. Being, doing and having. Your whole life will be directed to doing and having if you are caught in fear and greed. If you center yourself into the being, doing and having, both will happen through you with a tremendous ecstasy. Never work out of greed, because that is waste. Never work out of fear. Again it is waste. Never become silent out of fear, because there is nothing to lose. Never become silent out of fear, because why should you be afraid? Whether you are afraid or not, everything is going to be taken away. Why not be blissful? Same way, never work out of greed, because whatever you achieve is going to be taken away. Then why should you waste your life in working? Both the corners. Understand? There is a beautiful story. One man goes to Ramakrishna and asks for money as a blessing. Ramakrishna will never bless for money. He will never bless for money. He goes to Ramakrishna and asks, Master, please bless me. I should have wealth. Finally, Ramakrishna says, all right, let you have wealth. You'll be surprised. He was working. He was not working actually. He used to collect paper from road. The roadside, he will collect the papers. And he will go to house and collect the old paper and make money out of it. He used to make his living out of it. The day Ramakrishna blessed, something happened. Within 10 years, he became the owner of a very big magazine called Ananda Bazar Patrika. If you are from Calcutta, you know. The founder of Ananda Bazar Patrika is disciple of Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna blessed him, you will have wealth. Till today the magazine is running. And you will be surprised. You don't have kids. You don't have kids. In the end of the life he says, oh God, now I realize I asked for wealth from Master. Now I understand. Throughout my life, I did only one thing. I worked like a donkey, that's all, nothing else. I created the whole thing and I am now leaving it and going away. I just worked for somebody who is going to enjoy this wealth. So if you work out of greed, please be very clear, one day you will repent. One day you will repent. Why do you think parents are so possessive of children? Because they have vengeance inside. I worked, created so much wealth, I am leaving it for you. Why don't you fellow obey for my words? Listen to my words. All the possessiveness comes because you suffered and created the wealth. That is why you have so much of possessiveness. You try to control them so much. If the wealth is created without suffering, when you give also, it will be like a graceful. You will give gracefully as a gift. You will not bind him in so many ways. You will not torture him. You will not expect him to do so many things. You will not play with your wealth. You will clearly write will in an open way. Why do you think people write always their will secretly? Why do you think people write their will secretly? So that they will be dangling the carrot. It is nothing but dangling the carrot. The guy should be continuously behind them. The person who has created wealth out of suffering, when he gives the wealth, he will share, he will give the suffering also. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I hear that parents' karma will come to the son. Children, is it true? Surely the sins and merits of the parents will not come to you, but the mental setup will come to you. Because they will try to force that on you. They will try to force that mental setup on you. They will expect that you should live as they want. They will try. We always try to fulfill our ambitions through our kids. If you want to become doctor, if you have not achieved, if you have not become doctor, you try to fulfill your ambition through your kids. You try to fulfill your ambitions through the next generation. Never do that. If you do that, you will be destroying their life. You will be sharing not only your wealth, your suffering also. The man who created the wealth out of suffering will give suffering to the person to whom he gives the wealth. And next thing, if he is not able to torture the son or the daughter who is receiving the wealth, he will start suffering. If he knows this fellow is not going to listen to me, he is not going to live as I want, he will start suffering. I am leaving all these things, believing him. I don't know what will happen. I don't know what he will do. When he dies, he will have worst death. He will be like a yaksha. He will come back and sit on the property. Be very clear. He will not let even his son to enjoy that property. He will come back and sit on that property. I have seen many litigation cases. The parents, when they give their wealth to kids, somehow or other, even after 30, 40 years, the kids will not be able to enjoy that wealth. Be very clear, it means the property is with Yaksha. The guy has come back and he is sitting as Yaksha in the property. Neither he will enjoy nor he will allow others to enjoy. If the property will be in Indian litigation, Indian court. In Indian courts, you know, when judgments come. The last judgment day. Only on that day all the judgments are given. And when the last judgment day, neither you know, nor I know. I don't know whether God knows or not. There is a small story. American president goes to God and asks God, when our country will become number one? God says, 50 years. Then he thinks, array 50 years, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. He starts weeping. Next, Russian president goes and asks God, God, when will our country become first? He says, 100 years. Oh, neither I will be alive nor my son will be alive. He starts weeping. Indian chief, he goes and asks God, God, when will India become chief? God starts weeping. I don't know whether I will be alive or not. Till that time, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. So be very clear, whenever the judgment comes, it takes its own sweet time. For a file to move from one table to another table, if the file grows the leg and moves by itself, only then it is possible. Otherwise, it takes its own sweet time. What to do? Truth has to be told, nothing else can be done. We have to share the truth. It means the Yaksha is sitting. Again and again, we share what we create. That's what I always tell people. If the wealth is created out of pain body, you will transfer the pain body also to the next generation along with the wealth. If it is created out of just relaxed mood, out of voluntary decision, or I can say without any strong motivation. One important thing we should understand, working without motivation is completely unheard in the West. All the people who are working in the field of mind, psychologists, psychiatrists, the people who do research in the field of mind, all the scientists always emphasize, without motivation you cannot work. That is why so many motivational gurus in the West. West is haunted by motivational gurus. So many motivational gurus. Please be very clear, these scientists, these psychologists, these doctors have come to the conclusion after doing analysis on patients, not on an enlightened man. They never had a specimen of a Buddha. They never encounter an enlightened man. That is the reason they say work without motivation is impossible. I tell you, work without motivation is the only work. Work without motivation will never make you tired. Will never make you tired. Every moment you will be ecstatic. You will be working out of bliss. First he gives the technique to enter into that state. Then he says, if you can stay in the same state, you are liberated.
Yes, so work without motivation is the only work. Only then you will enjoy, you'll be blissful. So with this beautiful revelation, we'll be moving forward. But before that, we have a few people who have joined us. We have Ma Yao Jenao Nithyananda. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome to the Paramashivoham. Yes. So we'll be entering into the intra-analyzation exercise of what is the right technique, or yes, we'll be entering a technique. What is the right attitude that we should have so that we start creating wealth in our life? See, wealth is a very much intrinsic part of our life. But many people are able to create wealth, many people are not able to create wealth. So what is the right attitude that we should have to create wealth? Understand, all your mental thoughts, let all your physical deeds be directed towards gratitude to the divine. So all your mental thoughts, physical deeds should be directed towards the divine, gratitude to the divine. And don't work out of greed and fear. As Swamiji was just saying, work without motivation, fear, or greed is the only work. So when you don't work out of fear or greed, you start even enjoying the work. Because whatever you achieve out of greed, you are not going to be fulfilled by it. It's like when you are working out of greed, it's like pouring ghee. Ghee is a clarified butter. So when you are pouring ghee or clarified butter into the fire, this is how is work out of greed. So by putting ghee into the fire, you can never be quenched. You can never quench the fire by pouring ghee into it. It can never happen. So you will never get the feeling of fulfillment. All your actions done out of greed will only make your senses weak and tired.
Yes, in the same way, any laziness that is coming out of fear will only make the mind restless. Because we might not be doing it physically, but the mind will be continuously churning, continuously worrying.
Yes. And understand, your fear is rooted in Swadhisthana Chakra. Swadhisthana Chakra is where it is situated. It's 2 inches below the navel. So below the navel, the 2 inches below the navel is your Swadhisthana Chakra. That is where it's situated. So your greed is rooted in Muladhara. Understand? Your greed is situated in Muladhara. Your fear is situated in Swadhisthana Chakra. And as Muladhara is at the root of the spine, that is the lowest chakra.
So now let us get into this technique, requesting everyone to please sit straight and close your eyes. Let your head, neck, and spine be in a straight line. Let us intensely pray to the ultimate energy, the Parabrahma, Krishna, that is giving us this experience for this meditation. So first thing, let us visualize that all our senses are completely shut. Let us visualize the eyes are completely closed. So requesting everyone, please let us do this. Requesting everyone to enter into this technique. So let us, first of all, close our eyes. Sit with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us visualize that all the senses are completely shut. So let us visualize all our senses are completely shut. Let's visualize our eyes are completely closed. Don't allow any visualization to happen inside your being. So not only closing the eyelids, but close the eyes. Visualize that your eyeballs have become completely dark. and you are seeing only darkness in front of you.
Now, visualize your ears are shut. Then visualize your senses of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. Visualize your face shut. Feel deeply. All your 5 senses are shut. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Let your consciousness reside between the Angya Chakra, between the 2 eyebrows, the Angya Chakra. In a very relaxed way, let you be aware of the space between the 2 eyebrows. Don't concentrate and don't tense yourself. Be very relaxed, deeply relaxed. In a very relaxed way, bring the awareness.
Yes, let us go deeply into the Anya Chakra. In the space between the 2 eyebrows. Visualize a beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Anya Chakra, your 3rd eye, just between the eyebrows. Let you experience this beautiful, blissful light in your Anya Chakra. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness just sit in the Anya Chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the 2 eyebrows. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the 2 eyebrows. And let you rest in the space between the 2 eyebrows in a very relaxed way.
Let your Muladhara be relaxed, which is the root of the spine. Let root of your spine be relaxed. Then move to the next chakra, the Swadhisthana chakra. Let your Swadhisthana be relaxed. Let your whole consciousness come up to the Angya chakra, the space between the 2 eyebrows. Let you concentrate in the space between the eyebrows. Let you relax in Agya chakra. space between the two eyebrows.
So let us visualize a cool, soothing light in the Ajna chakra, in the space between the two eyebrows. Relax in the same Ajna chakra, the third eye, between your two eyebrows. Forget about the world. Forget all other parts of your body. Forget all about your mind. Forget about the body. Forget about the world. Remember only the Ajna chakra, the third eye, just between the eyebrows. Relax in the same state in your Ajna chakra, your third eye.
Let you relax in the same space of eternal consciousness. Let you be beyond the body, mind. Let your intelligence be awakened. Let you work your eternal consciousness. Let you have the pleasant awareness of Ajna chakra. Now, slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes and let you start staying in the same mood at least for next 10 days. That's a very powerful technique that Swamiji has given all of us to have the right attitude towards creating wealth, to maintain this space, this mood for the next 10 days.
All right, you can relax now. That was a wonderful technique to center ourselves in the Ajna chakra. All right, so now let us move forward with the next segment. And the next segment is another detox technique. So over the entire program, we've had a number of different detoxing techniques. So again, detoxing is important to remove the toxins that we have put into our bodies during our entire life, whether through eating habits, socializing habits, drinking, smoking, whatever they may be, and so many other habits, so many other ways that we have put these toxins into our body. So it is important to remove these toxins to allow our body to start functioning the way it's meant to, because all of these toxins are inhibiting the body, are stopping the body from functioning well. And because of this, two things. First, because it's, and secondly, all the toxins that we put in our body that stay there, stuck in our body, they start having their own intelligence, and they start having an influence on our consciousness, influence on our habits, on our mental setup. So it's important to remove these toxins to allow, once again, our body to work in its peak condition. So let us enter into the detox technique. This one is from Ayurveda, and it is probably the most important detoxing technique, the most important thing that we recommend everyone take, and it's Haritaki. So you've heard us, if you've been with us from the start of the program, Haritaki is so important. It is one of the most important detoxing techniques that we use. We recommend everyone to take Haritaki powder before they go to sleep every night. And it will work during the night on your body, removing these toxins. In the morning, you'll be able to expel these toxins out of your body. Understand, Ayurveda itself very clearly describes this wonderful powder, Haritaki, as much more than your own mother. Haritaki will literally do much more good to you than your own mother. See, understand, just to give an example, when you start worrying, every worry that you have starts becoming like a small bubble of ulcer in your intestine. And this is not allowing that psychological pattern like a sediment to settle in your system. So by taking Haritaki powder, it won't allow that to settle as a psychological pattern in your system. So if you take Haritaki every day, it will not settle, not even in the physical level. Even physically, it will just be cleansed and be kicked out.
And Haritaki powder increases the oxygen level in your body 300% and cleanses the whole system. Only with Haritaki powder you can understand the subtle truth. Yes, this is one of the powerful revelation of Swamiji, as how Haritaki powder, when you take Haritaki powder, you are able to understand the subtle truth. And if there is a heaviness or constipation in the stomach, which is the usual state of almost all human beings, you will not realize, you will not listen, you will not understand. Half your time you will be switched off.
So how to take Haritaki powder? So if you have Haritaki powder, we'll be going through how to take it itself. If you don't have Haritaki powder, we recommend that you go out and buy it. You might go by a different name in your location. So please check online to see what Haritaki is actually called in your region. But basically taking 1 full teaspoon with a glass of water, a little bit warm water, so it's preferable to cold water. Now, if you can't swallow it, it has a bitter taste. If you can't swallow it, then you can search for the Haritaki tablets. So you can have Haritaki tablets. Just check for the same equivalent. So 1 full teaspoon, however many tablets it takes. Usually, probably around 5 tablets. If you do take the tablets, so if you do search for and find tablets, make sure you check that the casing of the tablets is from a vegan or plant-based origin. Make sure it is not from animal. So requesting everyone, please make sure that you get the vegan casings for the Haritaki tablets. And again, powder is best. Powder is best because it heals the gums. So especially if you have bleeding, it will help you with that. And also anything related to the gums, anything related to mouth smell, all of that, in the powder form, it will go into your every little bits and pieces of your mouth, and it will remove all the whatever issues you have, mouth smell, bleeding gums, anything like that. It will heal all of that. And once again, it increases oxygen level by 300%. So 300% oxygen level in your body. And of course, oxygen is very important for the body's healing system. So 300% increase in oxygen. And of course, it cleanses the whole system. This is the main thing it does. It cleanses cleanses the whole system of all the toxins that you have accumulated over years and years of incorrect habits, eating habits, socializing habits, whatever they may be. So it is such a good detox technique So requesting everyone once again, if you don't have it, please make sure you search for it wherever you are and get it, and start taking it tonight. Start taking it as soon as possible. All right. If you have any questions in terms of Haditaki, please do let us know. So there's different ways you can take it. You can, if you have it in powder form, you can either just put the powder in your mouth and take a glass of water and just drink it down. Some people find it easier to put it directly into the glass of water, glass, and add water and mix it and then drink it. Others turn it into a paste and have it. Maybe even dip it in some sugar or something sweet to mask the bitter taste of it. But we don't recommend that you have too much sugar. Please make sure that you keep it safe. All right. So with that, let us now move on to the next segment, which is the power manifestation. And today we have the power of Mahima. So requesting everyone, if you have any questions, once again, please do let us know. It's very important that you do start detoxing. See, Swamiji beautifully tells us, even if you've had to take the example of non-veg lifestyle, so eating animal products, even 5 years down the track. So let's say you've been vegan or pure vegetarian for the last 5 years. Even 5 years ago, you still have these toxins in your body that you have ingested from a non-veg lifestyle. So it is so important, and slowly your body will come to the space where it can work from the way it's meant to work. All right. So now let us get ready for the power manifestation. I'm requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras. So if you haven't switched on your cameras yet, requesting please switch on your camera and let us be available in the camera frame itself. So requesting Ma Charmaine Muse, Ma Eve, Ma Nistrigonia, Ma Nartanapriya, Ma Dora Swarupni, please switch on your cameras, be available in the camera frame. Meanwhile, let us get into this power manifestation. We'll start off with the Shastra Pramana, which is a scriptural reference of this science of the Ashtama Shaktis.
So we'll be today manifesting the power of Mahima. This is one of the power of Ashtamaha Shakti. So the verse is taken from Shiv Samhita, chapter 5, 76 to 78. And the verse goes as Maranam khadyate tena sakena pi khadyate tasya sat parama siddhir animadi guna prada vayu sancharate dehe tasavriddhi bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagara piyusamapi vardhate. Paramashiva says, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest power such as Anima, Lakhima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body are also increased. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankaja, also increases in him. So with this, we'll be entering into the power manifestation itself, the power of manifesting the power of Mahima, where you'll be reducing the weight of any object. You can take any object from your household. It can be any cup. It can be even a sports equipment, part of the furniture, any small items you can take. And make sure the first initial step is measure the weight of the object. So just take few minutes, have the object with you, measure the weight of that object. So you can, if you have the measuring scale, the weighing scale with you, you can use that. That's the best way to enter into the manifestation. Yes, thank you, Ma Eve. So once you have the initial weight, see, if you don't have the weighing scale, you can, if it's a small object, you can keep it on your palm and have the approximation of the weight. Of course, this is not the precise method. The precise method is having the weighing scale and measuring the weight. So these are other alternatives. So we can keep the object on the palm, have the approximation of the weight. So let's take few minutes and let's measure the weight of the object. And then we'll be entering into reducing the weight of the object that you have chosen. So just take few minutes, few seconds, few moments, and let's measure the weight of the object. And then let's enter into the manifestation, reducing the weight of the object. So just sit with your head and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Remember, you are Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Any thought, any self-doubt that comes up for your declaration to be in oneness with Paramashivoham, simply unclutch. Just bring your awareness to the third eye and start connecting with Swamiji to the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. And have that intense declaration to manifest this power, the power of Mahima, reducing the weight of the object. Have that strong sankalpa, strong declaration that you are going to manifest. And simply when you start having that declaration, simply you'll see that decision is powerful enough, your intention is powerful enough for you to manifest the power. So keep chanting the Mahavakya and let's enter into this round of our manifestation. Let's begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now slowly you can relax. All right. So let's take one and let's start comparing. Actually, take the second measurement of the weight of the same object, which you had taken the initial measurement. So have the second measurement and compare it with the initial measurement that you had taken and check the difference, whether it has increased, whether it has decreased, or even if there is no change. You can share that as well. So just take few seconds, measure the weight once again of the same object and let us know what is the comparison, what is the difference between the two weights.
Yes, requesting everyone to please take a moment and share. So after you've taken the second measurement, let us know how you went. So in this power manifestation, we are reducing the weight of an object made of composite materials or any object that we have picked from the household. We're requesting everyone to now let us know how you went in terms of reducing the weight. Were you able to reduce the weight? Did you see a significant drop in the measurement or in the weight of the object? Perhaps you just weighed it on your hand, whatever method you use. Take a moment and let us know. Meanwhile, let us get ready for the next segment, which is once again a revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on how to transcend your desires. So understand having desires is not wrong. But let us see how to formulate these desires to allow us to accumulate wealth. How to transcend our desires. So we'll be entering into that shortly, and then we'll have a meditation technique after that as well, guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us get ready for this segment where Swamiji will be revealing on how to transcend our desires. Let us begin.
In Sanskrit, we call viraga. Understand? Viraga means going beyond attachments. Vairagya. Going beyond. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means going beyond attachment and detachment. Going beyond desires and desirelessness. Let me read the sutra. I'll give the translation of the sutra. Then enter into the sutra. Enter into the truth. When some desire comes, consider it. Then suddenly quit. Suddenly unclutch and experience the truth in you. It's a very simple sutra. Very simple. That is why it's so complicated. All simple things need you to be simple. Understand? When the truth is delivered in a simple way, they take it for granted. You are already in a simple space, in an innocent space. Here, Shiva is delivering a beautiful truth. I can say This is essence of all spiritual literatures. Essence of all spiritual literatures. One more thing you need to understand. Never you can have the benefits of spirituality unless you practice it, go into it honestly. People come and ask me, Swamiji, is there a shortcut to enlightenment? I tell them, only when you drop the idea of shortcut, you will achieve enlightenment. As long as you have the idea of the shortcut, shortcut means what? Trying to grab something without putting your energy or effort to it. Fortunately, there is no shortcut to enlightenment. Otherwise, you will suffer. See, great energy, great understanding, great truths should happen to us only when we are matured enough to receive it. When you are not matured enough, if you are just greedy of the truth, seeing a life or joy or bliss of an enlightened being, be very clear, you will create trouble for yourself. I have seen many times, people see the joy, they see the ecstasy and energy I radiate, and they become greedy of the state in which I am living. But when I ask them to go through the steps, they say, no, this is not what we wanted. Understand? It's real fun. This is not what we wanted. They think just a learning or few words can give you the ultimate truth. No. Physical health or personality development happens as a side effect or as a byproduct when you go towards the enlightenment. But spirituality is not just for your health or your mental well-being or just self-development. Do not stop or do not think that is everything. That is where the problem starts. I have seen people. They see the space in which enlightened being is living or the joy or the energy radiates, but they can't work to be in that space, to achieve that space. Spiritual growth cannot be extension of your being. There should be a complete unclutching between what you were and what you are. There should be a clear unclutching, disconnection between the past and the present. I have seen in the West many kinds of the self-development programs or the personality development programs becoming successful and popular. They became very successful and popular because they do not teach the true spirituality. They just do a little bit of cosmetic job, like a good cream for skin or little bit of massage. That's all. And you feel good about it. But the true spirituality is not massage, operation. It is radiation. True spirituality, true enlightenment is straight away penetrating your being. Then you get frightened. Then you get frightened. Shiva is saying here, when some desire comes, consider it, then suddenly quit it, unclutch from it. It's a very strong truth. Straight away he is telling, whenever a desire arises in you, consider, means just see, don't judge. If you judge they are wrong, you will not be able to drop. The moment you say something is wrong, unconsciously you have started enjoying it. Because from the young age, you are trained to enjoy which society says wrong. Shiva is not here just to give you a little massage or just to give you a little cream. No. He is here to straight away transform your whole being. He will put his hand straight away on the tumor and remove it. He will straight away do the radiation. He is talking to disciple, not just to a visitor. Understand? Visitor is a person who feels greed towards the joy or the energy which Master radiates. Disciple is a person who is courageous enough to go through the process and imbibe the truth. Disciple is totally different from a visitor. Here, Devi is living with Shiva. She is a disciple. First, I should narrate the story of Devi, consort of Shiva. Then you will understand to whom these great truths can be delivered, who is qualified to receive those truths. Devi was born to a king called Himaraja. He was called as a Daksha Raja also. His father was a great king, very big king. Naturally, she lived a luxurious life, very luxurious life. But when she decided, I am going to stay with Mahadeva, stay with Shiva, she just decided, I am going to go and stay with him. Mahadeva, Shiva was living in burial ground, cremation ground. He did not have his own house. He did not have his own home. He is homeless. He is a great yogi, Mahatapasvi. If you see all the things around Shiva, things which society does not want, because he is such a compassionate being, all the useful things he gives it away to the society. His ornaments are very cheap Rudraksha beads, not diamonds and gold. His staying place is a smashana, cremation ground, not any palace. All useful things he gives it away to the society. He uses only what is not useful to the society. When Devi wants to go and stay with Mahadeva, Shiva, her father is objecting. No, you can't go and stay with him. You will not be comfortable. You won't be happy. He doesn't have things to take care of you. She says beautifully, here I may be luxurious but not blissful. With him I may not have the luxury, but I will be blissful. Devi leaves everything and her father is warning her. If you go leaving me, you should not come back, because now it is a prestige problem. Daughter living with some beggar. She said, that's okay. She left everything, went and stayed with Mahadeva in the Himalayan hills. To her, he is teaching. That is why he is able to give the truth straight away. I always tell people, to receive the truth straight away, you need tapas, means austere life. You need to go through the penance. Only then truth can be shared as it is. See, truth presented to people who are just going to use that to develop a little bit of their life, like a lubrication. Nothing more than that. Just a lubrication, little bit of lubrication. They will go back to the same life and society and live in the same way. That is one kind of crowd. For them, you can't share the truth as it is. You will have to do different packaging. Just the way in which their greed can be awakened. They can be satisfied. But there is another one kind of a truth. We call that as Paramarthika Satya in Sanskrit. The ultimate truth, who are really seekers, and who are ready to go through the penance, who are ready to go through the austerity, who are really interested in transformation, not just consolation. I have seen many times people get inspired to enter into the spiritual life just because a little bit of solution which they experience in the beginning. No. I tell them no. Spirituality is not just life solutions. It is life transformation. It is life transformation. You radiating the truth will happen only when you are ready for austerity. Only when you are ready for the truth. Only when you are ready to leave what you think as you. Only when you are ready to disconnect and clutch from what you think as you. When some desire arises, when some desire comes, consider it and then suddenly drop it, unclutch it, unclutch from it. Very simple. In one sutra, Shiva is finishing and he says, just be enlightened. Actually, you don't need more words to experience the truth at all. For any person to become enlightened, this is more than enough. This is more than enough. Here, Shiva is telling the essence of everything. The essence is already here, available. He says, when some desire comes, when some desire arises, unclutch. He is not telling, slowly do, little bit this. No. No Vishivashi. Straight away he is telling, when some desire arises, consider it. Consider it means witness it. Don't judge. Just see it. See. Then the moment you have seen it, unclutch from it. He is teaching pure renunciation. People may ask, how can it be possible? How can we renounce? Then suffer, nothing wrong. That's all. Simple. People come and ask me many times, renunciation is very difficult, Swamiji. How to renounce? I tell them, don't bother, then suffer. Then life will teach you. two things. Either you learn from enlightened master or life will teach you. Life is going to teach you. If you learn from master, it will be a lot more easy because he will talk to you in the language which you can directly understand. Life, the language life speaks, you may not directly understand it. So it will give you strong punches. By the time you start realizing those punches, by the time you start interpreting and understanding the messages conveyed to you through the life, through the incidents in your life, the incidents which it is creating in your life, it will be too late. Understand? Either you learn from master directly, who is talking to you the same English in which you understand, the English in which you also communicate, you also relate. If you learn from him, it will be a lot more easy because you don't have to go through the painful experiences straight away. See, it's more like he has done a big research and development and he knows the truths of the inner software. Here he is ready with the software. Just download and start living it. But when you want to create your own software, of course you can. Then you have to live your life, go through the experiences. By the time you learn how to pick up the lessons from the experiences, how to interpret the experiences, you are ready to die. Life is over. Life is over. In Sanskrit, we have two words, Anubhava, Anubhuti. Anubhava means lessons you learn from the experiences. Understand? Anubhava means the experience, and learning lessons. For example, first you touch the charcoal fire and say, oh, charcoal fire will burn. Then you touch the cigarette fire. Oh, cigarette fire also will burn. Then you touch lighter fire. Oh, lighter fire also will burn. Like this, you touch all varieties of fire. By the time you understand all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burnt. This is what we call Anubhava, learning through experience. It goes on and on and on. Next is called Anubhuti, learning from intelligence, learning from enlightenment. Example for this Anubhuti is, once you touch one fire and get burnt, immediately you realize, oh, all fire will burn. This is called Anubhuti. Understand? Anubhava will demand, learning through experience will demand your whole life, painful. In the end, you will say the same thing which Shiva is saying. You will say the same thing which Buddha is saying. You will see the same thing what Jesus is saying. You will see the same thing which Mahavira is saying. All the great masters, what they are saying, you will see it and say it, but it will be too late. It will be little too late. somebody goes to Ramakrishna, a great enlightened being, lived in India in 19th century. I think end of the in 1886 he passed away. He left the body. Great being, great enlightened master. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, is there a way to connect outer world and the inner world and live with both? Ramakrishna says, yes, there is a way. You can enjoy both. But first, you have to achieve the inner world. First, achieve the inner world means first, forget about the outer world. Put your energy, turn your energy towards the inner world. Achieve the inner space. Then suddenly you will see, you will have the outer world but not disturbed by it. He gives a beautiful example. Boat, which always stays on the water, but water should never stay inside the boat. Boat can stay on the water, but water can't stay on the boat. Achieving the inner space, which is not moved by anything. Achieving the intense energy and excitement, which is independent of anything, is a basic need. Here, Shiva is also saying the same thing. First, let you achieve the inner space. Let you achieve the inner space. Unless that happens in you, no help is possible. I have seen many people using the great spiritual truths in a different way, promising to develop yourself as a personality development programs, or to create wealth, or to create some other things of the outer world to you. I can also sell with that packaging. It's not a big thing. It is not a big thing. But understand, the truth, the ultimate truth is totally different. The truth of enlightenment is totally different. And I really feel this happened because you do not go to learn the truth from the source. To reach the source, you need to walk up the hill. So you are now dependent on the bottled waters, who are labeling it. No, it is from the source. It may be from the source. By the time they bottle it, label it, and bring it to you, enough corruption has happened. Enough of dilution has happened. Enough of pollution has happened. At least with water, we have some system. We can transport it without pollution, but with the truth, the moment it goes to somebody's head, and if he does not become enlightened, and if it comes out, it is polluted, corrupted. It's already corrupted. I always tell people, even if it is a little difficult, learn from enlightened sources. Learn from authentic tradition. It will be little difficult. They will take little time. They will demand little austerity. They will demand little bit of penance, tapas. They will demand little time and energy and your attention. But you will reach the truth. You will achieve the truth. There is no instant packaging. There is no shortcut for enlightenment. Mahadeva is saying, when some desire comes, arises, consider it, then suddenly unclutch from it. He is not telling, cherish the desire, it's okay. No. He is saying, suddenly unclutch. Before even the mind starts arguing with you, should I unclutch or not? Suddenly unclutch. If you are arguing with the mind, you will never unclutch. I always tell people, don't think before you jump. If you think, you will never jump. See in your life, if you are thinking, you will never jump. You will jump only the moment you stop thinking. Only when you stop thinking, you will take decision. Don't think before you jump. People always tell, think twice before you jump. I say no. If you think, you will never jump. Here Mahadeva is telling, suddenly unclutch. Before even your mind becomes aware, unclutch. You are enlightened. There is a beautiful story. One lady goes to Ramakrishna, great master, and says, Master, my husband is threatening that he will become a Swami. He will leave me and go away. He will renounce the life and go away. Ramakrishna says, don't bother, never it will happen. She was very surprised. She says, no, he is talking very seriously. He is not just joking. Then Ramakrishna tells the incident. Like this, one guy was threatening his wife that I will go away, I will become a Swami, I will renounce and go away. Actually, this is a technique used by frustrated men in India to threaten women. Now really, because in India, women are not economically independent. So if she nags too much, this is the way this guy will respond. So this guy says, I'll go away, I'll become a monk, Swami. She goes and complains to his elder brother, that guy's elder brother, and says, your brother is threatening me that he will become a Swami. Please advise him. Elder brother says, don't bother, never it will happen. Again she is asking, how you say never it will happen? He is very serious, he is talking really seriously. He says, no. How a person will become a Swami? Understand, now see. And just this guy took his cloth and threw it away. Just took one towel and went away. Left the house and became a Swami. The elder brother shows, this is the way people will become a Swami. And he really became Swami. Person who talks will never do. Person who is thinking will never do. Person who is thinking will never jump. Ramakrishna tells this story and tells her, consoles her. Don't bother, person who threatens will never move. Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take one or two steps but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones. I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it. Courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking 1 or 2 steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your mind, then this is technique for you. If somebody is, people come and tell me, Swamiji, what you teach is really wonderful, amazing truth. But how to practice? I am not so mature to practice these great truths as it is. Then I tell them, suffer a little more and come back. The truth as it is, the truth as the truth just transforms, just makes you completely a different being. Whenever some desire arises in you, consider it, see it, witness it, understand it. Suddenly, before your mind is ready with arguments, unclutch from it. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. When you suddenly unclutch, a quantum jump will happen in you. If you are announcing step by step, you will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. You will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. Step by step, never growth happens. Enlightenment is either now or never. Complete yes or complete no. Never happens step by step, never point by point, never like a degree, no. Never like a gradual process. Powerful technique which you can use it every day. Even when you sit morning, if you feel the hunger or thirst, desire to drink water, food, just sit with the desire. Consider it. Don't say right or wrong. Just unclutch before your mind brings up any argument. You may ask, then I should not eat or what? That is secondary. When you are really hungry, when it goes beyond unclutching, you will simply eat. That is different. But this unclutching can surely reduce the number of times and the quantity which you eat. Any desire, whether it is about anger, desire to express your anger, or desire to express your lust, desire to express anything, or desire for some object, just sit, consider the desire, and suddenly, before even your mind is ready, unclutch from it. Unclutch from it. Shiva is giving so many wonderful methods for so many different kinds of beings. The today's technique is for powerful, intense, courageous seekers who are tired of their same way of living, who are really tired of dilemmas, who have suffered enough with their mind, who have lived enough, and who understand the cunningness of their mind. This technique is for them. This technique is for those courageous, few living beings. Suddenly decide, when you consider a desire, suddenly decide that you will unclutch over and do not allow the arguments and just be with that unclutched space. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Maybe now for a few minutes we can sit effortlessly and try how we are able to practice this, how we are able to internalize this. Understand, this technique is not even to be practiced every day. No. This is supposed to be practiced effortlessly, internalized effortlessly. Suddenly at one day, you will unclutch from the very desire of holding on to this body. You will just unclutch. Now, close your eyes for a few minutes. I'll guide you how to consider the desires and how to suddenly unclutch from it before your mind brings any argument. Please close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. If some desires are arising in you, maybe desire to open your eyes or desire to move your body, any desire, just see that desire. Don't judge. There may be so many desires. Do not witness. Do not judge. Do not say right or wrong. Do not suppress. Just see. Don't say, don't think your desire is right or wrong. Just see it. Let your eyes be closed.
Let all the desires arise in you. Don't suppress them. Don't judge them. Don't say they are right or wrong. Just let them happen. Suddenly, before even your mind recognizes, unclutch from all the desire and relax. Do not argue. Do not logically decide. Do not decide based on right or wrong. Just unclutch from all the thoughts.
with your eyes closed, just unclench from all the thoughts. Anything comes up, just unclutch. Just disconnect. Don't judge. Don't say it is right. Don't say it is wrong. Just disconnect. Unclutch.
Om Nithyanandam. Relax. Slowly, very slowly. You can open your eyes. Try, whenever you are caught by strong emotions or strong desires, just sit with it. Don't judge. Don't say right or wrong. Consider it and suddenly unclutch from it without even allowing your logic to question, to come up. When you unclutch, you will see the truth in you.
So a beautiful meditation technique to transcend the desire. As Swami says, when the desire arises, consider it, witness it, and simply unclutch. It's a very powerful technique. As Swami says, all the Shiva Sutras are actually very simple. When the thought arises, consider it and simply unclutch from it. Only when the mind gets complicated, it thinks how to do, how to unclutch, how to consider it. So Shiva Sutras are very direct techniques for the innocent mind. That's why when Devi was ready, Mahadeva, Paramashiva himself directly revealed to Devi. So with this, now we'll be entering into the power manifestation for today. As today we are doing the power of Mahima, this is one of the Asht Mahashaktis. So in this round as well, we'll be manifesting the power of reducing the weight of the object. Once again, requesting all of you, please take an object. It can be a small object as well. Doesn't have a big object. You can find any object. Measure the weight of the object. This is going to be your initial measurement. And once you have measured, take the measurement, note it down. And let's enter into the manifestation. And after, once you have manifested, we'll be measuring the weight once again. I choose to reduce my weight. Ma, you said, very beautiful one. So if you have already taken the current weight, that will be great.
So let's get ready. And as Maivi has shared, so you can decide to reduce your weight, for example. So let us all sit straight. Keep our head, neck, and spine in a straight line, as it allows the Kundalini Shakti, the primordial energy, to rise up through our spine and enter to the higher chakras, to the Sahasrara, to the third eye. Invoke the presence of Swamiji, our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your Anand Gandha, that is just below your heart center and above your navel center. And unclutch. Unclutch from all your false identities, all your limiting ideas about you. Your ultimate truth is you are Paramashiva. Any other identity is delusion. So just decide to drop it and manifest your ultimate. Your ultimate is you are Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So let us remind ourselves by chanting the Mahavakya and enter into this round of power manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, through your third eye, give the instruction for the weight of the object to change. You might decide to change the weight of your own body or of a certain object. Now, let us begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Alright, so now you can relax and let's take a minute to have the second measurement of the weight of the object, or if you are manifesting this power on yourself, you can measure the weight of your own weight and the weight of the object if you're manifesting on the object, and compare it with the initial measurement, and let us know the difference, whether it has increased, whether it has decreased, or even if there's no change, you can share that as well. And also, let's share the method that you are using, whether you're using the weighing scale or any approximation that you are using, you can share that as well. So there have been multiple incidents where, when especially during the programs, participants have actually manifested this power of increasing or decreasing even their own weight. There are multiple testimonials even I have heard. Velma, you shares it clinched for minus 0.1 kg, but eventually went to the same weight. Okay. So maybe it's in the manifestation. Sometimes just after few seconds or minutes, it starts to manifest or it starts to show up the results.
So like one of the participants had actually recorded their power manifestation. Actually, one of the Adinavasis had recorded their power manifestation. So he was manifesting the power of consciousness over matter and was physically moving objects on top of his tablet. So he placed a camera which recorded the whole happening in a very fast speed. He actually did the process and chanted the Mahavakya and ate Nirahara food for a few days, and he was continuously manifesting the power. And he left the Atmalinga for hours on top of the tablet. One Atmalinga and another was Swamiji's Murti. And the objects continued to move for hours at a very slow motion. It was so slow that he had to place a camera to watch it. So maybe we will be able to share this video before the next segment. So he even put some vibhuti on top of the tablet to just confirm to people who would be watching this that there is no wind or anything, because the vibhuti was not moving or any kind of whatever people might assume. So he was shocked and he shared his experience that he had actually done the power manifestation and moved on to his own work. But the power manifestation happened after a delay and kept on happening for hours. So in very unique ways, Paramashiva manifests through us in such a unique way that it is an experience for us to cherish and to enjoy his presence and melt into it. So do not judge. That is the ultimate gist of this experience that we are sharing. Do not judge the happening, because Paramashiva will manifest in his own unique way for us to experience enlightenment in the way in which we need to experience it. So thank you for sharing, Ma.
Even one incident that happened, even during the PSM Paramashivoham session itself, one of the participants, I don't remember the exact name, I think it was young. Okay, anyway, the participants was actually, when he measured after the power manifestation, there was no change. But after that, he started sharing the pictures. Like after a few minutes, he shared that, okay, he actually shared the picture that this much has reduced. The weight, he was on the object on the weighing scale and he was showing the picture, and he shared at least 3 pictures where weights has reduced. So even we were shocked how it is manifesting through him. So, and he was actually quite happy, and he that's how he manifested his power. I feel like I have Hitler's feeling, which means I wouldn't need to diet or be cautious.
Yes. So we are just sharing, actually, ma, we are just sharing the unique experience and the unique way the person approached life, approached his feeling connection with Swamiji.
Yes. So understand, through Swamiji will manifest through you in a unique way. So these are examples just to give you confidence that yes, you can manifest. But when he manifests through you, it will be unique way through you. You need to have that deep feeling connection. You do not have the powerless cognition. Have the powerful cognition declaration that you are going to manifest. That's all.
Yes, and all the powerful cognitions that we experience through all the completion exercise and all these things, when you manifest a powerful cognition, you'll manifest a power. And when you manifest a power, by the virtue of manifesting that power, a click happens in us where you experience a powerful cognition. For example, when we this is what Swamiji had shared, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revealed, and it clicked with me, so I'm sharing with all of you. So when we are able to manifest the power of looking or seeing without the physical eyes, whether we like it or not, whether we understand it or not, we come to realize we have something more than the two eyes which can see. We might call it the third eye. We might not know how it functions. We might not even know where it is, or if it is even physically there, or if it is just completely metaphysical. So when you know you have something which is much more than the physical body, then we understand that we are fundamentally also something more than the body. See, because when you see through the third eye, we have seen many of the participants, especially the children, when they are manifesting the power of the third eye, they are even able to read a book which is kept behind their head. So even if you think that the third eye is just physically present in front, it should be able to look only in the front. How is it able to look at behind or look at a distance? So fundamentally, we are something much more than the physical body. Now the question comes, if we are something more than the physical body, what happens to us when the body perishes? Does that something more continue to exist? So right now we don't have an answer to this, but with this powerful seeking, it is not even an answer. We didn't give you an answer. Whether you're something more than the body, whether you're a soul, whether you're consciousness, we did not even state that. But this starts seeking in you. And with this powerful cognition, what happens? That you are able to realize that we have multiple births, we have existence more than the body, and it gives you powerful breakthrough in life where you are not bound by temporal reality which is just temporary, which is just maybe for this birth, or maybe just for 1 year, or maybe just for 1 hour, and you are able to have a bigger vision for life. So every time we manifest powers, we will get a powerful cognitions bolted into our being. And that powerful cognition will give us more powers. So beautifully, through various teachings, through various techniques, Swamiji will be guiding us and is continuing to guide us through all these powerful cognitions and powers. And sometimes what happens when Swamiji is on the third joke or fourth joke, suddenly the first joke clicks to a person and he starts laughing. So as if there is a lag when people, it takes them time to realize. In the same way, when more and more powers are given to us, initiated, we might be in the fourth power, but suddenly the first power will manifest. So all these are beautiful ways through which Paramashiva manifests through us, and we'll be guided through the whole Paramashivam to experience this.
Yes. Oh, beautiful. Thank you for sharing, ma. Meanwhile, we are also joined by Venkateshwaradu Polangani. Yes, Nithyananda. Welcome to Paramashivoham. All right. So with this, now we'll be moving on with the next revelation by Swamiji. So Venkateshwaraya, if you are new to Paramashivoham, this is the 21-day program that Swamiji himself has gifted to the whole world. Now it is free, but initially it was a paid program. $21,000 paid program. Now, Swamiji, as Swamiji says, that in Hinduism, the knowledge is free. Swamiji is giving this whole knowledge, not just the knowledge, techniques to experience that Paramashivoham. So let's come to the space of listening as Swamiji himself reveals on the next, which is going to be on a very powerful revelation and how to bring intensity and how intensity is the key. Actually, Swamiji shares with what intensity, even the lifestyle, whether it is Buddha, whether it is Mahavira, whether it is Krishna, or you, what is the difference? Difference is not in the lifestyle, difference is in the intensity. They are intense. So actually, Swamiji mentions that intensity is even more greater than the enlightenment itself. Because to maintain that enlightenment state, you have to be intense. So intensity is the key. So let's come to the space of listening as Swamiji himself reveals on the intensity.
Today's subject is intensity is the key. Make it your very DNA. The only difference between you and Patanjali, you and Buddha, you and Krishna, you and Shiva is whatever they do, they are intense. The difference is not in lifestyle. Please understand. The difference is not in lifestyle. Krishna ate just like you all. Krishna was singing just like you all. He was dancing just like you all. Bhagavatam may not record, but surely you would have done 1, 2, 3. Just like you all. Then what is the difference between you and Krishna? People ask, then what is the difference between me and Krishna? Intensity. He was total. He was intense. Whatever he was doing, he is complete. Whatever he is doing. So Patanjali is trying to teach intensity. I can say just this one sutra is enough. Decide from today, whatever you do, you will be intense. It means whatever you do, you will be inside your body. Many times people come and tell me, no Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation. What it means? And as if people who are meditating, they don't have any other work or not. It is just arrogance. In a way, I tell them, say that you don't feel meditation is that important, then I can understand. Don't say you don't have time. What for? We say we don't have time for meditation because making money. Because in this country, time is money. I have seen people, many times, people jump, people escape, they don't meditate, they don't do what they enjoy, they don't do some voluntary service, they don't do some spiritual work, they don't do anything and make money and accumulate. They compromise with their values, with their relationship, with their health, with their meditation, with whatever they believe. They compromised everything, made money. Now suddenly recession, that also disappeared. Where everything went, nobody knows. Tuck, the numbers gone, disappeared. At least people who enjoyed their life, meditated, did some spiritual service and lived happily. At least they have the satisfaction that they lived their life. People who tried to convert everything into money, now suddenly that is also gone. Nobody knows where it has gone. That's another one funny thing. Fictions being sold in fractions. Fictions are being sold in fractions continuously. And people have, all of them have put their money in that field where the fictions are being sold in fractions. And suddenly, it's not there. At least people who lived their life, who lived what they wanted, who lived the values which they wanted, now they have the satisfaction. They lived their life. People who compromised, they don't even have that satisfaction. Anyhow, whenever people come and tell me, Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation, I tell them, just do only one thing. Only one thing. Every day at least 1 hour you spend with your body. Brushing, cleaning, taking bath, dressing, at least 1 hour. I say minimum. That 1 hour decide, you will be with your body. When you are brushing, just be with your teeth. When you are taking shower, just be with your skin. When you are dressing, just be with your body. Just that 1 hour spend with you, that's all. Nothing else. That is enough. You will see so much of transformation will happen in your system. You may think it is too simple. But if you look inside your life, when you start brushing only, you will be sitting in your office and doing all your work. When you are taking bath, you will be cursing everybody in the life. You can see. Those are the moments you don't live with you. You don't live with you. Just this 1 hour. That is what Patanjali means when he says intensity is the key. Just be intense in whatever you are doing. Suddenly, so much of transformation will happen. Living intensely, it's what I call living enlightenment. If you are sitting in the chair, feel very clearly, you are sitting. The chair is holding your weight, but you don't relax on the chair. Even now you can see, constantly you are holding yourself. Even though physically chair is holding your weight, you think you are holding yourself. You do not relax, even on the chair. You do not relax. You are not at ease with what is happening. Be intense with whatever is happening. When you are intense with whatever is happening, all your postures are yoga. Please understand. If you are intensely sitting, that sitting is a posture, asana. If you are intensely standing, the standing is asana. Whatever you do with intensity is asana. Asana is not adding movements to your life. It is adding life to your movements. When I was young, I learnt yoga from a great yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri. Very great yogi. He used to teach me yoga in the temple, in the Arunachaleshwara temple, my native place. It's the largest Shiva temple, 25-acre granite construction, 25-acre built-up area in granite. Still, in India, there are thousands of cities. The temple will be the center of the city. And that will be the largest structure of the city. When he used to teach yoga to me, he will make me climb all the pillars. From morning till evening, all the temple stone pillars I have to climb up and down, up and down, up and down. After I grew up, when I started reading the yoga literatures, suddenly I found out this is not yoga. I asked him, why did you make me do that? Because when I was doing, I was really thinking it is yoga. And now I don't see in any book any reference that it's yoga. He just laughed and said, what needs to be achieved through yoga, did you achieve through that practice? I said, yes, that I achieved, no doubt. then it is yoga, relax. He gave me one important key, click. That is the key based on which I have designed the whole Nitya Yoga. The key is, with any intention, you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and it will express itself in your life. With any intention you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and that will become reality in your life. He showed me just by the intensity, you can play with any energy. Any energy. I have seen. You will take a stone, keep it in the hand, create a sound intensely through his tongue, as if he is hitting the stone with a hammer. Just the sound, the stone will go to pieces. The power of intensity. Intensity. He will create a sound as if he is throwing a stone. The fruits will fall from the tree. Intensity. With any intention, if you move your body, that intention will get recorded in your system and will become reality in your life. So be very clear. When you are working, running your life, if you have the intention, it is going to bring only suffering and disturbance and dissatisfaction. You will be attracting that in your life. So having positive intentions and moving your body is yoga. Any movement is okay. Any movement is okay. If the intensity becomes your bio-memory, suddenly you know you are in heaven. You are living enlightenment. You are radiating Jivan Mukti. Patanjali says very beautifully, intensity is the essence. Please understand. Intensity is the difference between religion and spirituality. Without intensity, even meditation will be a ritual. I have seen many people meditating all over the world. Now I know by conducting classes all over the world, how different culture, different country people sit and sleep. Everywhere I am seeing how people sit and sleep, how they miss the words, how they sit and sleep. Without intensity, even your meditation will be a ritual. With intensity, even your ordinary activity like walking, talking, eating, sitting will be meditation. It will radiate. With intensity, you will attract that same kind of people around you. The same kind of people you will attract around you. You will feel connected to them. You can see many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, 4 years before I started my spiritual journey, I feel of late the whole world, everywhere spiritual awakening is happening. No. Actually, when you start journey, suddenly you will see in your life, you will start attracting spiritual people, spiritual ideas, spiritual magazines, spiritual websites. All those things will automatically start coming in your life. You will see people giving you that kind of gifts, that kind of books. You will start feeling connected to those things. World is not becoming spiritual. Your world is becoming spiritual. So with intensity, you will attract right people around you and you will feel connected to right people. Without intensity, even if right people happen around you, you will miss. I know thousands missed me. I know thousands lost me. Without intensity, even if I happen in your life, I'll just become memory. I'll only be vacation happened in your life, not life itself. With intensity, even if you have not had me physically in your life, you will be living with me. You will be living with me. Without intensity, even if it happened in your life physically, you miss. You will miss. It will be just lost. Intensity is the ultimate truth. Today morning in the press meet, one journalist asked me, what's the difference between religion and spirituality? If it is taught to you by somebody, anything it may be, it's religion. If you discovered the truth of it by applying it in your life, it is spirituality. It is spirituality. Till you discover, it is religion. Only when you discovered it, it is spirituality. Intensity is the key for discovering it. That is the key for discovering it. Let's enter into the sutra, Patanjali's sutra. The 20th sutra, the sutra which I was commenting in the last discourse. I want to continue. And then today's sutra, I'll expound. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. Patanjali explains the science of Samadhi, science of enlightenment. Let me give you the translation. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. The path of highest Samadhi is attained by people by faith in the path, energy directed on the path, repeatedly bringing to awareness, concentration and discrimination. In the last discourse, I have spoken on Shraddha and Virya, means the faith in the path, energy directed on the path. Now, I will speak on the other three things, 5 quality: Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna. Shraddha means faith, feeling connected to the spiritual ideas. Second, Virya means intensity, energy directed on the path. Third, Smriti, bringing your awareness again and again back to the spiritual path. The third idea, Smriti. This is what I wanted you to understand first. Please understand. Bringing the truth again and again back to your life. Bringing the remembrance again and again back to your life. See, when you are in depression, if somebody comes and talks to you and gives you the right idea, right click to come out of the depression, what great service that person is doing to you. Or if you yourself are able to do that service to you, how great your life will be. The ability to do that service to yourself is what I call Smriti. Remembering the great truths, remembering the great truths in the life again and again and elevating yourself to live the intense spiritual life, to experience the truth, is what I call smriti. See, in our life, at some time, all of us experience some strong truths as a click, as an experience. Suddenly, some truths will click with you. Either when you are fighting with your spouse or fighting with your boss or sitting depressed, or some time in your life when you lose money or when you are some parts of your life, these great truths will click. You will have those great truths as experience. The big problem is you don't remember the same truths with that same clarity. If the same problem comes back again, that is where the problem starts. If you can bring those same truths back to your being, when those same problems come again, you will be living enlightenment. I always tell people, every day spend at least half an hour with some spiritual literature. People ask me, why? What is it going to do something? I have read all these books already. No, relax. You might have read. That does not mean you remember. Read, reread, reread, reread. Assimilate these ideas again and again. You will see. Whenever you go through a low mood, you remember these great ideas, you will start living them. Smriti means remembering your true self again and again. I can say, remembering to unclutch again and again is what Patanjali calls smriti. Whatever may be the complication, remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Maybe after 2-3 days, you will forget. You will be caught and you will be suffering. Suddenly remember, no, let me unclutch. Whenever you remember, come back. Come back to the center. Come back to the peace. Unclutch. You will see. The constant remembrance is so powerful, so strong. That is the ultimate technique. All the rituals, spiritual literature, temples, everything is created. Everything is created just for this one idea, smriti, remembrance. All over the world, so much of wealth is put, invested in spiritual books, in spiritual infrastructures, so many spiritual things. Just one reason. You need to be reminded. You need to remember. That's all. You need to remember the truth. That's all. Nothing else. I am building temples all over the world. Just today morning, one journalist asked me, Swamiji, all over the world you are building temples, organizations, ashrams, monasteries. Why? I told one word. Just to remind people about these great truths. That's all. Nothing else. Soon, in few days, in San Jose, you may have a temple. It's just for reminding you the truth. Reminding you the truth. Smriti. When temples don't remind you the spiritual truths, they are not useful. When books don't remind the spiritual truths to you, they are not useful. When your life don't remind the spiritual truths to you, it is not worth living. remembering the spiritual truths again and again and again is the essence. Please understand, Patanjali says, just by remembering, you can fall into samadhi. He is not giving this as a morality or inspiration. No. He says this is a science of samadhi. Ramakrishna says, the moment I see some villager from Chaitanya's village, I fall into samadhi. Just remembering that person, his village is Chaitanya's place, and the village remains Chaitanya, and Chaitanya remains Krishna, Krishna remains the enlightened consciousness, and he is already in samadhi. The right remembrance can straightaway transport you to samadhi. The wrong remembrance can immediately put you in depression. This word all of you can understand, because it's your experience. A wrong word can put you in samadhi immediately. The right remembrance. Wrong words can put you into depression immediately. The right remembrance can put you into samadhi immediately. For right remembrance only, smriti only, the satsangs, temples, rituals, everything is created. See, rituals are nothing but everyday reminding your godliness. Before doing any ritual, the first mantra is called Manasa Puja, remembering your soul as God and worshipping that. Only then you worship that same consciousness in the deity. It means what? The puja is nothing but remembering the great truths. Smriti. If you have remembrance, you don't need anything from the outer world. If all these outer world things do not remind you, then they have no use. Then they have no use. Smriti, the mala, bracelet, everything is just for remembrance. Smriti, nothing else. It's not for any other reason, just reminding you. Whenever you see them, you remember these great truths. This mala, bracelet and all is to help you not to forget the truth. But sometimes people forget that itself. Reminding the truth, smriti. The next truth, Patanjali says, prajna. Samadhi and prajna. Samadhi means constantly trying to be in the deep silence, the gap between the two thoughts in your inner space. See, the gap between the two thoughts of your being. You again and again experience samadhi every moment in your life. The problem is, you don't have patience for that gap. You are running without even knowing why you are running. I have a story for you. An overweight man went to the doctor, who advised him to lose 10 pounds. The doctor recommended that the man should run 5 miles every day for the next 100 days. The patient phoned the doctor exactly 100 days later. Doctor asked, "Have you lost the weight?" Patient said, "I have, but I am not at all happy with the situation." Doctor asked, "Why?" This guy says, "Because I am 500 miles away from home." The fool is running, not turning back. Sometimes you are also just running, not looking in the gap, not coming back. If you are continuously running, you might have achieved 500-mile goal, but you will not be in home. Same way, if you are continuously running behind your mind, you may achieve what you want in the outer world, but you will not be in the home. You will be far away from the home. So come back to the gap. Coming back to the gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. Make time. Make time to come back to the gap. Don't say I am not able to. Every moment the gap is happening inside you. Because of the gap only the next thought is able to come. Understand? It's like the fish tank, water bubbles coming up. It may look that all the bubbles are interconnected, but they are not. There is a gap. Same way, you may feel the thoughts are continuously connected. No, there is a gap. Relaxing in that gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. The fifth idea Patanjali is sharing is prajna, means discrimination. I can say the pure consciousness which awakens discrimination. That's what is prajna. Because discrimination word is too poor word for prajna. It's too poor word for prajna. The big problem is the Sanskrit can never be translated as it is. I have to use many words only to give you the concept which is expressed through that sutra. Discrimination, please understand. Consciousness which awakens the discrimination. When you are aware, when you are conscious, you can never make a mistake. You can never make a mistake. When you are conscious, constantly you respond to the situation in the present moment. See, if you are not conscious, you act based on your engrams, not based on the truth, your own intimate experience. If the prajna is there, you act based upon your own intimate personal experience. If the prajna is missing, you act based on the samskaras, hearsay, what they will say, what he will say, what the other will say. From the samskaras, the person who is operating from prajna will have a deep discrimination. He will have very deep discrimination. I have a story for you. Two gas company servicemen, one old, one young, were calling on houses in a neighborhood, checking the meters. At the final house on their round, a lady watched through the window as they checked the meter. Their truck was parked at the end of the street. Suddenly these two guys thought of having a small game. They decided between them to prove their fitness. Who will reach the truck first? The older man challenged the youngster to a race. As they ran to the truck, they were surprised to find the woman from the last house huffing and puffing right behind them. What is wrong? They asked that lady. She gasped and said, when I saw two gasmen running as hard as you can, I figured I would better run too. Sometime you are also running behind gasmen, not knowing why they are running. When the prajna is not there, you run based on samskaras, fear, not based on the real experience. With prajna, with consciousness, you will be very clear what I mean by the word consciousness. Please understand. Just when I started the discourse, what I said, just being inside your skin. Just be inside your skin. Deal the persons, situations, places, everything directly. Everything straight. Be inside your skin and deal the things directly. Then you will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can, what you can't, what is your life, what is your goal, everything. You will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't want. There won't be any confusion. There won't be any confusion. You will be just straight. I have a story for you. A woman went with her husband for his routine medical checkup. But afterwards, the doctor took her to one side and said, I am afraid I have some bad news. Unless you adhere to strict routine, your husband will die. Every morning, you must give him good, healthy breakfast. You must cook him a nutritional meal at night. Furthermore, you must not burden him with household chores. And you must keep the house spotless and germ-free. I know it places a great deal of work on your shoulders, but it really is the only way to keep him alive. On their way home, the husband asked his wife what the doctor had said to her. Oh, she replied, he said, you are going to die. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't. With consciousness, there is no confusion. There is no confusion whether you can do or can't do. The dilemma between can and can't will not be there. The dilemma between want or don't will not be there. The power of consciousness, prajna, will remove agnya. Please, agnya means ignorance. Prajna means beyond ignorance. As long as you have ignorance, be very clear, you do not have prajna. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Buddha, I have a huge problem in my country. He's a king. Almost all the kings who were alive in Buddha's period in India were either sannyasis of Buddha or disciples of Buddha. Because he showed in his life, kingdom is nothing. Kingdom is nothing. He showed in his life, the kingdom is nothing. And the great truths of spirituality is the strength. Almost all the kings were his disciples. Either they have taken sannyas and left the kingdom. If they are sitting in the kingdom, they are ruling as Buddha's representative. That's all. Goes and asks, there is so much of confusion in my kingdom. Please give me some advice. How can I sort it out? Buddha says, sit and bring your awareness to your breathing. He says, if I am sitting like this, they will not only take away the kingdom, they will kill me and everything will disappear. Buddha says, just listen to what I am saying. And beautifully, the king expresses, he says, when I listened, I sat with myself consciously. Suddenly I could see the root of the problems. When you see the root of the problems, you have solution. Please understand, when you see the root of the problem, you have solution. The big problem is, sometimes we don't look into the problem and try to find out solution. We don't have patience to look into the problem, but try to find out the solution. That is where the whole problem starts. If you can just look in, you will see not only you have a solution, suddenly problem dissolves. Problem dissolves. The problem itself do not have its root. The root in which it is rooted, the very root disappears.
Kartikeya Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started. From the timelessness, from Kartikeya Deepam, that is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted.
Yes, welcome back. So we had wonderful revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the topic intensity is key. Make it your very DNA. So intensity, you can do everything, anything with intensity leads to enlightenment. So it doesn't matter what it is you do. Swamiji has given a beautiful example in terms of the Nyamas, the 64 saints that were enlightened, and it wasn't really like there was really nothing major they did. All they did was simple things. So some of them just simply plucked flowers for the deities. Some of them just swept the floor of the temple. Simple things, but they did it with intensity. They did it with their full awareness, and that led them to enlightenment. So Swamiji beautifully told us also, the only difference between you and Patanjali, the only difference between you and Buddha, you and Krishna, you and Shiva, is whatever they do is intense. The difference is not in lifestyle, it is in intensity. Decide from today that whatever you do will be intense. It means whatever you do, you will be inside your body. Your full awareness will be inside your body.
Yes. Now, this is a profound technique that Swamiji has given. How a child feels connected to the mother, yearns for the mother, strong yearning will be there for the mother. And how you feel connected to your beloved when you are in love. When you are in love, whatever you may be doing, the undercurrent, you will just feel the constant feeling, memory of the person, of him or her. The memory is filling you. When you are in love, the constant undercurrent will be there, always filling you. It will be overflowing in you. That intensity, that same intensity, if it can be directed towards the fulfillment, towards enlightenment, you will suddenly see you are just awakened. So intensity is the ultimate truth. Swamiji says it is the ultimate truth, ultimate technique, everything. Intensity is the key. Now, let us sit in this wonderful process that Swamiji is bringing us into, taking us into. If you are wearing glasses, please remove them. Find a comfortable seated position. You can sit either in a cross-legged position on the ground, or you can sit on a chair also with your back straight as much as possible. Place your thumbs pressing down on the short earlobes until you hear a humming sound. When you just press your thumbs, you'll actually feel a mild humming sound will automatically happen. Place your index fingers on both eyes, index fingers on your eyes, and middle fingers on the bridge of the nose, where the right and the left nostril meet, the bridge. Place your ring fingers lightly under the nostrils, just lightly under the nostrils. So it will be, and then the little fingers are on your lips. So thumbs over your earlobes and index finger on your eyes, middle fingers on the bridge of the nose, ring fingers lightly under your nostrils, and the little fingers can simply rest on your lips. Just press gently. This is a beautiful mudra, a very powerful mudra. Now, let us focus on this process intensely. Again, intensity is the key. The breathing. Let's close the nose partially with our ring fingers, just partially. Reduce the prana flow. Inhale and exhale as slowly and deeply as possible while keeping your mouth shut tightly. Just close your mouth completely and half close the nostrils so that the influx of prana is reduced. Visualize both your eyeballs have become like stones. They are strong, they are immovable, they are set, they are still. Intensify your awareness without creating any stress. Just relax, but carry that intensity. Create awareness. Focus deeply as if you're penetrating your third eye into that. Just focus in your third eye region. Maintain this position for at least 21 minutes, allowing yourself to relax and open your eyes slowly when the whole process is complete. So, as you are entering into this process, please understand that intensity is the key. When it becomes a real part of you, how Swamiji talks about that yearning that you feel, that undercurrent, let's say you are in love with somebody and just you may be doing something else, you may be just going around, going about your day at work or school or whatever that may be. You may be in a different place, all of that, but then there is that always yearning, that feeling, that memory again and again filling you. There is a slight undercurrent. That yearning, if you are able to direct it towards enlightenment. So here, through this process, when you actually reduce the prana, your awareness becomes really heightened. And if you are able to redirect it into the third eye, if you're able to bring all that awareness into the third eye, you'll see a powerful opening happens. And Swamiji is here to guide us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is here, supporting us, guiding us. And the whole process, the whole experience is a beautiful gift from Swamiji. So let us sit comfortably, head, neck, and spine in a straight line as much as possible. Let us form the mudra, the Shambhavi mudra it is called. Use the thumbs to close your earlobes, your index fingers placed on your eyes, the middle fingers on the bridge of the nose, the ring fingers under the nostrils, and the little fingers on your lips. And gently, just gently close the nostrils. So less and less of prana, the intake, breathe, the breath intake is less and less, which also reduces the prana intake. And as you do this, intensely visualize the third eye region. Bring your intensity as if it is piercing into the third eye. Just bring your awareness into that region. If you have any questions, let us know. But if you are good, let us start. Yes. You can slowly relax. You can slowly relax. You can remove your hands. Come back to regular breathing. Slowly relax. Great. So this is a beautiful experience of how the intensity can be directed towards our ultimate goal. How when we reduce the prana, our the whole body becomes that much more intense. When the resources are limited, the body immediately kicks into a emergency mode, and so many of these processes, they become highly intense. And that intensity, when we direct it towards the third eye, penetrating into the third eye, you'll see a beautiful opening happening. So let us have a quick moment of sharing. How was it for you? Were you able to do this process? Were you able to slightly close your nostrils, reduce the prana, and direct that whole intensity happening within you towards your third eye? Let's have a quick moment of sharing before we enter into the next session. Once again, we request all the participants here, Shemaine Muse, Ma Fanyan Ping, Chandrasekhar Aya, Maiv, Ma Agora Swarupini, all of the participants and so many others who are in YouTube, all the participants here in Zoom, we request all of you to have your cameras on and be available in camera also, so the acharyas can guide you and support you throughout the process. Yes, let us have a quick moment of sharing how the experience was for you. And while we do that, we can get ready for the next session. We'll be manifesting the power of Ashtamaha Shakti. In this, we will be manifesting the powers of reducing the weight. So let us sit comfortably with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us identify the object that we want to reduce the weight. Let it be an object that you choose, which is made of metal. Let it be a metal object. So it can be a small thing, like a spoon or a fork or something, some household item that you have. A small cup, anything is fine. So pick up something and find a way to weigh it using a weighing scale or a mobile app, which can weigh the scale rather than the screen, whatever is placed on the screen. Or if nothing works, you can simply hold it in hand and note down how you feel. What is the weight that you actually feel? If you don't have a weighing scale or an app that could do it for you, in all these cases, just note down what the weight is right now, so we can check after the manifestation, after we sit in manifestation, what the weight will be at that point. Okay, so once you have noted down, let us sit comfortably. Decide that you are going to be in oneness with Paramashiva. Decide you're going to allow Paramashiva to manifest through you. Decide you're going to manifest the power of decreasing the weight of the object. Decide, have that intention, and sit comfortably. Remember the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva. When you remember, you invoke his presence in your inner space, in your being. From that space, from that space of oneness. Declare, hold the intention to decrease the weight of the object. It can be any object, whatever you have chosen, and whatever you have weighed and noted down the weight. Let us chant the Mahavakya intensely, again and again reminding us of our space of oneness with Paramashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant intensely. May Paramashiva manifest through all of us. Let us start.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes. Let us slowly relax. Now Let's compare how the weight of the object has reduced. Let's look at the measurement. Let's measure the object, the weight, just now, and compare it with what it was before we sat down for meditation, for manifestation. So have a quick moment of sharing. Do not bother if it's up or down or just flat. It doesn't have any change. No problem. It is Paramashiva manifesting. It's his divine play. It is his manifestation through us. So do not bother whether it is working or not working or never works. Even if you feel that it never works for you or it's not working for you at this moment, just remember the only solution is will persistence, just bringing more power manifestation, just doing it more and more, sitting again and again in that space and manifesting. This can be done at any moment. Just sit in the front of Swamiji's Murti. If you have an Atma Murti, great. If you have a smaller Murti, that's also okay. If you have an Atmalinga, just hold that Atmalinga and sit in that beautiful space of oneness. Connect with Swamiji and declare what you want to have. Maybe the weight you want to reduce or your own height you want to increase. Again and again and again, sit and manifest. You will see Paramashiva is manifesting through you beautifully. Okay, while we're all sharing, let us now enter into the next powerful session, powerful revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is going to be very interesting. This will be Swamiji revealing the secrets of generating wealth and the profound cosmic truths that when we align, we attract wealth effortlessly. So let us sit with listening, complete listening, as we tune into the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us start.
Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Uvajjayanam, Namo Loye Savasahunam, Eso Vanchanamakaro, Savapavapanasano, Mangalanam cha savesim, Padamam havai mangalam. Today's topic is true knowledge. Everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims what they are teaching is the true knowledge. How to find out what we are hearing is the true knowledge? There should be a scale for Satya. There should be a scale for truth. What is truth? There should be definition. There should be clear idea with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone definition of Satya here. Today we are going to enter into the Satya Sutra. he is giving the techniques, methods to find out what you are listening is a true knowledge or not. Through these beautiful sutras, before entering into the Mahavira Sutras, I wanted to discuss few things about this truth so that you will understand the greatness of Mahavira's words. See, one beautiful thing is Mahavira has lived Kshatriya life, the life of a king. To tell you honestly, if somebody has renounced the life of a king, he has seen the truth in reality. Please understand, an ordinary beggar becoming a Swami or renouncing the world, he has nothing to renounce. He has nothing to renounce. You can't even say he has renounced the world or he has achieved something. No. A king renouncing, that is the greatness. King achieving. One more thing, when a king achieves enlightenment, even his expression will be very sharp and to the core, to the point. He will speak to the point because basically he is brought up without fear. King is a guy who only creates fear in others. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't bother. He is not going to use the socially polite words. But a guy who was poor or a beggar or a person who lived in forest, even if he becomes enlightened, he will not talk the truth completely. He has to use the socially polite words. He can't tell the truth which goes against the vested interests of society or king. But when a king becomes enlightened, he doesn't bother. He says the truth in the best way. He presents the truth as it is. Here, the best expression is happening because Mahavira was king. See, one more thing, when you live a life with wealth and richness, you know all the secrets of human mind. Understand? Wealth gathers around you only when you know the secrets of human mind. How to handle human beings who are coming in front of you. Only a person who knows the basic secrets of human mind will acquire wealth, will become a leader. Only he can be a leader. Here Mahavira lived the life of a leader and expressing the truth of enlightenment. Very rare combination. Very rare combination. There are many different expressions by different masters. One, the person who was a beggar or who has never seen the world, just lived a life in forest and did meditation, became enlightened. His enlightenment will be the same, but his expression will not be sharp because his constitution or his mind, his inner software is not created based on fearlessness. One more thing, even after enlightenment, when you settle into the body, when you want to teach, you use the same mental setup which you left. You may not have the greed and fear which that mental setup was having earlier, before its enlightenment, but the setup will be the same. The software programming will be the same. Understand? This is an important revelation which you need to understand. Only then you will be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. if a beggar becomes enlightened, he may not have the fear or greed which he had before enlightenment, but the mental setup of living without possessing anything, or the mental setup of living by begging will be the same. So he has to use that mental setup only to teach, to relate with the world. Understand, the mental setup which you created, after enlightenment also you use the same mental setup. Only one difference, after enlightenment, if you want you can use, otherwise you can drop. You may have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be same. Here, Mahavira is having the best software to express enlightenment. The fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth and express it. The one thing what I expressed, that people who did not have anything, renounced the life, became enlightened. There are so many millions of examples I can give for this. Second, people who became enlightened but did not renounce after enlightenment. Example, Krishna, Janaka, all these great masters, they lived as kings, became enlightened, but they continued to live as kings. This is a second kind of a mental setup. One more thing, in this the difficulty is, they will express the truth with a clear software, with more clarity, better than the first group. Better than the first group, example is all rishis who lived in forest and became enlightened. They have never seen the world. So that is the first group. The second group, who lived as kings, became enlightened, but again continued to be as kings. Here the big problem is, their teachings is interpreted, experienced, understood by the people who have vested interests. Understand? When you are talking to your ministers, even if they don't understand, they have to listen. But Mahavir has no captive audience. Mahavir is not talking to captive audience. When Krishna is speaking to his ministers, when he is teaching to Arjuna, practically they are captive audience. Even if Arjuna doesn't want, he can't escape from Krishna. He has to listen because he is receiving some service from Krishna. When your boss makes some joke, you have to laugh. You can't do anything about it. You have to. Same way, when Janak is teaching, his whole court has to listen. They are captive audience. So, the person who is listening, whether he agrees or not, he has to listen. So, complete truth expression is not possible. It's not possible. I don't sit with my ashramites and take these spiritual classes. I give them only the instructions what to do. They ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are not sitting and talking to us like this Shiva Sutras or Jain Sutras and all these sutras. I tell them, you guys are captive audiences. Whatever I talk, you have to listen, no other way. That way, truth can never be expressed. Truth cannot be expressed to a person who is bound to listen. Truth can be expressed only to a person who has got the freedom to doubt and question. Who has got the freedom to doubt. See, you have a freedom, you can doubt me. And you have a freedom, you can put a question. You have a freedom to go out. Only to you, truth can be delivered. Truth can be delivered in its purest form only to a person who is not receiving anything else from a master. If you receive something else from me, apart from truth, you may be sitting here for that. You can't receive the truth. You are not qualified to receive the truth. Here, The whole thing, if you see, has come in a beautiful way. Mahavira is the ultimate category. Was king who became enlightened and renounced the kingdom. He is teaching, sitting on the platform as Satya. Only one thing is holding him, Satya. He doesn't have the title. He doesn't have any other title like a king. No. He is heard by the people just because he is enlightened. See, after enlightenment, if you are sitting on the throne of a king, people may hear you because you are king. You don't know what for he is sitting. You don't know why he is listening. You can't say people are sitting just because you are enlightened. They may be sitting because you are a king. There may be some other reason for you to sit. In India, during all our rituals, means the homas, yajnas, yaga, we give free food. But I never give free food during meditation programs. Because people may be sitting for food. I will not know whether they are sitting there to listen meditation or enlightenment or for food. I tell them give free food during yaga, during rituals, not during meditation. It is a disrespect to meditation. I don't want that. There should not be anything else associated with the spiritual truth. No. If you associate anything else with the spiritual truth, the possibility is there, the truth will not be heard properly. It will not be received properly. Here, Mahavir is talking to people who are not bound to him in any way. Who are not bound to him in any way. Seekers. One more thing. Seekers are the most dangerous people. Because you can't bind them. You can't bind them. And there is nothing which can bind them. You can bind them only by love and gratitude. So you can't even use the word binding. It can't be even a bondage. You can keep them together only based on love and gratitude. Here he is talking to a community of seekers who are not receiving anything else from him but truth. They are not there for anything else except truth. And he is not carrying any title. He has renounced all the titles. So nobody is sitting in front of him because he has got some title. Because he is a king of some place or he is somebody. No. People are sitting in front of him just to listen to the truth. He is a pure being without any personality, without any title. See, the word persona comes from a Greek root. In those days, the drama actors, they will use masks. That mask only is called persona. Personality means the mask which you are using. Janak has got mask. He is a king. Ashtavakra has to listen to him. No other way. Or the Sugabrahma, sorry, not Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra actually taught Janaka. Sugabrahma came to listen from Janaka. Sugabrahma has to listen because Janaka is a king. Sugabrahma is a captive audience. He is captured. He has to. Whenever a king speaks, you can't tell anything. But here with Mahavir, there is no other relationship except the master and seeker. The purity of relationship is important to maintain the purity of the teaching, purity of the truth. And one more thing, Mahavir has no vested interest. He is not talking to his people to make them do something. No, there is no ulterior motive, there is no goal. Whatever is said and done, Krishna has got a motive to deliver Gita. All he needs is Arjuna has to fight now. So he has to talk, he has to express the truth in such a way that Arjuna will start fighting. There is an ulterior motive. And not only that, Krishna is running a community, he is running a kingdom. So naturally, his words has to be heard. So the purity of relationship is not there. One more thing, Arjuna was thinking himself as a friend. That's why in Gita he says, Krishna, forgive me. I thought you are my friend. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Shaketi. I called you as Yadava by your community name. I called you as my friend because he was thinking as a friend. So the purity of relationship is not there. You can't deliver a truth to your friend. You can deliver a truth only to a seeker. Here, the best mental setup, best software, and the greatest enlightenment, greatest experience of enlightenment, and right persons with the right attitude sitting in front of Mahavir. So the best truth is being delivered. True knowledge is coming out. He is giving us the scale. He is teaching us what is Satya and how to find out whether something is truth or not. One more thing, even Patanjali, the greatest scientist of the inner world, says Apta Pramana, the words of an enlightened beings can be accepted as a truth. So that can be considered as a scale. If an enlightened being says, you can take it for granted, it is truth. But Mahavir says no. He doesn't even want to say that anything told by an enlightened being is truth. No. Because who knows whether somebody is enlightened or not? God doesn't give certificate. What to do? We don't have a certificate. So Mahavir goes a step further. He is not accepting Apta Pramana. He is not accepting Vedas are the ultimate truth. No. Apta Pramana is not accepted in Buddhism and in Jainism. Both religions, Apta Pramana is not accepted. Apta Pramana means the words of the enlightened ones. No. They say everything should be scrutinized. There is no such thing as Apta Pramana. There is no such thing as words of the enlightened beings. No. Everything has to be scanned. Everything has to be analyzed. He is giving beautiful teachings to find out what is truth and which is true knowledge. One more thing, please understand, this true knowledge, this is like a touchstone. If you use the sutras and analyze all your decisions which runs your life, all your ideas which is base for your life, you will achieve Satya. Lord so says, if you are established in truth, you don't have to do any spiritual practice. If you understand this one sutra and redefine all your decisions, ideas, concepts about your life, you don't need to practice any spiritual discipline. You are enlightened this moment. All you need to do is redefine all your ideas. See, there are only few pillars on which your life is standing. Your life is established. Your desires, your idea about yourself, means positioning yourself. How you position yourself in the inner world. Understand? I am not talking about how you position yourself in the outer world. That all of you know it's not worthy. Not only that, it's a pure lies. All of you know whatever you may talk about yourself to others, but you don't believe that. You may make others to believe. You really don't believe. Just look inside. You can laugh at yourself. I always tell people, really, when you sit alone and start thinking what all you project as you, actually if you really believe what all you project as you, by now you would have become enlightened. Because Ramakrishna says, Man Muk Ek Karo, means the mind and the words, if you make it as one, you are enlightened. If you believe what you speak about you, you are enlightened. Actually, whatever you speak about you, start believing that in a strong way is also a spiritual practice. Whatever you are talking about you, I am this, I am that, you don't know me, all those things you start believing. But the difficulty is you won't believe, that's the problem. When you try to believe also, your mind will tell, you can talk all these things to others, not to me. If at all you can, people come to me. Many times I have seen, they come to me and they just wanted to throw their weight to impress me. And they come and tell me, you know, I am this, I am doing that, I do so many philanthropical activities, I do this, I do that, I have so much wealth and I give so much and all those things. At the end of the conversation, I ask them only one thing. Sir, do you really believe now whatever you said? They say, what? Yes, we do believe, that's why we are talking to you. I tell them, do this only one thing as a spiritual practice. Go back. Now whatever you told me, write it down. Again and again, help yourself to believe that. That's enough. Either you should tune your mind to your walk, or you should tune your walk to your mind. Either you should tune your words to your mind, or tune your mind to your words. Some one thing, all Ramakrishna says is, let your word and mind be tuned. You can do anything. Either talk only what you believe as you, or believe what you talk as you, what you talk about you. Then you won't have pus. You won't have cancer. The gap between the words and what you believe, that space is what I call cancer or depression. If you are carrying a depression in you, be very clear, you have that gap between your words and your being, between your words and what you believe. If you can remove that gap, you will not have the tumor which I call depression. See, any person who does not have depression is enlightened. If you are not enlightened, be very clear, you carry depression. The gap between your word and what you believe as you. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, another one devotee who saw this latest movie, secret movie, he came and told him, I became enlightened from today. And the guy who was talking to him, he is a strong intellectual guy. He took him to task. Within 10 minutes, that fellow lost the enlightenment. He was trying to convince himself for years or months that he is enlightened. This fellow took away his enlightenment in 10 minutes. He is only telling others he is enlightened. He himself is not able to believe. Because anybody can come and talk to you and in 10 minutes you lose your enlightenment. Then what kind of enlightenment? Either you should have courage to really believe what you are talking, or talk only what you believe. See, one thing, important thing, this is an important truth which you should know. Sometime you may radiate enlightenment without even knowing the word enlightenment. I have seen in Himalayas, there was a great Mahatma, one Naga Baba. Naga Baba means doesn't wear clothes. I had the fortune to be at his feet for 6 months. I was blessed, fortunate enough to be at his feet. He will always be smoking ganja. What do you call? Marijuana. Huh? You may think that how can a person who is smoking ganja be enlightened? That's what I also thought. When I went to serve him, you see, traditionally you are supposed to serve elderly sadhus to achieve enlightenment. So before my enlightenment, I was serving. Wherever I see some elderly sadhu, I'll go and sit at his feet. I'll give them whatever food I can collect and give, beg and give, and wash their vessels, and whatever little help, small help I can do, I used to do. One thing, I was surprised, I have never seen him eating, no food and no water, except ganja, nothing else. I was shocked. But such a pleasing person, I don't have any word. When you go and sit around him, you will feel so beautiful. And you will feel like sitting around him because he was so innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. I have never seen him wearing any clothes. He is an avaduta, Naga, no clothes. And he is not even bothered. He is not bothered about anything around the world, anything which is happening around him in the world. He is just in a high state of samadhi. One day I asked him, Baba, you are such a great person, why are you smoking ganja? And don't you think it is an immoral thing? And people will start smoking, seeing you. And already they are doing. They want only some reference. They want only some reference. And especially a person with a reverence, if he becomes a reference, then you can do anything. I asked him. He said that beautiful word. Fool, you think that a big elephant can be tied inside a small hut? I can't live inside the body without any desire. So I have to just dull myself. Understand? When he said, I saw the authenticity. The other guy also, one more guy came and spoke to me. He said, Swamiji, I am also smoking to put me inside the body. I told him, do whatever that Naga Baba is doing, then do this also. He doesn't wear clothes, he doesn't eat, he doesn't drink. You also do all those things. Then do these things. Then you can justify. You can't just do whatever you want unless it becomes your experience. One important thing I saw in him, when he was telling that I had to dull myself, it was an authentic truth. His mind and his words were in one line. Not only that, when you live around him, you realize he is established in Satya. He is established in truth, not for any vested interests. See, if somebody doesn't eat or smoke, if somebody doesn't eat or drink, they would have made a big business out of that power. But I have never seen him making big fuss about it. If people ask him, why you don't eat, Baba? He says, who will get up and go and cook and eat? Forget about it. He will not even show that it is a big power. You won't even see that ego, that he lives without food and water. No. when you are really established in truth, you will not be aware of your own powers. You will only radiate, but you will not know those words. I asked him, what is Atmajnana? He does not even know that word, but he is an Atmajnani. What to do? He is radiating Atmajnana. He is radiating enlightenment, but he doesn't know the word. And he said, I am fortunate I did not learn about Brahman. I achieved Brahmajnana because I did not learn those words. Same way, Ramana Maharshi. When people ask him, what is the Brahmajnana, what is the Atmajnana? He said, I am fortunate I did not learn those words before my enlightenment. Because learning some words may postpone your enlightenment. Sometimes, learning too many words will postpone your enlightenment. I always tell people, never read any book which is written by an unenlightened person. Don't read anything which is written by an unenlightened person. No. Because you may create words which will stop your enlightenment. You will create a negative software which is not supporting the enlightenment process. Enlightened person's words will create a positive software in you which is constantly inspiring you towards enlightenment. See, in the end, all enlightened masters will be pushing you towards sadhana, towards enlightenment. One of the Ramakrishna's disciples, his name is Brahmananda. He says, if you read Ramakrishna's words, there is a beautiful book called Kathamrita, Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, we call in English Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, if you read that book every day for 1 year, I assure you will have the darshan of the ultimate. You will experience enlightenment. You will be shocked. How can a person assure? How can a person say that enlightenment in 1 year, guaranteed? I tell you, when you read these master's words again and again, when you listen these great master's words again and again, you create a new software, you create a new mental setup, which reminds you the ultimate truth again and again, which inspires you towards that higher ideal again and again. Every day, you are again put on the track. You are again inspired to run. You are again given the enthusiasm to take up the journey. It's like a everyday inspiration, and it creates a new mental setup. It is true, when you read or listen to the master's words for 1 year, and 1 year is too much time. 1 year is enough to create a mental setup which will radiate enlightenment. It's like there is a light. In every one of you, that light is there. In front of the light, if there is a wall, that light can't shine. If there is a glass, that light can penetrate and it can shine. Putting glass instead of wall is reading enlightened beings' words. As of now, you have a big wall in front of your light, the Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, the self-effulging light, which is inside your being. You have put big wall. That wall is your mind. If you just put a glass instead of that wall, the glass means the mental setup which can allow that light to express itself. The mental setup which does not block or stop that light expressing itself. You will see that enlightenment is radiating through your senses. It is radiating through your being. See, I can't even say enlightenment needs to be achieved. No. Your senses are supposed to be purified so that that light can penetrate and express through it. That's all. All of you are having it. No doubt about it. All you need to do is purify your body and mind so that you can allow that to express through it, so that it can radiate. Nothing else needs to be done. The purifying mechanism or the alchemy process, you can't even call as mechanism, alchemy process is what I call flooding yourself with this truth, Satya. Vivekananda says, flood your whole being with the truth. Whatever can be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for you and the people who are around you. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you and you will live completely ease.
Yes. Welcome back. So that was Swamiji on the secrets of creating wealth. Swamiji beautifully tells us this one understanding will liberate you from all your anxiety and you'll become the best manager. If you know you are creating your wealth, if you know you are projecting and seeing things around you, you can create miracles. You can make miracles happen around you. So just understanding that you are responsible for everything that happens around and, and to you. You are creating everything within and without you, around you. You are creating your own wealth. So if you just understand this one thing, then miracles will start happening around you. See, it is like any slide which is kept in front of a projector. So you have a projector light and a slide that is kept in front of it. Any slide that is kept in front of a projector light becomes reality on the screen. It appears as reality on the screen itself. So if you want to change the scenes in the screen, you're not going to start scratching the screen because it just simply won't work. You're trying to fight with the light, which will not work. But if you just do a small correction on the slide itself, then it is done. And your life is just like that. The projector light is your consciousness. The slide is your samskara, your samskaras. And the screen itself is life, which you are living.
Now, what we are doing right now is simply we are fighting with the screen, or we are fighting with the light, the source of light. We're trying to push the light beam and say, no, no, move, and move, move. But what we don't understand, and we cannot even grasp it, the fighting with the screen is not going to work. Now, let us go through this process. First, let's look into our lives, how we are creating it. We are projecting it. We are expressing it, and we never connected and verified how the incidents happens, how the thoughts happen, how they are correlated, whatever happens in the outside world and whatever thoughts we are having on the inside, how they are correlated, how they are connected. We never connected them. We never gave that much time to ourselves also, nor had even the intelligence, the understanding to connect these two and see. Just pick one incident of your life and pen down in details of what happened and how you reacted. Now, let us first do this. And in the second step, what we'll be doing is we'll be looking at the incident from the right understanding that Swamiji has just given us. Looking into our life, that we are creating it, we are projecting it, we are expressing it. As an example, let's say our manager is waiting on taking our promotion forward, and in frustration, you reacted and started to gossip about the manager to other colleagues. That only made the situations worse. Instead, look at your life and see how inner thoughts you had when you filed for the promotion. Maybe this will not work out. Maybe I need to work harder. Just simply look inside what are the inner thoughts that you were having when that incident happened, and how the inner thoughts and the incident are connected. So let us start. Let's take a pen and a paper and a notepad. Look at our lives, any incident that has happened, how we are creating it, we are projecting it, and how the inner thoughts and what is really happening in our lives, the events, the people, everything, how they are connected. Let us start.
All right, so you can relax now. So understanding that we are the ones creating our wealth. We are responsible for all of our actions. And looking back at the incidents in our lives and with this new understanding that we are projecting it, we can make changes. We can make changes and start attracting wealth around us with just these simple truths. All right, let us now get ready. Let's move on with our program for today, and we'll enter into the next segment. The next segment, which is You Are the Source. So Swamiji will be taking us through this great revelation that you are the source of everything. You are responsible for everything. You are the source of everything. You create everything in your life. So requesting everyone to please sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Come to the space of listening. And let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on these great truths. Let's begin.
In the Agori tradition is the path of science of enlightenment. They work with the human fevers. They say there is 64 kind of a fever which is responsible for our physical and mental imbalances. All your physical disease and mental disease is just because of these 64 fevers. Your anger will be a kind of a fever radiating around you. If you are carrying so much of negative thoughts like a vengeance, violence, you will be radiating a kind of a fever around you. For every kind of a thought trend, you will radiate a kind of a fever. If you are carrying too much of violence and anger, even the objects which you touch will become poisonous. Understand? I was surprised when I studied that science. When I studied the Agori tradition, then I understood human beings carry so much of vengeance because mind needs dissatisfaction and vengeance and violence as a root. If you are having mind, be very clear, you carry such big load of vengeance, such big load of dissatisfaction, such big load of the negative fire, fever. That is why wherever you put your feet, you radiate poison. Grass dies. In Zen Buddhist tradition, in front of your cottage, if the grass is dead, if you have created a walkway by your walking, you will not receive sannyas. They won't give you sannyas. This is a method of training. In front of your cottage, there will be a big lawn. You are supposed to use the same route, but if the grass dies, you will not be given sannyas. Means, still unconsciously you have not dropped the violence. It's a very subtle but powerful science. Only when I studied, I understood how the mind lives on dissatisfaction. Paramahamsas, enlightened beings, does not leave footprint. Anybody who does not leave footprint, who is not heavy on the planet Earth, is called Paramahamsa. Even not only his lifestyle, even his very way in which he carries his being will be so light, radiating so much of lightness, innocence, radiating so much of the carefreeness or the joy. Of course, no other word. That is what, that kind of beings are only called Paramahamsas. In our time shaft, there is no gap. Constantly things are getting written. I think overwritten. Overwritten. Our mind, how much it feels dissatisfaction, that much it does not feel satisfaction. You can see when you feel the hunger, first At first, you will feel in the navel center. After a few minutes, you will feel all over the body. Then it will become irritation, shouting at everybody, and your whole body will be burning, literally. But you don't feel the same satisfaction after you dump the food. You may be filled, but not fulfilled. We may be filling, but not feeling fulfilled. Same way, thirst. Before drinking water, we feel so much of thirst. But after that, we just take it for granted. After eating or drinking, the satisfaction which we feel, we do not cherish, we do not experience, we do not live it, we take it for granted. Any joy you can see in your life, you take it for granted. You start asking, what next? There is a beautiful stotra by Shankara. Tatakim, tatakim, tatakim. What next? What next? What next? Your mind is alive only by asking, what next? What next? What next? It can't relax here and now. When Shiva says, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize that. Be in that moment. If you are finding satisfaction means you are relaxing into that present moment. You are resting into that present moment. You are entering into a space where you don't have boundary, you don't have heaviness, you are not creating footprint. Just be in that space. But our mind is such. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully. There's a beautiful one-liner from Ramana Maharshi. He says in Tamil, I'll give you the translation. Before achieving, even mustard seed will look like a mountain. After achieving, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed for the mind. Before you getting it, even a mustard seed, small thing, will look like a mountain. Without that, your life will not move. For example, a cell phone or a shoe, which you see when you go for window shopping. When you go for shopping, it's called window shopping, just seeing and walking. Particular kind of a cloth or some shoe or some cell phone. You just look at it. You have a thought. Why not have that? You say, no, later on. Let me save a little money and buy. You just walk. But the thought is in your mind. Your mind will now give all kinds of justifications why you should have that. If it is a shoe, it will tell. If I have that shoe, early morning 4:30, I can get up and go for a running. I will be more healthy. It will give all kinds of justifications as if you will get that shoe and start running every day morning. As if your whole morning waking up and running is only in that shoes. And without that shoe, you can't get up or you can't do any running with your old shoe. No, nothing. Your mind will create all kinds of scene. And with that cell phone, you will really start doing lot of business and develop all your relationships. It will give all kinds of ideas. If I have that cell phone, I will be able to call every time. I can keep up with my business, or I can take care of all the relationships. Some idea. Same way with that cloth. I think that cloth will really look nice on me. I'll really feel more confident and courage. And it will give all kinds of ideas. And somehow finally, because your mind says so many times again and again, you may save little money and get that shoe. First few days, you will not even remove that shoe when you go to sleep. It will be there in your leg even when you fall asleep. It will be almost like a part, Karna's Kavacha Kundala. The Karna's Kavacha Kundala can't be removed from his body. It will be just like that. Just always with you. After a few days, you will say, okay. Whenever you go for some parties or sometime you will wear. After a month, rarely, maybe some important thing. After 3 months, it will be lying near that small corner room, which is always under that staircase. Nobody will be there even to clean or polish it. It will be lying there. You can see your mind. Just go to your garage and see all over how many things are lying, and before buying, what all the things, what all words your mind said, and how your mind was showing all these things are really necessary for your life. Especially when you read that Sky Mall magazine, the flight, it gives you such a feeling that without that product you can't take next step in your life. And it gives you such a fantastic feeling with that photograph and everything. Almost your mind says you can't live the next day without that product. Order now. And it's like a hypnotizing, especially these TV ads in US I saw. Call now, call now, call now. And almost that way in which it is presented, your mind will say you can't take the next step. You can't live your life without that product. Or there is something really missing without that product. Go around and see your garage. See your, not only garage, just go around and see the whole house. Go and stand near every object, everything in your house, and just have a small write-up, 2-line write-up. What you felt before that became part of your life. First with your house, with your car, with your wife, with your relationships, with your every product. Just see what was the comment or what was the thought before that became part of your life. And what is the thought now? You will understand your life or your mind records only dissatisfactions. When Buddha says life is suffering, he does not mean that true life is suffering. No. He himself was not suffering, radiating joy and bliss. How can he say life is suffering? What you think or what you record life as is suffering. In your mind, what all you record as life is suffering. That is what he means. There is a beautiful saying in the Upanishad. Once you become enlightened, your future and past both can be changed. I was actually confused when I read. See, future can be changed, that I can agree, because it is open. How can past be changed? Because past has already happened. Only when I myself had experience, I understood the past as you think is not the original past which happened. What you think as your past is not the whole complete record. What you think as your biography is only selected, edited version. It is not the whole as it happened. So only when you become enlightened, you will experience the true past. You will see everything happened. As on now, what you remember as past now is not your past. Maybe a little confusing. What is this? It is true. In your life, if you had 100 incidents, dissatisfaction or suffering, at least 101 incident with satisfaction and joy has happened. That is why you are still alive. See, the prana flow can happen in you only if more number of joyful incidents are recorded in your unconscious, in your inner space. Still you being alive is the solid proof that your unconscious has not really lost the hope about life. Means at least 1% is more joy is recorded in your inner space. Intellectually, consciously, you may not remember. But in the inner space, the recording of the joy or satisfaction is 1% more than the dissatisfaction. That is why still you have hope and still you are breathing. Otherwise, you would have decided, enough, I breathed. Enough, I lived. Bas, let's pack up. Now really, still you being alive is the solid proof that 1% more joy is there inside recording. You may not remember it. You may not remember your past as it happened. Only when you become enlightened, you will realize the whole past as it happened. That is what the rishis say. When you become enlightened, your future and past both will change. You will realize your true past. So many wonderful things have happened. Many times, again and again, you come back to that present moment. Satisfaction, joy, or restfulness, but you don't feel comfortable with that state. Every day, at least few times, you experience the state of Paramahamsa, state of Shiva consciousness, but you feel uneasy with it. You feel uneasy with it. You don't feel homely with it. You don't feel that is your state. Your natural state has become unnatural for you. That is why you say, no, this is, I think this looks too much. It's okay. Before even you consciously relaxing into it, you jump out of it. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whenever you want something, some outer object, like want to enjoy a sweet or some joy, your mind is running towards that object. The moment you put that object into your mouth, or that object comes in contact with your senses, immediately the running stops, you come back to the present moment. You falling back to the present moment only radiates joy and satisfaction. Then you start thinking that joy is coming from that object. No. If the joy is coming from that sweet, then after 10 sweets, the joy should be more. But it is not. See the logic. As you believe, if the joy is from that sweet, after 10 sweets, the more number of sweets, joy should be more. But it is not. Why? It is not from that sweet. It is because your mind falls back to yourself. He gives a beautiful example. Dog which got a dry bone is biting the dry bone. Somehow the dry bone started poking into its own gums and blood started flowing. That dog is just enjoying that blood and thinking that blood is coming from that bone. How the dog is mistaking the blood from his own mouth is the blood from the bone and enjoying it. Same way, you also, when you experience the sense pleasures, when you live those sense pleasures, the joy which comes out of your own self, you attribute it to that object. If the dog starts thinking that blood is coming from that bone, it will just bite the bone more strongly. Same way, you catch that sense object more strongly. But suddenly you will see the emptiness. After 10 sweets, no more joy. Because your mind is now accustomed to the sweet. Even when you put the sweet in your tongue, it is not ready to rest. It is asking, what next? What next? What next? It is not relaxing, resting into that satisfaction. Now you play the next role. Oh, there is no joy in the sense object. One side of your mind is saying, there is no joy. The same joy is not there in that sweet. But your inner mind is telling, no, 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 no. No, 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 you are doing wrong. I think try once more, try little more. We may get little more joy. Because you are not ready to believe that there is no joy in the object, because that's the only thing you have in your hand. If in that also there is no hope, means what will happen? You become hopeless. That is too much. So you try to hold on. So you try to add rasa, juice to the object from your own being and try to enjoy. You are not ready to believe that there is no joy from the sense, from the object. The joy is from your inner space because you are relaxing, resting. Mahadeva says beautifully, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this. In Zen, they have something called tea ceremony. It's nothing, just they will prepare tea and drink. But that is given so much of spiritual significance, you will be surprised. All the monks will sit around and that they will be just sitting and listening to the sound of tea boiling. That water sound. Glug, 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 glug. And that beautiful smell of the steam. And just with a deep meditative mood. And when they pour the tea, just that sound which is created with a full awareness and your deep thirst for the tea or that feeling to sip the tea, just be with that. And beautifully when you sip the tea, the whole tea traveling inside your system and that satisfaction it is creating inside your system. And that beautiful restfulness and that relaxation or satisfaction which comes because you got what you want. The whole mood, the whole thing, just a cup of tea can lead you to enlightenment. Understand? Just that satisfaction, if you can live intensely, there is a beautiful truth behind this whole tea ceremony. Let me explain the truth. Then you will understand the Mahadeva or Shiva's technique. In your inner space, two things will get recorded. Two samskaras will get engraved. Samskara means the engraved memory which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action. If you are addicted to coffee, morning 7 o'clock, once you hear the bell 7, inside coffee, addiction. You see, addiction word can be defined. Understand this definition. Without that object, you will feel deep dissatisfaction. With that, you won't feel much satisfaction. Is addiction. Understand, this is the definition of addiction. with anything, without that object, you will feel deeply dissatisfied. If you can't smoke at that point, you can't stand, like you will feel so restless. You will walk here, you will walk there, you will go to bathroom, you will walk here, you will walk there, and you will be shouting at everybody. You will be kicking the shoes, you will be kicking this. You will be doing all sorts of things like Tom and Jerry. But once you smoke, the joy will not be too much. You will take it for granted. Okay, next. That is what is called addiction. The powerful engraved memory which can make you go through the same action again and again without giving you the satisfaction is called samskara. Samskara and mantra, both are opposite to each other. The words are the memory which stays in you and makes you more and more dull and addictive is samskara. The words are memories which stays in you and liberates you more and more from your bondages is called mantra. The words which stays in you and liberates you is mantra. The words which stays in you and binds you is samskara. That's all. Understand? When you are caught with these samskaras, when you don't feel the satisfaction of what is happening inside you, you will record more samskara and less experience. Let me repeat once more. Inside your inner space, two things will be recorded. For example, the memory of drinking tea and the joy or intense satisfaction which you felt during drinking tea. These two will be recorded. If that satisfaction, the joy, if it is deeply recorded, you won't need the same act of drinking tea again and again. If this experience or the joy or quality of satisfaction is not deeply recorded in you, you need this act to be done again and again. If there is a quality of experience in you, the quantity of act is not needed. If the quantity of act is needed means the quality of experience is not deeply recorded in you. That is why Mahadeva says, Shiva says in another one technique, anything you do with your conscious full awareness will liberate you. Understand? It means if you smoke intensely, consciously, only once you will be liberated from smoking. If you smoke consciously, intensely, even once, you will be liberated. You will not be bound. Because anything you do it completely does not create footprint or leave karma or samskara inside your inner space. Karma means unfulfilled action, which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action again and again to make you feel fulfilled. If you do any action, whether it is seeing something, or listening something, or tasting something, or smelling something, or touching something, anything with full conscious awareness, even once, without drifting into the past or future during that act. Usually, when you are drinking tea, your mind will be doing everything else except enjoying the tea. When you can see in your life, when you put the brush morning to brush your teeth, your mind is already in the office, sitting and calculating and thinking what to do. That is why when you are in the shower, you are talking to your boss. Sometimes even verbally you talk. When you are in the shower, you are talking to somebody. What to do? And when you are sitting in the office, already you are in the evening sea beach or in the temple or thinking about the vacation. When you are in the sea beach, already you are thinking when to go back to the home. When you are in the home, already you are thinking when next day morning you will go to the office. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. That's all. That we are very clear. Anything you do, even once, without drifting into the past or the future, will liberate you. Any karma. Because you are embodiment of fulfillment. You are Purna. There is a beautiful Upanishad sloka. Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. From the whole comes the whole, and if the whole is added to the whole or removed from the whole remains as whole. Maths cannot help. Logic cannot help you to understand this. And now, recently, the Western mathematicians are agreeing 2 plus 2 is not 4. No, really. It is 4 plus something. Whenever you add two things, it is not just a logical equal thing which we were believing always. No. 2 plus 2 is not just 4, because the adding action, that brings some result. See, 2 plus 2 is not just 4. Adding is an action. What about that result? Once you add 2 plus, you see, when the 2 is separate, 2, and there is another one 2, separate 2, these two, when they are added, it is not just 4 plus the quality of adding. Now this 4 is ready to get added to anything else. Now the 4 has got a quality or the idea or the mental setup of getting added to anything. That is why 2 plus 2 is not just 4, it is something more. Because the 4 has now learned how to expand itself. This just 2 do not know how to expand itself. This next 2 also do not know how to expand itself. Then these 2 are joined together and became 4. Now they have an intellectual property, how to expand them. They are something more than 4. Now they know the technique of how to adding more and more into them and how to assimilating or how to expand. Understand? That is why the regular logic is not a complete logic. The system of the Purnamata, if you understand this one Upanishad mantra, the whole comes out of whole and goes back to whole. If you take the whole out of the whole remains as a whole. It's a very beautiful but very subtle truth. You need your full attention and awareness to digest this truth. But very understanding will transform you. You don't even need to meditate separately. You don't even need to meditate separately. The very understanding can transform you. See, now by your nature, whether you believe it or not, you are a whole being. You are a conscious being. Any action, if you do with that whole being, without drifting into the past or the future, the whole, which is your being, even if the action is done You will remain as a whole. You will not become half. Purnamata Purnamitam. You will remain as a pure conscious being. But when you do some action, if you drift away in the past or the future, you will become part. You will not remain as a whole. Then samskaras are written on you. Then karma is created. You have to do the same action once more because you have not been in that whole state when you did that action. When you were smoking, if you were completely into that smoking, there was no other past or future, the whole was doing something holy, then you are not engraving or creating a karma or the memory. You are liberated from that action. You will not be inspired or forced to do the same act again. If you are half off when you are doing some act, naturally, because you have done only half, you have not achieved the full satisfaction, you will carry that remain, that you will carry that engraved memory, which will inspire you, force you to do the same act, to feel the fulfillment through that act. That's all. That is the meaning of Purnamata and Purnamitam, Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. If you remain as whole, if all your actions are whole, with a whole integrated being, you will remain as whole. Anybody who remains as whole, whatever he does is holy. Understand? Paramahamsas are not classified or understood by their action. They are understood by their being. Paramahamsas are recognized by their being, not by their doing. That is why when Shankara is defining Paramahamsas, when he writes his Viveka Chudamani, he defines Paramahamsa. They are like Pichasa, Balaka and Bagula. See, they are like a ghost, mad and kids. All these things put together and something more. Means what? You can't define them. You can't define them. And in Paramahamsa Upanishad they say, no scale or rule or restriction binds them. They are completely liberated. They just live. They just live. They breathe the beautiful air of freedom, liberation, Swadantratva. Free is not the right word for Swadantra. Especially in this country, free word is too, it has got too much meaning, a different meaning. Only one thing, whatever they do it whole, that's all. Because they are whole, no samskara or karma gets inscribed, engraved in them. They are not bound by anything. They are just full, complete. Their inner space is full, overflowing with joy. Understand? Anything you do half, karma is created. Because that memory will make you go through the same act again and again till you feel completed. Whether it is a seeing or listening or smelling or tasting or touching. If you are whole, you are liberated. That is what Shiva says here. Wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, it may be when you see some of your friend, or when you see some scene, or when you hear some music, or when you smell some smells, or when you taste some food, or when you have some pleasure by touch, anything it may be, or when you are sitting and thinking or remembering something, anything may be, the moment you feel something is giving you satisfaction, just sit with that, go into that feeling of satisfaction. As I was telling you, two things will be recorded in you. The memory of the object, the memory of that satisfaction, that experience. If you are drinking tea, the memory of the tea and joy which you experienced during drinking tea. If you fill your whole being with the joy or satisfaction, there is no space for the memory of the tea to get inscribed. So the quality of your enjoyment or quality of your experiencing, the quality to experience will become sharp in you. So any small object can bring the same ecstasy in you. For Paramahamsas, you don't need big things to make them joyful. Just a small flower is okay. They are so joyful. Nothing is required to make them joyful. That is why they say Shiva is called Asudosha, means easily pleased. The Sanskrit word Asudosha means easily pleased. It's called Bolenath, means innocent. Does not need much. Just one small bay leaf, or little bit of rice, or little bit of Ganges water. Nothing much is necessary. He is happy and he gives you whatever you ask. That's why it's called Bolenath. Patram, Pushpam, Palam, Toyam. Nothing else is required. Just one leaf or one flower or just a little bit of something is enough. Nothing else is required. Asudosha, easily pleased. Simple guys. He doesn't need too many things to get pleased. He's a very simple person. You can see Shiva. All useless things which is not used by society at all is around him. Rudraksha, which has no value. There is no economical value, which is just lying all over. Is that all? Is abharanas, ornaments, and all the snakes which nobody wants. Is his friends, and the place where he lives, burial ground, which nobody wants to go. That is the place where he lives. What is his cosmetics? The ash from the burial ground, which nobody will touch. And who are his friends and companions? Bhutas. And the bhutas, which nobody wants to even relate with. So he is happy with all those things. He does not need. He says, anything you think as useful, please you have it. Whatever the society thinks as useless, whatever is discarded, thrown away, he says, yes, I'll take care. That I'll enjoy. He's like a waste management guy. He doesn't bother about all useful things. That let people enjoy. I don't need. All those discarded, useless things, he is very happy with it. He doesn't need too many things to please him. Asudosha. Simple things are enough. Because his quality to enjoy is so beautiful, so sharp, he does not need quantity. Whenever the quality of enjoyment, the quality to feel is intensified in your system, the quantity or the need will disappear in you. If you need more quantity, whether it is food or sex or music, be very clear, your quality to enjoy is less. Because your quality to enjoy is less, you are asking for more quantity. Here Shiva is saying, increase the quality to enjoy. Means, just for next 3 days, decide. Just next 3 days, nothing else. 3 days decide, I will not accumulate more stuff into my hell. No, we are accumulated hell, understand. Accumulated hell means all negative things we have accumulated. Even if we don't have enough, we borrow from our spouse. And they are ready to supply, they have a lot. And they are waiting to supply. And they have so much, they are waiting to supply. Just for 3 days, do not accumulate and connect and see all your dissatisfaction and suffering. Just 3 days, decide, morning till night, whenever you find some satisfaction and you do really find at least hundreds of time in your day-to-day life. For example, you felt thirsty, just you put little water in your mouth, just feel that satisfaction. You want to see your son or daughter or the person whom you love, you call them or you talk to them, you see them. The moment you see, you feel the satisfaction. Just imbibe it. You are feeling hungry and you are putting the food into your mouth. Once you put the food and just see how it travels and how it gives you the satisfaction. Just go into it. And there are so many other acts where you find some satisfaction, some joy. Just go into it. Even the small acts. Just go into it. And close your eyes and sit for a few minutes. And just enjoy that satisfaction. Slowly relax, unclutch from the object. Just enjoy that feeling. The quality to enjoy. Next 3 days, decide that you will experience, go into the satisfaction wherever you find it. Whatever act, wherever you find satisfaction, just sit and cherish. Be filled with it. Just let your being overflow. Let your whole mouth be filled with that amrita. Whenever you feel joy and satisfaction, your mouth will be filled with that saliva. It's called amrit. But you always experience only the poison, means the saliva which comes for asking something. The saliva which comes in your mouth asking something is poison, which comes in your mouth by feeling fulfilled is amrita. Anytime the saliva is filling your mouth by some joy or experiencing something, overflowing, it's called amrita. Just enjoy that amrit, that joy, that satisfaction, and live it. Live intensely. Let your whole inner space be occupied by that joy, by that bliss, by that experience. Let there be no space left for the engrams to be engraved, for the karma to get recorded. Suddenly you will see you became an accumulated joy and bliss. You are no more accumulated hell. And this joy will stay with you by and by without even the object touching your sense. Need for the quantity will disappear. If you are qualitatively happy without quantity adding to your sense, you are in eternal bliss. That's all. You are liberated. You are in Nithyananda. That's all. Just remember for these 3 days and try. It will just click. I always tell people, this bracelet, this mala and all, to remind you all these things only. When you take that bracelet, remember for next 3 days, whenever I see this bracelet, I'll remember to be in Nithyananda. If I'm wearing the mala, I'll remember to be with the satisfaction, with the quality instead of quantity. If you are reminded by all these things, only then they are spiritually useful for you. Otherwise, just one more ornament to brag about. to brag about. No, it should be spiritually useful directly. That is the reason you are given all these things. Directly, it should remind you about the higher ideals or the lifestyle which you took. Understand these 3 days, remember and play with this technique. Suddenly it will click and open the new door. Let you all achieve through these teachings and technique the eternal bliss, Shiva's inner space, Nithyananda. Thank you. In front of your consciousness, the mind brings wrong ideas. Means it's called wrong knowledge. But in front of your consciousness, whether it is right or wrong, anything is experienced is imagination. Except consciousness, anything experienced is imagination. Please understand. In front of your consciousness, if your mind brings wrong ideas, misconceptions, it is called wrong knowledge. Means for a wrong knowledge to happen, your consciousness needs to be present and mind needs to do something. But for imagination to happen, vigalpa to happen, nothing needs to be done. Anything experienced by you other than your pure consciousness is vigalpa. That is why we call samadhi state as nirvigalpa. Please understand. He is taking us to a very subtle plane. Sometimes you may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. You may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. A small story. One guy walked into the bar, sat next to a man who was sitting with a dog at his feet. This guy asked, "Does your dog bite?" That guy said, "No." This guy bent and patted the dog, and the pet bit him. Just bitten him. This guy shouted, "You said your dog doesn't bite? Just bitten me." That guy said, "Yes, my dog doesn't bite, but this is not my dog." You may not have wrong knowledge, but you have your own imagination. Understand? Your own imagination. Many times, vigalpa brings more suffering. Today I have a lot of stories on imagination. Imagination is my favorite subject. Because so much of suffering can be avoided if you understand imagination. If you just understand imagination. Viparyaya, even viparyaya is not that deep. If your mind can be relaxed from constant movement in the conscious layer, you can come out of viparyaya. But vigalpa, even your sleep is vigalpa. Please understand, viparyaya can happen only in your waking state or dream state. But vigalpa can happen even in the deep sleep state. Even if a deep sleep is a vigalpa. Viparyaya can touch only your conscious mind and subconscious mind. Means wrong knowledge can touch you, can disturb you only in the waking state and dream state. But vigalpa, imagination, can disturb you even in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. Sorry, not in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. It can disturb in all three states. You may think, how can Vigalpa, imagination disturbed me in the deep sleep state. Sometime when you are out of deep sleep state, you will say, it was suffocating, as if somebody was pressing me. It is not a dream. If it is dream, you can remember and tell. It will not be like a dream. It will be like a deep suffocation. That's what we call Vigalpa. Means imagination. Many times you imagine things. You imagine things. I have one more story for you about imagination. I'll read it out. It will be very nice. One guy goes to South Africa and sends a letter to his mother saying, "Dear mother, I am sending some pills which doctor gave. And if you take one, it will take years of your life." After a month, that guy comes back home. He sees beautiful young women outside his house sitting with a baby. And this guy comes back and asks, "Where is my mother?" She says, "Don't be silly, I am your mother. And those pills were marvelous." This guy says, "Oh God, I can't imagine. Only one pill. You are able to have a baby." She says, "Are you crazy? That is not a baby, that's your father. He took two." If you take Viparyaya and Vigalpa both, imagination. Many times we imagine too many things. Vigalpa can touch deeper zones than Viparyaya. Means imagination can touch the deeper zones than wrong knowledge. Wrong knowledge is more like a logic. When you have a wrong logic, it's a wrong knowledge. But the Vigalpa, imagination, is deeper than wrong knowledge. Patanjali says, imagination as opposed to reality is the result of mere words that is known as Vigalpa or fantasy. Vastu sunyo Vigalpaha. Every word of Patanjali brings me so much of joy. I can say every word, so much of clarity, so much of depth. He is saying opposed to reality, anything opposed to reality, which is created merely by words. Merely by words. Many times you can see in your life, you are constantly creating many things just by words. Just by words. Simple words. You create your own theories. You spin your own moods, I can say. Your mind and body comes in contact with each other at 7 spots in your body. Both of them touch each other. 7 spots, that is what we call 7 energy centers. In yoga tradition, they call that 7 spots as the 7 energy centers. And they call it as Chit Jada Grandhi, where the matter and consciousness meets each other. Matter and consciousness meets each other. Each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. Please understand, each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. The first root center, if your imagination is added, It just shows the things which is not there. It just shows the things which is not there. It just shows things in the expanded size. That is why constantly you feel the other person is cheating you. Other person not giving you your proper share. Other person is depriving you. In any relationship, you always feel the other is not fulfilling you. Please understand. It is your fantasy. When imagination is added to your root center, you start expecting the things which can never happen, which can never happen, or which never happened, which will never happen. You start imagining things. You start projecting things. You start creating things. And when you see it is not happening through the other person, you start blaming the other person. You start cursing the other person. Imagination added to your greed is fantasy. Imagination added to your fear is, we can say, the main reason for all the phobias. When imagination is added to your fear, it becomes phobia. Constantly you are feeling frightened. Constantly you are feeling frightened. I've heard one more story. You have one more story. A man walks out of a bar and sees a bum panhandling on the corner. The bum says, "Mister, do you have $1? You could spare me." The man thinks about the question for a bit and asks the bum, "If I give you $1, are you going to use it to buy liquor?" He says, "No." The man asks, "If I give you $1, are you going to use it for gambling?" The bum says, "No." The man says to the bum, "Do you mind coming home with me so I can show my wife what happens to someone who does not drink or gamble?" He has his own fear with the wife. Now he wants the proof. Please understand, if the fantasy is added to your greed, he has expectation from her. If the fantasy is added to fear, he is completely frightened by her. But she is the same person. The other person is same. If your imagination is added to your greed, you see her as much beyond what she is through fantasy. If your imagination is added to fear, the same way you see her much beyond what she is through fear. Whether it's imagination or fear, you see what is not. You see what is not. You start seeing things. You experience things which is not there. One more story for you. Every day this guy comes back home after fully drunk. Wife wanted to frighten this guy. So she decides to give him a shock. Every day this guy walks through a cemetery. Late night, she decides to go and sit there with all the makeup and frighten him. She covers herself with a black shawl and she creates smoke. The whole scene is ready. When he comes fully drunk, she just jumps in front of him and creates a big sound. He very coolly turns and says, Don't you know me? I am married to your sister. When your imagination is added to fear, again you see what is not there. Even small things feels like a torture. Please understand, if your imagination is added to greed, even simple things feel like a heaven. Many people come and tell me their experiences about their vacation and all those things. I am not able to connect at all with the idea of vacation. You may think I am from the other planet. No, when people come and tell me, I'm going for vacation, Swamiji, or I went for vacation, can you see the photographs? We went here, we went there. This is our vacation, this is our vacation photograph and all those things. I can't imagine. They have all those vacation photographs on the refrigerator. Wherever I go in the houses, the refrigerator and the cupboards, they forget even that smile was post smile. Whenever they see that photographs, they think, oh, those days when we went for vacation, it was such a joy, so much of ecstasy. I can't connect with the idea of vacation at all. What is vacation? You are going to carry the same mind, same wife, same thing. If you are sitting and worrying in the house, it is called homework. If you are sitting and worrying in the office, it is called business. If you are sitting and worrying in somewhere where you don't know, that's called vacation. I can't connect with that idea of vacation at all. Many times people try to tell me, why don't you take vacation, Swami? I tell them, what will I do? Even if I go there, I'll gather few people and start talking about something. Then let me sit here itself, at least people will be more comfortable in the hall. Instead of sitting somewhere where people will not have comforts, where I will not have a microphone. When your imagination added to greed, things are looking more greener. Things are looking more joyful. Even small action, even one simple rose, you say, oh, she loves me. I love her. Still, I am not able to understand at all these words, all these giving one card, giving one rose. I don't know how the love is conveyed through that, or love is felt through that. I can't relate with that idea. People say, no, you are too insensitive, Swami. But what to do? When imagination is added to your greed, everything looks sweet. Everything looks fantastic. You feel the other person is angel. But when one shift happens in the energy center, that same imagination raises 2 inches above to Swadhisthana, to the fear. The other person looks like a devil. The reality is the other is neither devil nor angel. He's a man. She's a woman. That's all. When we see the other person as angel or devil, we are suffering with vigalpa, imagination. We are suffering with vigalpa. Anything other than reality, if you see, you are suffering with vigalpa. You are suffering with vigalpa. One more story about vigalpa. I hate this modern art, he says to his wife. What a piece of crap that is. Wife says, no, that is a Picasso. This guy says, what about this one with all crazy lines? She says, that is Kandinsky. This guy says, oh, okay, how about this one? Where this guy is got a pencil neck, his nose is upside down, his eyes are on the same side of his head. She says, that is a mirror. He was continuously criticizing everything. He doesn't know it's a mirror. Please understand, the big problem is when you are caught in the greed or fear, not only you will suffer with the other person, you will suffer with you also. When this guy was criticizing all the modern arts one by one, he did not even have awareness to see it is a mirror. He was criticizing. Same way, when you are caught with greed, if you are fantasizing about everything, you will not have awareness to see your own reality. You will fantasize about you also and suffer. Fantasizing about you and suffering is the worst suffering. You will never face the reality. Please understand. If you are fantasizing about somebody and suffering, that person will teach you the lesson. You will understand. You will wake up. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. You can't continue to dream. You can't continue to fantasize, because fulfilling your fantasy is a big headache, responsibility for the other person. Nobody will be able to do that job. They will take vacation. You will realize your fantasy is your fantasy. But if your fantasy is about you and torture yourself, you will never be able to come out of it. That is what almost all the people who misunderstood yoga starts doing. Please understand, I have seen many yogis, not yogis, who think they are yogis, They go on and on and on, torture themselves. They torture themselves so much, they can't tolerate. Please understand, they can neither stop torturing, nor they can tolerate their own torture. I've seen people fighting with themselves, especially with wrong ideas. Many wrong ideas, they misinterpret yoga and they become masochists. They start torturing themselves. I have seen, especially during my wandering, I have seen people torturing themselves and feeling that they are big yogis. I have seen one guy standing on one leg for 12 years. No, really. I went to him just to pay respect to his tapas. I saluted him and I asked him, why are you standing? Do you have any purpose for this? That fellow is such a fool. He doesn't even have the idea of enlightenment or anything. He is not able to answer. Then I just kept quiet. When all the crowd left, I asked him, can you tell me at least now the reason? He said, Baba, the initial when I started standing, it was like an exercise. When I saw so many people are giving me attention, and I started enjoying the attention, finally it became my lifestyle. Please understand, he's torturing himself. Practically one leg is dead. It is no more part of his body. He's dead. He's crippled. But this guy goes on thinking he's doing some great thing. Many times, the greed, the fantasy is turned towards us, and you will never be able to come out of that torture which is created if the fantasy is turned towards you. I can say that's the worst thing. Many times these yogis cannot enjoy themselves. Not real yogis who think they are yogis. The masochist people. They become sadist also. They start torturing others. Actually, one incident happened the other day. from January till March, all of us, I think, big group of our devotees and brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, all of us were walking, doing Padayatra. During the yatra, we were crossing one city. There was a temple. Some of my brahmacharinis, young girls, who took brahmachari diksha, those girls were just laughing and walking, doing the yatra. There were few guys who think themselves as yogis. There's outside every temple in South India, you will see one bunch of beggars sitting in the yogi dress. And they talk all great Vedanta. They will be torturing themselves and torturing others. One bunch of fools were sitting like that. And my brahmacharinis were walking with the kavi. And they were joyful, happy, because they are living real yoga. And these guys saw them. They are so happy. First thing, these young kids are so happy. They can't tolerate. The second thing, they can't tolerate sannyasis can be so happy. That's another one big problem. So one guy started telling, see these Nithyananda Swamis and Swaminis, wherever you go, they are there, laughing, joking. The other guy said, better, because they know the route we were walking, the other guy said, better let us go away to Salem. There we will not see these guys. We don't have to see these guys. The other fellow commented, no, he's popular there also. There also you will see people with his sannyasis, his devotees. The other guy said, no, let's go away to some other state. Only then we don't have to see these guys. Again, this fellow commented, no, in other states are also. He is very popular. You will see his devotees there also. Suddenly my brahmacharinis, they were keeping quiet. Now they said, it is too much. They turned and said, go to hell, you will not see our Swami's devotees there. That is the right place. You need to be. Many times, these so-called yogis, they torture themselves. Please understand, the vikalpa needs to be understood in a very deep sense. Imagination not only related to others, imagination related to you also will bring torture to you. You will be torturing yourself. When you torture yourself, naturally you will give that to others. You won't give headache to others if you don't have one. Please understand. You can't give it to others if you yourself don't have. If you are giving it to others, you need to be clear, you have one. Many times, the so-called yogis start torturing themselves. If you have fantasy towards others, at least they will teach you that it is a fantasy, come down. But if you have fantasy about yourself, there will be nobody to teach you. You will continue to torture yourself. You will continue to suffer. You will continue to suffer with that vikalpa. And the next level is much worse. If you have fear about others, at least at some place where the other person is not there, you will be free. You will not have that fear. If you start creating fear about yourself, you can never escape from that. You can never escape from that. I have seen many people, they start creating fear about themselves. They start creating fear about themselves. They can never be free. They can never relax. They can never be at ease with themselves. It's I can say, the worst hell. If they start creating fear about themselves, they can't live in joy, live in bliss. This story, beautiful story. One Zen master was walking near a river. One young lady was standing. She asked him, "Please, can you help me to cross the river?" The master was with his disciple, young disciple. Master said, "No problem." He just carried her and left her the other side, came back. Young disciple can't tolerate. An enlightened person, a monk, how can you lift her? How can you touch a young lady first? How can you lift her and help her to cross the river? He is not able to tolerate, but somehow he kept quiet. When they reached the monastery, he asked, "How can you touch her and help her to cross the river? Is it not wrong?" The master looks at him and says, "I left her long before. Why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself. Why are you still carrying her?" He has his own fears about himself. Please understand. He has deep fears about himself. That is why he can't relate with the reality. He can't relate with the other person. He can't relate with the other person. In Ramakrishna's life, there is a beautiful incident. He lived with Sarada Devi till the end. They lived such a wonderful life. Many times he was criticized for living with his wife in the temple. He was in the Dakshineshwar temple. But he lived such an amazing life. The relationship between them was such a wonderful relationship. You can't describe it. You can't describe it. The real yogi relationship. He always used to answer them, respond to them, that they are afraid of themselves. That is why they are afraid of the outside person. Please understand, if you are afraid of the other, at least when the other person is not there, you will not have the fear. If you are afraid of yourself, it's like a fear of ghost. It will continue to be there. It will continue to haunt you. It will continue to shake you. It will continue to frighten you. It's a worst thing somebody can have. I've seen many times. The so-called yogis criticize me. What is this? You are sitting in such a big throne and so many disciples are serving you. I tell them, I don't have fear, I will get attached to it. You have fear. That is why you are afraid of it. I have seen many people. They are afraid of handling wealth. Please understand, renouncing because of fear is not renunciation. Many times, people don't want responsibilities, not because that they don't want the freedom which responsibility gives, just because they don't know how to handle the responsibility, the fear of responsibility, the fear of life. They start acting, I renounced everything. I have seen in Himalayas, the so-called yogis, they leave their house, everything, and come and settle down in a small temple. They will settle down in Himalayas. They will sit outside the temple for their food, taking bhiksha, for begging. They will become attached to that spot. Nobody else can sit in their spot. They will fight for that spot. They left their property. They left their house. They left everything and came here. Now they will be fighting for the 2 feet by 2 feet place. Means what? They did not renounce because they don't want. They renounced because of the fear of responsibility. Many times you start renouncing because of fear of responsibility. No. When you are sitting in this, one side you may have the fear. 2 kinds of fear. One, you need to maintain this. Second, you may get attached to this and start suffering. If you are renouncing because of these 2 fears, no, that is no way going to help. I have seen many people renouncing for various reasons, but it is not renunciation. It is doing the same thing through the other way. I have seen people, they renounce all their gold, wealth, everything and come away to Himalayas with one kamandalu, water pot. But they will get so attached to that pot, they will wash that pot whole day and keep it shining. I know one Baba is called Kamandalu Baba. All he does is 6 hours per day he will wash that Kamandalu. First he will wash with sand, then he will wash with tamarind, then he will wash with the powder, then he will apply ash on that. And he's like that Kamandalu, that water pot became his brand. Many times people do that. It's not renunciation, doing it in the other way. I have one more story for you about that. This guy goes into a bar and orders three separate short glasses of Irish whiskey. He drinks all 3. He does this day after day after day after day. The bartender finally says, you know, I can put all 3 of those shots into one glass for you. The guy says, no, I prefer it in this way. See, I have 2 brothers. They are abroad. I love them. This glass right here feels that I am drinking for each one of them. I feel all 3 of us are together here and drinking. And the guy continues to come in day after day after day, does the same thing. The bartender also continues to set up 3 glasses. One day, the guy comes with a long face and says, give me 2 shots today. The bartender is shocked. He thinks something wrong has happened. He asks, what happened? Did something happen to one of your brothers? Bartender asks. No. The guy says, they are okay. It is just that I decided to quit drinking. Understand? All our renunciation is more or less like this. You decide to quit drinking, but you go on drinking. We renounce maybe the fear of maintaining or fear of attachment. If you renounce because of fear of maintaining or fear of attachment, please be very clear. You will be surely enjoying in some other way. That's what Krishna calls beautifully Mithyacharaha, hypocrite, who is renouncing physically but enjoying in some other form. I can say one of the worst curse happened to India is this Mithyachara. This Mithyachara. In course of time, people have started renouncing because of their fear of attachment, fear that they may get attached, or that fear they have to maintain. Out of that, when they started renouncing, they never achieved yoga. And people have started thinking, this renunciated, these guys have become yogis. No. Understand? Renunciation which happens because of vikalpa is not yoga. Next pattern we will work on is the pattern of jealousy and comparison. Vishuddhi chakra, throat center. The thought pattern of jealousy and comparison. I tell you, most common and unaware engram is jealousy, comparison. It starts again from the early childhood. When your mother says, eat well, only then you will become like your elder brother. Study well, only then you will become like your father. Comparison is one of the most common and most unaware engram. You compare
wealth, you compare in health, you compare in beauty, you compare in education, you compare in intellect, you compare in practically everything. But you need to understand one thing. God is not an engineer to do mass production. Only in mass production you can compare one product with another. God is an artist. He paints each one of you. He designs each one of you. He carves each one of you. How can you compare between one art piece and another art piece? You are unique. Each one of you are unique. All of you are not equal. No. All human beings are not equal. No. All human beings are unique. It's like each human being is a unique flower. Uniqueness flowers in you. Fulfillment flowers in you when you realize your uniqueness more and more and more. If you dig out the comparison engram, you will understand. Sometimes you waste years of your life just because of comparison. Your neighbor has a big house, even though you don't need, you waste so much of your time, energy, putting it and investing it in a house. Finally, when you have the big house and are not able to maintain it, when you are not able to maintain, when you realize you don't need that big house, you feel, oh God, 8 years of my life I wasted in this. I really needed a car. I could have put little bit of money into the car. Instead, I put all the money into this house. Now I am not able to maintain. Please understand, if you are struggling with money, you are enjoying the struggle. You are not interested in manifesting. Please at least understand you are enjoying the struggle. You will feel abundance with your struggles. Oh, I want struggles and I have enough. Let me enjoy it. At least feel abundance. You want struggles, 2000 struggles around you, and you have 2500 struggles. Enjoy them. Please understand, there is no such thing as struggling with money. If you want to have struggles, you will have struggles. If you want to have money, you will have money. The people who have struggles, they want to have struggles, so they are having it. People who want to have money, they want to have money, they are having it. So, decide, you want to have struggles or you want to have money, you will have it. That clarity should come to your biomemory and muscle memory. You will have what you want. Next. Please understand, in each of this, you have your vested interests. Many times, you visualize in poverty, you are free from all responsibility. You just want to be free from all responsibilities and commitment. Then you constantly visualize, entertain, cherish the poor life. When it actually lands on you, you say, no, this is not what I wanted. Without knowing what is going to come, You cherish, visualize, entertain a thought current. After you attract that, you think, oh God, I think I missed it. Please understand, universe is intelligent and compassionate. It gives you only what you ask for, never anything else. And if you have manifested poor health, unhappy relationship, poverty, look in why you manifested. Why you manifested. And dig it out from your muscle memory and biomemory, the root patterns. Why you manifested poor health, poverty, unhappy relationships, and complete it. You will understand you always manifested only what you wanted, knowingly or unknowingly. Throat center. A throat center. This throat center is blocked when there is a non-alignment between the imagination, expectation you carry about others and the others' expectation about you. Listen. Listen. When there is a non-alignment between your expectation about others and others' expectation about you, that is where the jealousy and comparison starts. Listen. You may have a superficial jealousy, superficial comparison, very superficial, like while you are driving in a Mercedes-Benz, if a BMW passes by, a superficial comparison. But those things does not affect you. The root jealousy, the root comparison which affects you is the non-alignment of your expectation and the other person's expectation. How many of you have in your life the non-alignment between your expectation towards them and their expectation towards you? Both of them are not in alignment. Then you have a problem in throat center. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you as per your understanding. Listen. These are all like a legal definition. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you. In this example, what I expect you for me and how I tell that to you. Clear? For example, now I am expecting Bhagavan to build a temple in Dallas, so I am expressing it to him. This is my Anyakara. He expects me should always honor all the words I utter and fulfill them. That is his Anyakara for about me. Clear? But now there is a non-alignment where I am fulfilling, but he is not ready to fulfill. Clear? So his throat has a problem. Now, is there anybody who are not cognizing? But if he builds the temple and I don't honor this time keeping or what he expects from me, then I have a problem. I have to alter, transform and stretch. Clear? Here is a volunteer. What that volunteer expects from me is is Anyakara about me. What I expect from him is Anyakara, my Anyakara for him. Clear? If I fulfill his expectation and he does not fulfill my expectation, his Vishuddhi as a problem. If he fulfills my expectation and I don't fulfill my Vishuddhi as a problem. Clear? So always be stretching, fulfilling everybody's Anyakara with whom your life is involved. Clear? Still anybody? Not clear? Come on, come to the mic.
If you complete that, you cannot fulfill his expectation. Then
yes, if you complete it, then no problem.
then no problem.
No problem. Even then, you are not expressing your capacity. You are integrated, but not authentic. Understand? Now you will see. You will flourish in your business. You will flourish in your job. You will flourish in your relationships. In everything you will see, because you have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You saw the live demonstration of somebody opening their Vishuddhi center. When he said he will not, his Vishuddhi was locked. The moment he decided he is going to do, his Vishuddhi opens. So I tell you, not giving upon you and others is the way to open the Vishuddhi. Don't give up on people. I demonstrated, I don't give up on him. I was very authentic with him. Even if he does not want to do, I did not force him. I just left it. But I am not going to give up on him. I am going to wait. I'll wait and see to it he realizes sometime. When I carry that cognition, I am going to wait. Immediately he realizes. He realizes. So in all those moments, understand, my decision not to give up on you is the one which is pulling you up. That is the rope. That is the connection. Clear? Now, I'll repeat. My expectation about the other person is my Anyakara about him. The other person's expectation about me is that person's Anyakara about me. When there is a non-alignment between these two, Vishuddhi as a problem, who fulfills it as flowered Vishuddhi, who does not fulfill as the collapsed throat center. Now listen. Let me come back to emotion retention and emotion fermentation. You get multiple types of emotions, almost all emotions every day. Sometimes lust, sometimes greed, sometimes fear, sometimes the multiple versions of fear, sometimes worry, sometimes love, sometimes attention giving, sometimes attention asking, sometimes jealousy, sometimes comparison, various emotions, sometimes the willpower, sometimes arrogance, sometimes frustration, different emotions I can describe. All kinds of emotions you get, but logically, through your conscious decision,
the thought currents or emotions which you cherish stays inside you and starts getting fermented. The good news is, no emotion gets fermented inside you. No fermentation of emotions happens inside you without your conscious support. You should understand that. Please understand, I am talking a practical science. Listen. I am giving you the essence. Whenever there is an inauthenticity in Anyakara, you end constantly comparing yourself and your life with others. You end up with jealousy, hurt, anger, suffering. Then you are caught in comparison and jealousy. Jealousy is outcome of deep innate violence you carry. Listen, I am putting it in a better way. Please understand, when somebody expects something from you, when their image about you demands your expansion, you are not interested in expansion. The violence you have, you show towards them as jealousy, saying, you expect this from me. Come on, now I will expect this much from you. You prove. Getting it? Cognizing it? How many of you are cognizing it? Jealousy starts to justify. Listen. Jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image, or, listen, jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image. Understanding? See, I will not fulfill what he wants from me because he does not fulfill what I want from him. And I will expand what I want from him before even thinking whether he is going to fulfill or not. If he has 10 million, I'll put it as 100 million I want from him. Then go there and say, see, he's not fulfilling my 100 million, so I'm not going to fulfill what he wants from me. Getting it? Cognizing it? Jealousy starts as the justification. Clear? Then it becomes a violence to declare your supremacy. Let me tell you, cognize, listen. First, hey, you have 10 million. If I ask 10 million, you may give. No. I'll ask 100. So you can't. So now, because you are not fulfilling, I can justify why I am not fulfilling. Why I am not expanding me to you, because you are not expanding you to me. As a justification, jealousy starts. Then you have justified to many people that why you are jealous, why you are jealous, why you are jealous. You are justified to many people, and many people have fallen with your argument, and they say, all right, you are right, you are right, you are right. Then the jealousy doesn't keep quiet. It declares, now I am the supreme. Listen. For example, I say, hey, give me 100 million. You are not giving. So now I am also not going to fulfill your image about me. Then this fellow, yes, he says, yes, right. He falls. Then second fellow comes. For him also, I am not going to expand to you because you are not expanding to me. Justification. He falls. So one by one, when people start falling, suddenly you declare, hey, I am the most supreme.
How many of you are cognizing it? Do you see in your life, in some areas, you have declared supremacy? At least one area you have to declare supremacy to keep yourself alive. If you don't declare supremacy, even in one place, you cannot tolerate you. How many of you are cognizing me? Clear? Where you declared supremacy is the root jealousy, suffering pattern with which you are struggling. Listen, look in and verify at least 2 situations that happened in your life where you experienced jealousy and used it as a justification mechanism. Means, he is not fulfilling, why should I fulfill? I am justified. Some way. And look in and identify, write down how this jealousy became a defending mechanism, defending you from your own inauthenticity. When you are not coming for morning yoga, you say everyone is not coming, then what is the wrong? Nothing wrong. I also don't need to come. This is the level of the human awareness. I tell you, even the collective consciousness theory is nothing but your justification of jealousy, saying that everybody is like that only. I was also like that. And the third, look in and identify and write down how your defending mechanism protected your inauthenticity and how you declared supremacy of your inauthenticity.
People who are able to be energetic, alive, active, sharply thinking, strategizing, without the peer pressure of jealousy, comparison, they are going to accumulate exorbitant amount of wealth. Understand? All the people who can function, think, work, get excited only by peer pressure, jealousy, comparison are just going to dry and wither out, because all the peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, everything is going to be taken away from life. If your mental setup is such, you can think only with peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, you don't have a future. Your active, excited hours will drastically drop down to 5%. You will be almost in depression, low mood, non-thinking, non-excited, inactive. Whoever is able to excite themselves with powerful cognitions, in tune with the cosmos, you are active just because you feel like enriching the world, supporting the world, contributing to the world. If your mental setup is based on contribution, enriching, spiritual strength and excitement, you are going to be active continuously and you are going to accumulate exorbitant wealth. Because all the wealth of the peer pressure based gang is going to be left. It's going to melt down. The peer pressure based industries will melt down. Contribution based industries will shoot up.
Now let us enter into the Vishuddhi chakra. Vishuddhi means which is beyond Shuddhi. Shuddhi means purification. Ashuddhi means impure. Shuddha means which is pure. Ashuddha means which is impure. Vishuddha means which is beyond pure and impurity, which cannot be contaminated at all. The Vishuddhi chakra actually cannot be contaminated. It is always full of energy and life. Only we cover it with some ideas. We try to disturb it. How? How we try to disturb it? How to clear it? We'll see in this session. Jealousy and comparison that locks, disturbs the Vishuddhi chakra. When you are accepting and understanding your own uniqueness, when you are not comparing yourself with others, when you are not jealous about others, this chakra opens. Let us enter into the idea, comparison. What is comparison? Comparing with others, comparing with the neighbors, comparing with the nearby person, comparing with colleague, comparing with brothers, comparing between family people. Let us enter what are all the major aspects which creates or destroys our life. The major things in our life. Money, one thing. Let us go for some more ideas. What are the major things which affects our life? Money, one by one. Money. That is what luxury comes under money. Okay. Health. Okay. Ambition also comes under money. If money is there. Position. Personality. Under the word personality, all the relationship can be brought. Beauty. See, something tangible which directly affects your lifestyle, your life method. That's what I wanted. Personality, right. Money, right. Education, right. Intellect, attitude, education, all these things come under one category. Intellect. People used to tell that I have no ego at all. The I itself is ego. I have no ego. The first word I is ego. It's a vague word. Directly you can't do anything about ego. I'll explain what is ego. Because this chakra is something to do with ego only. Let us. A direct word ego, people we feel get frightened. If I say that you have to kill the ego or drop the ego, immediately they drop me instead of dropping the ego. So, I don't touch the word ego. I go in a diplomatic way to touch the ego. Because dropping the ego is almost like an operation. It should be done in a diplomatic way. One thing, money. Next, name and fame. Power. Power, name and fame. Everything comes under this title. Name and fame. Beauty. Intellect. In this four major classification, everything else can be put. Money, name and fame, intellect, beauty. This four classification. This four will do. In this four, all the other things, whatever you say, the education, everything can be classified under this four category. These four things are the things which affects a man's life very seriously. Let us enter. What is our status in this four category? Are you a rich man? Are you a poor man? Are you a man of name and fame? You can't say yes or you can't say no. Are you beautiful? Difficult question. Honestly, you have to tell the truth, no other way.
Neither you can say yes, nor you can say no. Same way, if you ask somebody, are you intelligent person? I can't. So you'll be in trouble. Let us not go for that question. Are you an intellect? If I ask somebody, you can neither say yes nor say no. All these four things which continuously haunts our life, you are almost tortured, killed by these four major subjects, issues. You are continuously mentally tortured. Your whole day is haunted by this four subject. Is it not? Am I right? You are continuously haunted, harassed, disturbed, used by this fourth subject. But you don't know your status in these four subjects. Just open your eyes and see. You are creating your own suffering without having any clear data. If you have a clear data that you have such and such a problem, and if you suffer, okay, we can leave it. All right, you suffer. But you have no clear data, you have no clear concept, you don't have any clarity, but you continuously suffer. Why? Just now you all told, you can neither say, I'm a rich man, nor say, I'm a poor man. Because there's a big queue. In front of you, thousands of rich people are standing. Behind you, thousands of poor people are standing. It's this side also infinite, and this side also infinite. Same way beauty. This side also infinite, this side also infinite. Where is the scale for beauty? No scale. And intellect. This side also infinite, this side also infinite. Name and fame. Same thing. You are suffering. If your suffering is dependent on reality, if you are suffering because of this mic, if you are suffering because of one sword, then your suffering is what suffering? Nothing can be done. We have to remove this, or we have to do something. If you are suffering due to some tangible reason, due to some tangible thing, due to reality, then we can do something about your suffering. We can eradicate, or if we can't eradicate, at least we can leave it. No, it can't, nothing can be done. We have a clear picture whether we can help you or we have to leave you. But here, the reason itself is not clear. You are not suffering because of reality. You are suffering because of comparative reality. This is the key. Be very clear. You are not suffering because of reality. You are suffering because of comparative reality. There are two types of existence. One is positive existence, another one is negative existence. This plant, these flowers, they are existing positively. If you want to remove it, you can remove it. If you want to handle it, you can handle it. If you want to take it and keep it here, you can keep it. But the darkness which is inside the room, that is negatively existing. Can you do something about the darkness? If you want to remove the darkness, can you remove the darkness? Can you handle the darkness? No. Just like a darkness negatively existing, your comparative reality, suffering also, is a negative existence. You can't do anything. If you want to remove the darkness, you have to throw light. Directly you can't do anything with darkness. Just like that.
If you want to do something with your Vishuddhi chakra, just throw light. Just understand that you are neither rich man nor poor man. Instead of continuously looking this side, start looking this side. To satisfy yourself, to be direct. I don't say that don't grow. No, grow. Yearn. Do everything. But psychologically be in a freedom. Psychologically don't be tortured. Don't get tortured. If you are continuously tortured, haunted psychologically, your work, your profession will be disturbed. If you are continuously sick psychologically by comparing with others, if a next house person brings AC, your house temperature increases. If he brings AC, your house temperature automatically increases. Why? There's a beautiful song in Tamil. Aduthaathu ambujatha paattheda. Continuous comparison. Continuous jealousy. Continuously we are trying to live others' desire. Mahavir says beautifully in Jain Sutras, when a man comes down to the earth, whatever quantity of food he eats, he is supposed to eat in his life will be sent to the earth. Same way, the Vedanta says, when a man comes to the earth, whatever he has to achieve in this life, the enough energy is sent along with him. If he has to become a collector, enough energy. If he has to become a crorepati, enough energy. Everything is clearly sent along with him. You are given 10,000 rupees and sent to Bangalore to bring 10,000 rupees worthy things. But as soon as you go there, after crossing Dodaballapur, you forget all about why you started, with how much money you started, everything. With how much of energy you brought, everything is forgotten. And you make some friends in Bangalore, and you see what they are purchasing. Instead of you purchasing only for 10,000, you start purchasing for 20,000, or 25,000, 15,000. Who will pay the 15,000? And start suffering for it. That is what happens when you come down to this earth. You bring enough energy to live your life. What Mahavir says is not a lie or a theory. What he says is an experience. But after coming here, you start comparing with others. Became more greedy. Not only greedy, you change your route. You may have taken birth to become a doctor, but seeing your neighbor is engineer, you tend to that side. You may have taken birth to become a dancer. Seeing your sister is a painter, you try to jump into the painting. So instead of living our own life, we simply shift the center to different life. Somebody else's life. Then you don't live your life, you start living somebody else's life. If you live somebody else's life, how do you think that you will have a satisfaction that you have lived? A small story from Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, the greatest scientist of last century, the greatest truth which is discovered in the last century is done by him, discovered by him, the theory of relativity. This man was about to die. About to die is in a deathbed. Doctors are told only few days more he will be alive. All his disciples are sitting around him. his scientist disciples. The disciples were asking, Einstein, if God gives you one more birth, how would you like to take birth? What is the birth you wanted? What way you would like to take birth? What you would have told? He told, I should take birth as a plumber, the woodworking plumber. Then scientists, the people have become simply wonderstruck, surprised. They asked why, what happened? Why are you telling in that way? Einstein says, when I was a small boy, I wanted to become a plumber, a woodworker. In foreign, plumbers do the woodworking. In abroad, they are called wood plumbers. Here only the name is different. People who work with wood and plumbing, wood plumbing. Anyhow, then these people asked why? What is the reason? Then Einstein replies, when I was small, I want to become a plumber. But when I went to learn the work, when I started learning, somehow my master has beaten me. Afraid to get beatings, I ran away from there and went and fell in the hands of scientists. And somehow I became an intellectual and I did all these things. Even though I have everything outside, I have money, name and fame, whatever you call it, all the four things. Even then I have everything. I don't have the satisfaction that I have lived my life. I have found the greatest truth of this century, but my life has become lie. My life is not truth. We should learn something, great lesson from his teaching. What he said, only a real mystic can say. A satisfaction of living, the satisfaction that you have lived is the essential thing. That's the only gift you can get from life. Whatever else you get from life can be taken away from you. Death will simply take away everything from you. You know, even your body is taken away. Your life is taken away. Only one thing can be left with you. The satisfaction that you have lived your life. If you achieve that from the life, you have achieved whatever can be achieved from the life. If you have not achieved that one thing from life, you have not achieved anything from the life. So even if you die in a platform as an orphan, but if you have the satisfaction that you have lived your life, you will have a peaceful, beautiful death. Otherwise, even if you die in an AC room, in the hospital ICU, top hospitals ICU, no, you will not have the satisfaction that you have lived, your life. A continuous comparison and continuous jealousy changes the root of your life. The negative existence, things which don't exist, haunts you in your life because you are unaware, because you are in low energy. That is what Upanishads say, Maya. Yama iti Maya. Which is not there is Maya. But Maya is the cause for all our problems. Sorrows. Vedanti say Maya is the root cause for everything, for all our problems. What is the meaning of the Maya? Yama iti Maya. Which is not there is Maya. How can you be hunted by which is not there? You can be hunted, you can be harassed, you can be nagged. Somebody who is existing, which is already happening, that is different. Somebody who is existing, if they nag you, it's okay. But you are nagged by somebody who is not existing, who is not living, who is Yama, who is not there. How can it happen? This is the way it happens. Which is not there,
but which you create. The comparative reality, a continuous comparison with others. Actually, it is not there, which you create, a purely your own creation, your own production. Actually, you produce, but the title you don't want to put your name, you put somebody else's name. You are the producer of your life cinema, but out of politeness, you put somebody else's name, sometimes God's name. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, I am full of poverty, what to do? I asked, how many children do you have? 14. Why did you give birth to 14? No, Swamiji, God gave. God gave or you gave? What is happening? He gives, he produces, and put God's name. I don't think God comes down to earth to produce children. And 14, after 14, he says God gave. What is happening? That is the same thing which we do continuously. We produce everything and put God's name. But God is not going to suffer. God has not come to me. I told, if God gave, let him come to me, I will answer to him. You go. Just trying to escape. You produce, but you put somebody else's name. But that is not the way. That is not going to solve your problems. This chakra is locked by comparison and jealousy. It opens, it gets unlocked by understanding your own uniqueness. Each and everyone is unique. The solution to open this chakra is given in a small story by a Zen Buddhist monk. Once a king came to see a Zen Buddhist master. You can ask, why always kings come to see the masters? Only kings can see masters. Be very clear. If a poor man comes, he may pray to me at the most for some welfare, some money, some of his problems. Only if a man who is already satisfied in the outer world, if he comes, he will ask for a real wealth from me. You go to Albert Einstein and ask, what is the 1 plus 1? You are wasting your time and his time. Surely he is not a Sardaji, so don't bother. You are asking your time and his time. You are wasting. The 1 plus 1, you could have asked any primary school teacher. Just like that. If you come to me and ask for some wealth, for some mundane affairs, of course, I'm going to answer. I'm going to tell, I'm going to give, or I'm going to do. That is different. But a man who is satisfied completely with the outer world, if he comes, a man who knows everything about the basics, if he comes, he can directly argue about theory of relativity. What is meant by E equal to mc square? What is meant by energy and matter? You can discuss all these higher things with Einstein. The same way, if a king, the man who is satisfied with the outer plane, if he comes, he can have directly what I want to give. He can have directly what a life can give really. So the king went to Zen master and asked, Master, what is Buddha? He is asking, what is Buddha's state? What is meant by Buddha's state? Enlightenment. Master beautifully answers, the cypress in the courtyard is Buddha. Cypress means the plant which thani bush. The thani bush is called cypress. The thani bush which is in my courtyard is Buddha. King naturally is not able to understand. He asks, Master, please give some more explanation. And Master says, do you see just next to the thani bush, a rose bush is also existing. Both are living nearby continuously for many years.
But not even once thani bush tried to become a rose bush, and rose bush tried to become a thani bush. If it happens in you, you are enlightened. Nothing else is needed. Just accepting yourself and taking the responsibility of your being is enough. If we are thani bush, oh, so many people are coming near the rose bush and enjoying it, plucking it. The rose bush is so beautiful. I could have become rose bush. If you are a rose bush, oh, so many people are continuously coming and plucking me, torturing me. I could have been thani bush. Nobody will come and touch me. I will be in a safe position. Both the way, the other bank looks greener. A continuous outer vision. This, never that, never even. That is the way this chakra is disturbed. This one story, if you remember, that's enough. The cypress in the courtyard is Buddha, because it does not compare itself with others' life. But all our life is haunted, tortured continuously by comparing with others, comparing with sisters, comparing with brothers. So now, how to come out of the comparison? How to come out of the jealousy? Let us explore how to come out of the jealousy. How to come out of the jealousy? Stop comparing. Beautiful solution. If you all can practice, that's enough. Yes, these are all the things to be achieved. How to? Why jealousy comes? What you say is okay. Can you do it immediately as soon as you go out of the room? No, I wanted something direct, practical solution. Drop it. Can you? Beautiful. Then okay, I have no problem. You see, the reason for jealousy, root cause for jealousy is low energy. The low energy. Low energy is the root for jealousy. Because you are not able to achieve, you feel jealous. You tend to compare. You tend to disturb the others. If you can create enough energy in yourself, in your own being, to achieve what you want to achieve, naturally you will not have any disturbance or any problems by comparing or by jealousy. Now we will enter into a great Zen Buddhist meditation technique to create more energy in our being, to throw light on Vishuddhi Chakra. The meditation technique which will activate, which will energize the Vishuddhi Chakra. All these sessions, we are dealing with two things. One is maturity, another one is meditation. Maturity means the jnana, the knowledge how to handle the chakra. Meditation means the energy to handle the chakra. Not only the intelligence, the energy is also needed. Not only you should know how to operate the gear, you should have enough energy in your hand to operate the gears. Then only you can fly. So, for all the chakras, we have dealt how to operate it, how to use it, and we have had meditation technique to have enough energy to operate the chakra. Now, we will enter into the meditation technique. This technique is the gift of Tibetan Buddhism, the Zen Buddhism, the Tibetan Zen Buddhist. technique. I'll explain the technique. Some of you may be knowing the technique. We will go for practicing after explaining. A deep conscious vibrations, humming should be created in your being. Just sit in a relaxed way. How to sit to balance your being? The Buddhists have taught beautifully. Just squat and put your right leg on the left leg, and as soon as you sit, see that your spinal cord is in a straight line. How to make it in a straight line? You can just close the eye and bend your whole body in front. And if you feel the weight of the body, you will be able to very clearly feel the weight of the body. Slowly push your body backside. Slowly, very slowly, with full awareness. At one point, at certain point, you will feel that your body is weightless. The center of gravity falls in line. The center of gravity of your body, when it is in a straight line, you feel your body weight is less. You feel you are weightless. Just the same way, push your body backside a little bit. Again, bring it slowly with awareness. On particular point, the same point, you again feel that you are weightless. Your center of gravity falls in line. The right and the left. Same way. If you do it, just bend your body with full awareness. Try to trace the weightless point, the less weighted point. You will be able to trace at one point your whole body is weightless. Your center of gravity falls in one line. That is the point where you need to sit. That is your asana. This is the beautiful technique found by Buddhists to sit for a long time. Buddhist monks sit for 10 hours per day. 10 hours they sit for meditation. I don't think 10 minutes any of us can sit in one posture. But with this technique, today also we can sit even for 2-3 hours. The technique is such effective. If you practice, you can sit surely for 10 hours. But today itself, the technique, if you rightly caught the point, verily you can sit even for 2 hours. Because when your center of gravity falls in straight line, you don't feel the weight of the body. Even when you watch TV, when you are in the office, if you sit in this way, you will see your consciousness is not much disturbed. You will be able to do your activities with more energy, with more freedom. Not if you have a knee pain, half of the energy will be locked in the pain. If you have a dental pain, if you have a tooth pain, you will be doing dental meditation instead of transcendental meditation. So, what will you be doing? You will not be able to do whatever you want to do. So this posture will relieve you from the body. First, we will sit and then close the eyes. When I say close the eyes, completely close the eyes. I'm not telling shut your eyebrows. What we are doing in the name of closing the eyes, when we open the eyes, we see all the images. We see all the pictures. When we close the eyes, we see the same negatives inside, the images flowing. Stop seeing everything. Just close the eyes. Feel that both of your eyeballs have become like a stone. Feel that they have become a stone. When you feel that they have become a stone, the movements of eyeballs stops. then simply you enter into the plane of no thought. Thoughts and eyeball movements are very closely related. When you stop one, the other will stop. If you stop the eyeball movement, the thought will stop. If you stop the thoughts, the eyeball movements will stop. Then once when we stop the eyeballs movement, then we'll start creating a humming, a vibration. Imagine your body as a hollow tube or a hollow vessel and create no shouting. So don't worry, no shouting. No need for shouting. Just create a long vibration, as long as possible, as deep as possible, as louder as possible. That's all. No opening the mouth or shouting. Just create deep vibrations. This is enough. Relax your hand and just create the vibrations. That will give you a tremendous energy upsurge. After the 20 minutes of vibration, 20 minutes you will be doing the vibration. After the 20 minutes, 10 minutes, all of us will put our awareness on Vishuddhi. You will see a new energy entering into your Vishuddhi. This technique, when it is regularly practiced, no concentrating on Vishuddhi. But today I am giving this technique especially to energize the Vishuddhi chakra. So just concentrate on Vishuddhi, on throat chakra, throat center. So now we will go for technique. See, if your body is completely under your control, you must be able to make Padmasana without touching the leg. You should be able to put Padmasana without touching the leg. You can sit in a relaxed way, no problem. If possible, put. Otherwise, don't disturb yourself too much. If you disturb yourself too much, you will be continuously thinking about your body. Anyway, you can keep in a relaxed way or in a Buddha posture. You can lock or you can keep in a relaxed way. Only one thing, the key points you understand, balancing the body, closing the eyes completely, creating conscious vibrations. When you create a conscious mind will stop. Okay, shall we start balancing the body? Close the eyes and start balancing your body. Bend towards the front. Close the eyes. It will be very little difficult. Try your best. And feel the weight of your body. And slowly, very slowly, and try to push your body backside. And slowly, just slowly, with full awareness. Slowly raise the body with full awareness. We will just bend towards right. Nicely, as much as possible, just bend. Then only you will be able to find the point. And feel how your body is pulled towards the ground. Slowly come back to the center with awareness. Then only you will be able to find the center point. The point in which you feel light, weightless. The point in which your center of gravity falls in straight line. Now we shall bend towards left. slowly center your body. Feel your eyeballs have become stone. Stop the movements of the eyeballs. Feel that your whole eyes and eyeballs became like a stone. Feel completely your eyes, eyeballs have become stone. Now start humming from your deep stomach.
Thank you for letting me come here. Actually, I had a question which came to me a few months back, and I'm still a little puzzled over it. I'm actually a photographer, and I started work as a photographer only 1 year ago. So initially, the assignments I was getting for photography, nobody wanted to pay me, and that disturbed me a lot. Now I'm getting assignments, and people are paying me, but not enough. So my confusion is whether I should be okay with it or I should not be okay with it, and if I should ask them for more, and if so, how much should I ask? I feel afraid that I'll become greedy like everyone else if I ask people for to pay me more for my talents or for my services. So
two things, ma. One, do not hesitate to ask. First thing. Second, do not stop being creative because you are being paid only less. See, when you create a kind of an hatred for the people who pay you back, you snub your creativity. So have confidence to ask and have courage to radiate. Have confidence to ask and have courage to share. Do not stop being creative based on the money you have been paid. Then it will curtail your creativity and intelligence. But you don't need to be covered, or you don't need to have less courage and confidence not to ask.
thank you, sir. That's my click.
Two reasons. Come on, then. Let me answer one more message from Miami. The question is, having the urge to spend and have nice things around you, is that a bad trade to have and keep you from accumulate money? Nothing is wrong. You see, urge to have money, urge to spend and have nice things around you is perfectly right. Not wrong.
Right. I came from the big, in that when we are grown up, during our, when we are rising up, we strongly believed that we are poor and we are not affordable. For each and every situation, we thought that we had that thought in our mind. Every time we were thinking that I am poor, I am not affordable. Okay. That engrams what we call that programming, what has happened. Till now, I am unable to generate any income, not much to take care of my life. And the second thing is, I have a habit of every month, the beginning of every month, I'll make a list of what are the bills I have to pay separately, and another list of what are the expected incomes. Here, what I have the habit is that I'll focus always on what are the bills I have to pay. I'm very prompt in paying all the bills from the money, not what I earned, from the money what I borrowed. That results in making me accumulated a lot of debts. Then that click what I got when I was sharing today.
Great. How you are mismanaging money? Great. See what he said, I think all of you understood. That is a self-explanatory. Great. Anybody else? It's from Singapore. How not to be overprotective and over-calculative of existing money? Does it stop creation? Ships are safe in shipyard, but they are not created to be in shipyard. They are created to be in ocean. Just because they are safe in shipyard, you can't say, why not let me keep my ship in the shipyard itself? Ships are safe in shipyard, no doubt. But can you keep the shipyard in the shipyard itself? No. It is not the purpose of ship. Same way, currency means what? It should be current. It should be circulating. So this too much of fear stops creation, stops your creativity.
retain the money only for next maybe 2 to 3 months, not more than that. If you are storing more than next few months, you are creating laziness in you. Like a fat stored more than required in your system, not only weight, and it destroys your health. Insecurity and bad cholesterol is directly connected. That is why all the Indians all over the world die in bad cholesterol. But like a bulb fuse going, the heart goes away. Too much insecurity. That same thing happens in the body also. Too much insecurity. Who knows, I will get good food tomorrow or not. Let me save the cholesterol now itself. And I have a big belt below the belly. Up. That is the way Indians heart goes. All you guys should know, 600% Indians die in heart attack than Americans. 600%. If American 100 people are dying every year by heart attack, 600 people, Indians are dying. Questions? Come on, anybody else here to share? Come. And one more thing you need to know, like spirituality and money. If there is a conflict, you need to first clear that. As I said, be very clear. Poor people never get into heaven. It's a wrong idea. Come on.
I have a question for you.
Mike.
What about housewives who doesn't earn? For example, my age is 30. Until now, I have earned ₹2, which is in my 7th grade because of scoring some good marks. The teacher gave me ₹2. That is all the money I have earned. And when I think I can't claim myself, when someone asks me, "Are you rich?" I will definitely say I'm rich because my husband earns and I'm wealthy and I have all the basic needs. But a deep thing inside me also tells that I have not earned anything. My own earning, my own money, like that I have a feeling. So a deep guilt that I'm just spending and not any contributing, that is there. And what about generally housewife? Because most of the...
I will recommend every individual should create wealth. Whether you are housewife or office wife. You are living in house or anything. Every individual should create wealth. What you do with that later on is secondary. But every individual should create wealth because it is life. It is just personality. If you create that kind of personality, even sitting in your house, you can create wealth. There are now millions of ways. Now India also has become a place of opportunities. See, if you don't use the opportunities, you will become opportunistic. People who don't use opportunities will become opportunistic. Opportunistic mentality will start happening if you don't use opportunities. I think it is every individual should take the responsibility for their life and start creating wealth. That's what I personally recommend. Yes. Yes, please pick up the mic. Yes.
Hello. Swamiji, the click which I got was that,
close the mic. Keep the mic close.
The click which I got was my father was a money lender and he got cheated by many people. And the same thing has happened in my life because I lent money and I on my salary and I got cheated. So
got cheated?
I got cheated. The money has not come back here. And that again has broken into my relationship also. Relationship also with my wife is bad. Another thing is I got a good job in between and I was contributing to Dhanapita for 10% now as Anand Samadhi also. And then that I created my own lack of self-image by saying that I am worth being paid this money. And I lost the job.
Now I got a job at a much lower salary. Again, I'm getting that whether I'm being worth being paid this money. Now I'm trying to change it by saying, yes, I'm being more than this.
You see, you need to understand the flaw. Once you created that mental setup and lost the job. So when you understand that click, that is enough now to change it. Now decide very clearly, I am worthy. That is why I am being paid. Please understand, your very breathing is worthy of any amount you imagine you are worthy of. All of you should know, your presence in certain places is worthy of money. You are paid, you don't even need to work. See, many jobs are more or less like a presence job. You go and be there, present, and act, you are there. That's all. Most of the jobs are presence. There is a very beautiful sutra in the Arthashastra. If a owner of the land is present in the land, crop grows by itself. It's more or less like a presence. Only thing you need to know, you need to understand your presence is worthy of what you are being paid in return. That I can say, that is what I call self-respect. Self-respect. I think it is time you understand it and be a little more intelligent and evolve to it. That's it. Anybody else? Here I have some more questions. I'll share. It's like a more or less many sharings. I'll read out those things and share the clicks with you. See, only like this, strongly analyzing, and vomiting it out, all the wrong engrams and wrong mental setup about money which you are carrying will come out. It will never come out if I am sitting and giving you a lecture for 6 hours. No. You need to pen down and you need to express, because you need to make money. If I sit and give lecture for 6 hours, I'll make money. But I want you need to make money. I want you to make money. That is why I am asking you to talk. Whoever talks is going to get money. Understand? If only I am going to talk, then I will have money. And if you are also going to talk, you will have money in your life. Understand? Here is a sharing from Redondo Beach. When I was 9, I wanted to purchase a book collection. I decided to create a business. I sold ice cubes to the people who were selling vegetables. I made a lot of money for a child, like a $30 a day. In 7 days, I had a lot of money. In my country, some people do not make that amount in a month. My mother, aunt took the business from me and told me that was too much money for a little girl. I see the pattern now. I feel guilty about my ambition. Same thing happened to me in graduate school. I wanted to make a movie, which I was so passionate about. But friends and professors would say, why don't you make something smaller? Whenever I come up with money, it is taken away from me, or people tell me if my project comes to fruition, I will not know them anymore. Please understand, this is a constant suppression being forced on you. You need to break from this suppression and you need to kill these people in your life. I am not saying kill physically, kill mentally. They should not play anymore their role in your life. Winnie Ocean? Where is she? Yes. Don't allow them in your life. Understand? So reclaim your freedom. And reclaim your freedom. Decide, I am not going to let these fellows work on me anymore. So the other day, one of my brahmacharini, she asked me, Swamiji, how can I get enlightened? She is suffering with her grandmother's conditioning. I told, put your grandmother's photo in your room and beat that photo with chappal every day. No, really. I told her. She is dead. But I said, she is dead, but she is not dead inside you. You need to beat her photograph with chappal, left and right, for giving you this third-rate dirty conditioning. Only then you will be out of that suffering. You will be enlightened. Buddha says very beautiful. Somebody comes to Buddha and asks, Buddha, give me enlightenment. Buddha says, go and kill your parents and come. He was shocked. How can I kill my parents? He said, not physically. The image and conditioning of the parents which is inside you, kill that and come back. So I tell you, kill all these fellows inside you, not outside you. Don't kill outside, then you will be in prison. Kill inside. Mentally, don't allow them to live anymore in you. That's the solution. Here is a question from Ohio. If we settle for I have enough, does that mean we are having a buffalo or laziness mentality? Exactly. Exactly. I can say it is not even a mentality of buffalo, it is mentality of buffaloes. Plural. You see, you have the right to have the mentality of how much you can possess, but you don't have the right to stop creation. Create millions and millions. You can decide, all right, I am not interested in having it with me, I'll share it with the world. That's perfect. But don't stop creating. Exactly in my life, I don't possess anything. Left and right I create and share it with the world. I'm constantly creating and sharing it with the world. That's all. I am the wholesale. I am telling you very clearly, enlightenment is for only high achievers, not for lazy bums. It is not for lazy bums. It is only for high achievers. If you are not even able to create few lakh and spend for enlightenment, forget about enlightenment. It is not for you. It is not for you. So here is a sharing from Calgary. I was taught early on that money would bring happiness and that in order to show others love, you had to buy them lots of presents on holidays. And the more money you spent showed how much you loved them. Even if you had to spend money you did not have. I am learning how to practice Reiki and also do some metaphysical healing. But I do not want to charge people. I feel wrong about it, that I have to charge people to help them. I have spent a lot of money to take my training and I am worried that the money will not come back to me, especially if I cannot get over the idea that I do not want to charge them. Clarissa, first thing. Clarissa, Calgary. Where is Calgary? Yes. Clarissa, first thing, if you are confident enough about the product you are offering, any healing you are giving, any service you are giving, I will sincerely recommend you go for charging. The guilt that you are not supposed to charge is a wrong idea. You are offering your time and the service you are offering is a honest service. Then you don't need to be guilty about charging money at all. Forget about this guilt and straight away take money. It's nothing wrong. Another one thing, especially like a services like a healing and all, if you take little money from them, they will have more trust on your healing. It is the confidence you have on the product you are offering. That's all, nothing else.